Duffy's Sports Grill, Culligan, Racetrack, Safebound Moving and Storage, and the Boca Raton Bowl.
And we're coming to your city.
Well, it's another evening of high school football on ESPN 106.3. Colin Russo with you. We got Damian Perez back at the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. It is ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida. Jupiter number 6 taking on Palm Beach Gardens today is our HSS Game of the Week. You'll have Christian Cat on the call for that one. Kickoff 6:30. We got you up until then. We'll hear from both coaches on either side. First, HSS Florida, in sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you'd expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington, learn more today by going to hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. HSS, the world's #1 orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We got 2 coaches on the docket for you as we'll take you up until kickoff. We'll hear from both Coach Jason Krabman, who we'll hear from first, and Coach Tyrone Higgins of Palm Beach Gardens on either side. First, if you missed any of these interviews, want to listen back, go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day and Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. You can see all of our catalog of the different coaches that we talked to from around the area. Let's start with Jupiter, sitting at number 6. Had a great year last year, looking to build on some momentum. A great defense that Coach Krabman has over there, at Warrior football. But let's take a listen to Coach Jason Krabman, who joined Theo Dorsey a little earlier this week to preview the HSS Game of the Week. Take a listen.
Theo Dorsey here with head coach of the Jupiter Warriors, Jason Krabman, as he enters into a Game of the Week match at Palm Beach Gardens here for week 2 of the high school football season. First and foremost, Coach Krabman, thanks for taking our time with us, and how you feeling heading into this showdown?
Sure. No, I mean, we feel like, we're off to a good start this season. Certainly want to clean some things up in all 3 phases, but at the same time, we feel like, we've made some really good progress from the Kickoff Classic, where we played a really tough Calvary Christian team down on the road to the first 2 weeks. So, yeah, we're excited to play another rival in Palm Beach Gardens.
Right, and I said week 2. It's actually week 3, but last week didn't feel like a real week because all of the rainouts and the weather. How did weather affect not only your last week's game, but then also this week's preparation for Friday night?
Yep, we were fortunate. We only really had a few minute delay at Park Vista. We got the game fully completed. Didn't really have a ton of weather. It was raining a little bit before we started and before we kicked off. But yeah, we were fortunate to get the game in.
What's this week been like for y'all, trying to make sure that you're strong for another strong opponent? It's not a lot of weak spots on your schedule. It typically isn't. And of course, you have not a lot of turnover, but enough turnover from last year to where you're trying to figure out guys' roles.
Sure. We have a good amount of depth. We do have 30 seniors on the team. Not all the guys are starters, or not all the guys are returning starters. We have probably about half of them, in fact, are special teams guys or role players for us. But, we feel like the guys that we do have that we brought back are playing, a very important role. KJ Larson and Andrew Embick, our quarterback. We brought back 4 offensive line starters from last season. We brought back some guys in the secondary, Caden Kimbrell and Corey Fountain and Raul Harris, who are all seniors for us. So yeah, we're excited about the guys that we brought back. And we got back Cam Fountain, who hurt his knee and missed all of last season at linebacker. So we definitely have some guys that we're excited about, and they're starting to hit their stride now that we're into week 3.
Anybody kind of popped out? Anybody surprised you with the level of play ticking up? I know you see them all through the offseason. You see them through the Kickoff Classic and whatnot, but oftentimes you'll hear about a player who at practice is good, but then on game days they play at an even higher level. Has anybody kind of shown you that so far?
Sure. We have a few guys. I think defensive line-wise, Alex Brandt and Max Doster have done a great job for us, just really making a ton of plays. Up front, where we lost all 3 of our starters from last year on the defensive line. Brendan Hollinger at receiver has made a huge impact for us. His 2 older brothers played for us, and he's the 3rd of the trio there. So he's made a bunch of plays here early in the season. Aiden Passley, AP Passley, has certainly, upped his game from last year. Now he's playing on both sides of the ball. And then, Corey Fountain and Nick Bodie, the two safeties in the back end for us, we're certainly making a bunch of plays here over the course of the beginning of the season. And Ryan Iannarino, a linebacker for us who got a little dinged up, he really was someone who made a huge jump from last year to this year.
Jason Krabman joining me, Theo Dorsey, here on ESPN 106.3, talking game of the week as his Warriors look to take on the Palm Beach Gardens Gators. And what is it like facing a Tyrone Higgins coach team?
Sure. No, you're always gonna play Gardens, and you always know they're gonna be tough. You always know they're gonna be physical. They're certainly well coached. The funny story on that is Coach Higgins was a starting linebacker at FAU back in the first inaugural season under Coach Schnellenberger, and I was a GA, a quality control guy there at the same time. So we know each other from a long time ago. But you're always going to play a tough squad that comes out and plays to the whistle and plays tough and physical. So we're looking forward to a good rivalry matchup.
Coach Higgins called you an offensive genius when I spoke to him about this matchup. What do you think he was just buttering you up, or do you feel like you do have a strong grasp of what y'all are able to do on that side of the ball?
Sure. I'm not sure whether I appreciate that's high praise, but especially coming from Coach Higgins. I'm not sure if he was which way he was going with that one, but yeah, we do have a great coaching staff here. We have a lot of guys with a ton of experience. Our O-line coach, Coach McFadden, our receivers coach, Coach Embick, our new running backs coach, Coach Alkire, and then Coach Galucci, works with our tight ends and offensive line as well. And so we kind of put all our heads together, and we're able to get pretty creative just because we have a really smart team. In addition to some guys being talented, we have a really smart team that can handle a lot of wrinkles and tags, and we're able to run a lot of formations and things like that. And so we try to keep our concepts simple, but at the same time, make it look unique and make it look complex with the amount of shifts and motions and formations that we're allowed to carry, just because of the level of information our guys can handle.
I'm always curious about that, because at the high school level, you would assume the trickier you make your offense, sure, you might be able to get the defense off guard, but now you're talking about 15, 16, 17-year-olds sure. Having to be able to keep up with that information and execute it the right way, so you're not drawing penalties or screwing things up. Like, do you kind of roll it out slowly week by week here, or are we seeing like the full palette of what the Jupiter offense is already by week 3?
Sure. Usually we do roll it out kind of week by week, where you build, let's say, 80% of the offense in fall camp, after you put in what you're going to put in spring, and you build on that in fall camp. And then slowly, week by week, depending on the team you're playing and the personnel that they have and what they give you formationally, as far as like, if we, out of our base formations, we show them this, how are they going to line up and how can we take advantage of that? So usually week by week, you're kind of adding some new wrinkles. But to be honest with you, since we've been here for 4 years now, we've had this group ever since they're freshmen. So we've been able to build on the offense now for, 4 years straight. So we pretty much had our entire offense in from day one of fall camp. So we were able to, even add on to that, just, week in and week out, depending on what we're going to see from the opposing team's defense. So we've really been fortunate and lucky to be able to have these guys in the program that long, and to have those 30 seniors that really have a great grasp of, all three phases of our team. So.
Coach Jason Krabman joining me here, Theo Dorsey on ESPN 106.3, talking Jupiter Warriors versus Palm Beach Gardens Gators, a Friday night kickoff for the high school game day game of the week. One or two more here before I let you go sure. back to your class, Coach Krabman. I'm curious for you, who are some of the teams or coaches that influence you as a coach, that you look at some of their schemes, some of their plays, or anything that they do on offense, and you kind of steal from that?
Sure. I just think we run, a very, pro style offense, which I think you see if you turn on the TV on Saturdays and Sundays. You're going to see a lot of the same schemes and a lot of the same things we do from a run game and play action perspective. Right there in college, college football and the NFL. I learned the majority of everything we do, from my time at Oregon, at FAU, and at Wisconsin, and kind of just blended it together. To produce kind of what we have today. And this is now going on, 14, 15 years as a head coach. So luckily I've had some time to trial and error a lot of this stuff. And based on the personnel that we have each and every year, we try to build, the best concepts out and say, all right, we're going to carry these concepts a little bit more. We're going to feature these a little bit more because our quarterback is more of a dual threat guy, or no, our quarterback's only a pocket guy. So we can only do these specific concepts. We have, 4 starting offensive linemen coming back. So we can, do these concepts. Or we have a bunch of, big time receivers coming back. So we're going to feature more of the pass game. So each and every year, you're constantly kind of rebuilding your team, kind of like what colleges are doing now in the portal era. Whereas before they were just trying to fit everybody into their own systems and schemes. Now it seems like they're building their offense around the personnel that they're able to sign out of the portal each and every year. And so that's really just how we do it. We just mold it around the guys that we have and what their strengths and weaknesses are, and gives us the best, chance to win each and every week.
And speaking of, what do you need to execute well so that Jupiter has the best chance to win on Friday night as y'all take on the Gators?
Sure. I think it always starts with our run game. I think we have 4 really talented running backs in Jaden Roberts, Raul Harris, Nick Bodie, and Cooper Everard. And I just think, we just need to make sure, again, with all of our starting linemen coming back and a bunch of tight ends and a starting, returning quarterback, we need to be able to establish a ground game, and then, take advantage of what the defense gives us in the air. So really for us, it's just establish a ground game. On defense, it's stop the run and force turnovers. And then we want to play great special teams, which I think, with Coach Miller, running our special teams, and Coach Giannetti working with our specialists, I think, each week we have a new wrinkle or so that we're able to roll out and give some people problems in the third phase of the game.
Looking forward to catching y'all out there in Palm Beach Gardens for the game of the week, and appreciate your time, Coach Krabman.
Thanks, Theo. Appreciate it. Always love you guys having us.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
We're coming to your city.
Colin Russo here with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3. We got Damian Perez at the City Play Studios, and we are with you on ESPN 106.3. That was Coach Jason Krabman with Jupiter Warrior Football and Theo Dorsey. Let's take a listen to the other side of things. Palm Beach Gardens head coach Tyrone Higgins joined Theo Dorsey a little earlier, and let's see what he had to say in regard to the HSS Game of the Week. Take a listen to Coach Tyrone Higgins with Theo Dorsey.
Theo Dorsey here, and I'm joined by Tyrone Higgins, Palm Beach Gardens football coach. I believe year 7 for you with the Gators as a head coach, and entering the game of the week against Jupiter this week. What is it like to be back at a place where you played high school ball at, and also back in a place where you this year are able to be on the sidelines from out the gates and be with the team all the way through?
It's a blessing to be with the kids and be back on the field again, say the least.
Where do you feel like the Gators stand so far? I know you get one data point in. You had the weather delay game against Santa Lucius as well, but just how is the team progressing a couple of games into the season?
We're getting just trying to maximize our time on the field. I think every coach is going through the same thing at this point in the season. If it's not rain, it's heat. We just had to cancel a JV game today. But, the whole key is just like everybody else is getting better every day. We're growing and we're finding, some of the highlights of each of the players and trying to put things together so the postseason will go how we want it to go. So it's things are looking up, to say the least.
At the quarterback position, you got Jordan James coming back. Really solid last year. He kind of was getting his first few starts. Now he's more of a veteran. What do you like out of what you've been getting from him?
Jordan Johnson, that is. Jordan Johnson,
Oh,
great
Johnson.
kid, big kid, strong arm, yes. Really strong arm, throws the long ball well. He's been stepping up in every area, and that's what we asking all the kids to do is just basically grow, in a microwave society, just having kids that hang in there and stay home and really married to the process is a good thing, and he's a good image of that. He's marrying the process and trying to continue to get better every year and every week.
How is your receiver Nomo Davis? I think he plays multiple positions with guards and whatnot. How's he been progressing? That's a kid that we've had on our radar since he was coming out of the middle school ranks, and it seems like now he started as a freshman. What's it been like growing with him in the offense?
Man, Nomo is a special kid. I'm excited about him this year. I mean, every game he had some kind of amazing acrobatic catch. It's just becoming something of a norm with him. Him and Jordan have a really special connection. They've been playing together since Little League. You add Brandon Clark in it, not Brandon Clark, but Brandon Garland into that picture, and you got good things cooking with those guys. So Nomo's doing what Nomo does, but even better now, taking more of a leadership role and, not just being at practice every day and bringing energy every day. Now he's like being a lot more vocal with other people and making sure they understand like this is the level that, we want to practice at. So that's Nomo right now. Again, it's the same narrative, just progressing.
Y'all's schedule is littered with really intense games. You're in a tough district. You also, of course, this week have the game of the week hosting Jupiter. What has it been like over the past few years since Krabman has taken over playing the Warriors, and how does a game like this show you exactly where y'all are as a team?
I mean, I think everything is always. I mean, we should all, as coaches, in the postseason and preseason, that is not preseason, but before the playoff, we always are focused on making sure that we're progressing to the postseason. When you face strong, prepared to be in the postseason, and that's what Jupiter brings to the table. Coach Krabman he's a offensive genius. I love the guy. I love what he does on offense. But it really makes you play a cerebral game, and it's just another growth point for being able to play fast and without lots of mistakes. And also be physical. So it'll be defensively, it'll be a place for us to grow. Offensively, we just gotta get out there and make sure that we're not making mistakes. And I think, it'll be a good football game. It always is.
How are y'all on the defensive side of the ball? I know we hadn't talked about that yet, and that's generally a spot where the Gators are strong. What do you feel like y'all stand now, and how battle tested are y'all for Friday night?
I think that up until this point, I mean, we've gotten better every week. It has not been what we generally started off. How we generally start off. We put a lot more tools into the toolbox up until this point, and I think we should be able to put on a decent showing this weekend defensively. We want to put on a decent showing, and that's one of our goals this year. Not this year, but this week. So, I think defensively, we definitely progress, and we're looking to make another step forward this week when we face Jupiter.
We'll obviously have the ESPN West Palm High School Game Day team there. You're the game of the week. It'll be a lot of eyes, the stream on it as well. But beyond that, you get to have it at home in front of the Gator Nation. How much of an advantage does that home crowd between the students and the fans and the families? How much of an advantage does that give y'all?
Oh man, it's after a year like last year, being on the road most of the time and being able to have teams coming to the swamp, and on top of we have a new band director, we have different clubs, our administration with Michelle Flemings, Deontay Savage, they're doing a really good job at helping us create a new culture on the school, you know, on the school campus. So it's something that even the boys are really looking forward to because they didn't get to experience it as much last year. And the environment that administration is helping create, not just those two, but all of the APs on campus, the excitement about football, and it's really getting to be a special thing, so I'm excited about that.
Coach Higgins, I appreciate that. We're excited to see y'all on Friday night. Stay healthy through the week, and good luck on Friday.
Blessings, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike, and if you love football, you're in the right place. ESPN 106.3 has it all. Tomorrow, we are stacked with college football. Baylor and SMU are up first at 11:30. Next, it's Kansas and Missouri. Bethune-Cookman and Miami close out the night.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Yeah, we're coming to your city.
Welcome on into the HSS Game of the Week. Palm Beach Gardens taking on Jupiter here live at Palm Beach Gardens. You just heard from the head coach of the Gators, Tyrone Higgins, as he aptly named the site of tonight's HSS Game of the Week, The Swamp. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Christian Cat on the call, alongside the coach Jimmy Bell for this matchup of 2-0 Jupiter, 1-0 Palm Beach Gardens. Everybody, fingers crossed that we have nothing non-stop high school football action unimpeded by Mother Nature. Jupiter will get the football first. Palm Beach Gardens will kick it off. Palm Beach Gardens wearing their orange helmets, blue tops, and black bottoms. Jupiter on the road, white tops, white helmets, and green bottoms. Good evening, Coach. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, just wonderful. I tell you what, you can't have a better game for the early part of this week. You think about these two programs, two storied programs. Gardens was the last team to win a state championship before West Boca won last year, so in Palm Beach County on the East Coast. A lot of pride with both of these programs. I expect a hard-hitting football game, a lot of discipline. Pretty good athletes on Garden side as well.
Certainly so. Nomo Davis, definitely someone you want to keep your eye on. He can make explosive plays happen at the drop of a hat, wearing number 7 for Gardens. A massively senior-led Jupiter Warriors team. The time is now for head coach Jason Krabman and the Jupiter Warriors. Gardens going to kick it off from their own 40, and we are underway. It's across the middle of the field, and it will bounce at the goal line. Not scooped up yet. It'll be a touchback, and Jupiter will get the football on their own 20-yard line to get us started on the HSS Game of the Week. Good evening, folks. Thank you so much for tuning on in live on the FM dial, 106.3 FM, as ESPN West Palm has carried high school sports for the better part of 2 decades now, and new for 2025. Each and every one of the HSS Game of the Weeks is streamed on YouTube visually. You can watch the game. We've got the camera crew here, so you won't miss a tackle. You won't miss a touchdown. You won't miss a minute of the action. Live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Here comes Andrew Embick and the Jupiter Warriors offense. Couple of ESPN Top 63 athletes on this side. He'll be throwing to KJ Larson as one of those guys, a big tight end. But first things first, it's a handoff up the middle into this linebacker core. It's a gain of 7 on 1st and 10 from the 20. 2nd and 3 coming up for the Jupiter Warriors. Solid carry that time. Goes to Raul Harris, the senior back.
You know, a lot of talent on Jupiter's side as well. Don't let me try to slight them, but the most important thing is they're going to try to run the football, use a lot of play action. They did a great job last year. We were there to call the game. Weather prohibited us from calling the Gardens. The technical difficulties calling the game against Dwyer last year, but they just do a great job of play action, and they run the ball very well.
2nd down and 4. Another carry. Harris gets the ball again. This time he does not have near the amount of luck. Tackled in the hole. No gain on 2nd and 4. Setting up 3rd down and 4 coming up from the 26-yard line. Harris on the carry once again for the Jupiter Warriors. It's their first drive of the game, the first drive of the game for either side. 11 minutes to play in the first quarter. No score between Jupiter and Palm Beach Gardens. Jupiter has won 7 straight regular season games dating back to last year. They've really gotten a hang of this thing under head coach Jason Krabman. In the shotgun, Embick, hard count, trying to get Gardens to jump, and he succeeded in doing so. They jump into the neutral zone, and that will be a free 5 yards and a free 1st down for the Jupiter Warriors offense.
Yeah, it's so important that if you're a lineman up front, you got to watch the football. They're not talking to you. The quarterbacks, that cadence doesn't belong to you. Focus on the football and the movement of those linemen, and that's when you start to move. Gardens anticipated the snap count that time. Been going on 1 had Jupiter the previous 2 times, and they jumped on that play to get a 1st down.
Embick wearing number 7 for the Jupiter Warriors. He's in the shotgun pistol formation. 2 receivers left. They shift over their tight ends to the left side from the right side. Take the snap. Embick hands it off left side and the Lotus side. It's a carry from not Harris that time. New carry from Jaden Roberts. A solid gain on 1st and 10. Setting up 2nd down and 3 as he gets the football all the way up to the 38-yard line. Line to gain is the 41 for Jupiter. Methodical are the Warriors.
They are, and you think about Andrew Embick, you think about that name of Embick. It goes back to the days of William T. Dwyer when they had Danny Embick, who led them on to a state championship run. Didn't win the championship, but they got there. This is a talented young man. It's in his bloodline. They're going to try to do all they can to put the ball in his hand.
Another handoff. This time it's no gain on 2nd and 3. Once again, Jaden Roberts stayed in the game and got the carry. 3rd down and short coming up for the Jupiter Warriors.
Ken, I can't tell you how many times I've seen talented players get out of their assignment. So your guards, there's a lot of speed on the defensive side. They got to make certain that they read their keys, because Jupiter's going to give you a look. They'll come away from that, like I said earlier, give you play action. And if you get caught out of position, they're going to be some big gains down the field.
Andrew Embick, the starting quarterback for Jupiter in the shotgun. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. His tailback is to the right. They bring the slot receiver from the left side in motion behind the quarterback. They throw it right to him behind the line of scrimmage. Falling down short of the line of scrimmage was the target that time. Unable to move the football upfield was A.P. Passley, the senior tight end who's been integrated into this offense. Just didn't keep his footing. A lot of rain throughout the day today, showing its face right here, right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Again, I understand what they're trying to do offensively, but when you go sideline to sideline, when the field is still soaked from earlier rain, it's going to tell on you. So as a receiver, you got to keep your feet up under you. Don't overstride, because you'll fall every time.
4th and 2 from the 39. Got to get to the 41 to move the chains. They're going for it as Jupiter. It's a handoff right side and stuffed in the hole. It's a 4th down stop for Palm Beach Gardens. Nice play that time was made by Mekhi Clark. Stuffed the roughing attack of Jupiter before it was able to get going downhill, and the Palm Beach Gardens defense sets up the offense with great field position with the turnover on downs. 8:43 to play in the first quarter. No score here on the HSS Game of the Week.
Tyrone Higgins has one of the best defensive coordinators in all of Palm Beach County, and DeAndre Young. He used to coach with me at Inlet Grove. He's an excellent talent, played here locally at Dwyer. He just understands what's going to take place, and let me tell you, a lot of times he called a play out before it ever happened. It's great to have on your sideline.
Jordan Johnson, quarterback for Palm Beach Gardens. Heard about him with Coach Higgins pregame on a high school game day, and it's a design quarterback run up the middle, right side. Stuffed at the 35-yard line, stretching forward and not really able to get much from there. And a correction, it's actually Lawrence Fulmore, freshman, in that quarterback for Palm Beach Gardens. Fulmore wearing number 17 for Palm Beach Gardens. He gets stuffed at the 35-yard line, but it was a gain of 3, setting up 2nd and 7. Line to gain is the 28. Gardens with the football, no score with 8:10 to play in the first quarter. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right for Gardens. Play action, now it's a mesh, and in time it's a carry to the running back. Works his way to the 31. The ball might have been loose. Somebody's falling down on it late. Not too much action after that, so it stays with Palm Beach Gardens. Gain of 4 on 2nd and 7. 3rd and 3 now coming up from the 31-yard line, but now Jupiter is kind of pointing in their direction. Maybe that ball came out well late, and the Warriors defense has some wishful thinking. And yes, the ball will stay with Palm Beach Gardens.
You see what both of these teams are doing early on. They're trying to establish the run, because you want to get these offensive and defensive lines involved. Start to get a push up front, get some confidence. You got a young quarterback of your Palm Beach Gardens, not a lot of game experience. So you want to make sure you can run the football. You'll throw it at some point, because you mentioned No More Davis earlier, but you've got to run the ball early in these games.
3rd and 3 from the 31 in plus territory. Low snap, it's scooped up by Fulmore, but the rushing attack goes nowhere. Jupiter looks just like Palm Beach Gardens a couple of plays ago and stuffs that play for a loss. It's a loss of about 2 yards. Move the football back to the 33-yard line. 4th down and 5 now coming up for Palm Beach Gardens. Under 7 minutes to play in the first quarter. No score. This is Palm Beach Gardens' first offensive drive of the game. They got the football on a turnover on downs. And we'll see what Palm Beach Gardens does here. Would be a really long field goal attempt. So it looks like Palm Beach Gardens is going to elect to go for it on 4th and 5. Now it's Jordan Johnson in the game at shotgun. Trips left, tailback left. Gardens needs 5 yards to keep the drive alive. Lone receiver to the right, Jordan Johnson. 5 down lineman for Jupiter. Make that 4. Johnson hands it off, right side, bouncing off tacklers, and that's going nowhere fast. Flag on the play. Wilfred Kwoku on the carry. But there is laundry on the field. It's going to be a hold called against Palm Beach Gardens. That will be declined, and Jupiter defense gets their stop. And the Warriors offense gets back onto the field after forcing that 4-and-out from Palm Beach Gardens. Timeout called on the field, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Actually, no timeout called quite yet. I thought it was a hydration break for a second, but we'll stay right here. The clock reads 6:17 to play in the first quarter. No score. What have you learned about these two teams so far in two unsuccessful offensive possessions, Coach?
Well, I tell you what, both defensive coordinators doing a great job of anticipation, because when you think about it, Gardens, I thought they were going to try to throw the ball, get a one-on-one matchup there. They didn't. They ran the ball inside, but Jupiter was there waiting on it. Great anticipation on the defensive side.
So now we do have a hydration timeout powered by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Back in 30 seconds here live on the HSS Game of the Week on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. No score with 6:17 to play in the first quarter. Don't go anywhere.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Back here live on the HSS Game of the Week, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. 1st and 10 for the Jupiter offense. They'll be snapping the ball from their own 33-yard line. In the shotgun is Andrew Embick, which trips right. Lone receiver left. KJ Larson is that tight end, the ESPN top 63 athlete on the right side. It's a handoff instead as Raul Harris gets the carry up the gut. They try to get as many Gators out of the box as they can and rush the ball where there's vacant space. But the Gators hold their own and hold them to a gain of just about 2 yards. Move the football to the 35. 2nd and 8 for Jupiter, under 6 to play in the first quarter.
You know, a lot of times teams, they use motion to try to get numbers, right, to outbalance a team. But Jupiter's not doing that. What they're doing is they're bringing a guy from the slot on the left side, which they had twins, into the backfield just to see if you're going to move with it. Do we have man-to-man? Now we're doing zone blocking, or are we going down the field?
Play action pass. Larson catches at the 35-yard line. Broken tackle. Stays in bounds. He wants some more. And he gets the HSS first down. How about that? KJ Larson was kind of breaking tackles while he was walking the tightrope on the sideline, and he gets enough to move the chains. 1st and 10, Jupiter.
You usually don't see that to the short side of the field because there's not a lot of real estate, but great play there by Jupiter. Wide receiver did a great job of blocking and getting the football down the field for a first down.
Wide receiver screen, a right side, caught the line of scrimmage, 5 yards down the field, 10, 15 yards down the field, and brought down past the 40-yard line for the HSS first down. Nice play that time by A.P. Passley as the senior gets the football in plus territory for the Jupiter offense.
Most quarterbacks will tell you that's my guy, the tight end. That's who I'm looking for. If I'm going to throw a little safe pass, it's going to be to a big body. I got to put it right on him as he did on that play.
Handoff underneath into the second level. It's another big gain on first down. It's a 12-yard gain. The carry by Jaden Roberts for an HSS first down. Move the chains. And this Jupiter offense having much more success their second time out onto the field than they had the first time. And a timeout is called by the Palm Beach Gardens defense. And, Coach, you could see that one from a mile away.
Yeah, you got to stop the bleeding. I'm looking at Higgins. He's halfway on the field before the play ever stops because he knows his defense is in trouble. You got to find a way, if you're DeAndre Young, to blitz early on, run blitz, everybody take a gap. Got to get him in a long yardage situation because all Jupiter wants to do, they're going to make it ugly and muddy. They want to run this clock, control the game, get a couple touchdowns, and put you in a position where you have to come back late in the fourth quarter.
It is a timeout called by Palm Beach Gardens. Of course, Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost, brings you each and every timeout here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We'll reset with Jupiter in plus territory. They've motored the ball all the way to the 28-yard line, and they have 1st and 10. Line to gain is the 18. Jupiter has had success with the short dink-dunk pass game and a little bit of the inside run game there as they wore down the Gators defense this drive. Andrew Embick in the shotgun's got 2 receivers to the right and now 2 tight ends to the right side. The tailback, Roberts, to the left of him. They fake it to him and now rolling to his right. Firing it, end zone. Embick got a man. Got him! Touchdown, Jupiter! for 6. Drew Larson makes the catch in the end zone, and the Warriors strike first.
And that's all they really want to do. They want to lure you to sleep, give you the play action as they did on that play, and they sneak a guy out behind you. If you're not looking, if you're a safety and you're looking at the running backs and not paying attention to the guys running across your face, it's going to be a touchdown every time. Jupiter lures you to sleep. They're not sexy, but they are very productive.
And how about that throw from Embick, just kind of rolling to his right off his back foot and just flat out arm strength that time to get that football where it needed to be. Wasn't the best throw in the world, but it was as good as you can get for a touchdown to open up the scoring here in the HSS game of the week. 6-0 Jupiter on top of Palm Beach Gardens, as the Jupiter Warriors are waiting for this extra point opportunity, kicking it from that 10-yard line to try to make it a 7-0 game with 4:46 to play in the first quarter. Jupiter strikes first on their second offensive possession of the game.
One thing you got to be impressed with Embick, he puts the ball in the belly of the running back, but he's going to ride it and hold that safety. If you look in the backfield trying to come up and support the run, that's where he pulls it out. He's got a read on that. If you stay back, he's going to give it to the running back. If you come up, he's going to throw it down the field, almost like a run-pass option. So he's got the option to throw it or to run it down the field.
Now, whatever the delay in the action has subsided, at least it looked like for the time being. Coach trying to scan from sideline to sideline, and now a flag does come out. A delayed game is going to be called. Is Jupiter waiting on a member of their special teams unit? I'm not exactly sure what is the occasion here, but it does cost them some yardage on the point after. As looking to kick this one through is junior Dean Murray. A little extended extra point from Murray, as he'll be kicking it 25 yards from the 15-yard line. Jupiter's defense gets the stop, and now their offense caps it off with a touchdown. The extra point is up, and it is good. A flag comes out after the kick went through, but as it stands, it's 7-0 Jupiter on top of Palm Beach Gardens. Both teams trade fourth down stops. And now on Jupiter's second drive of the game, they find the end zone on a methodical drive, capped off by a 28-yard touchdown catch in the end zone. It was actually Brendan Hollinger for 6. Brendan Hollinger, one of the rare juniors on this Jupiter team. As I mentioned before, you look at their starters, senior. It just goes up and down. And we're not just talking about RB1 senior, wide receiver 1 senior, tight end 1 senior. It's depth at the same position that are all graduating in 2026. It's got to be such a luxury that you go through growing pains until this year, but you can reap the rewards as a head coach when you've got guys that are all as mature as you can get in high school.
30 guys. You know, you listen to the pregame interview, 30 guys on the Jupiter side that are seniors. Now, not all those guys are starters. 15, as the coach mentioned, they're just guys that contribute on special teams. But like you said, that luxury of knowing they've been here, they understand the program, the language is there. So they've been using the same language for 4 years because this is a graduating class that he's dealt with since they were freshmen. That's a good luxury to have.
And that flag was a personal foul going against Palm Beach Gardens, so this will be kicked away at the 45 in plus territory, so it should be an easy touchback, and it will be a touchback as predicted, as Palm Beach Gardens will start with the football on their own 20-yard line. And now they've got an uphill battle to climb against a stout Jupiter defense who's allowed just 3 points on the year in the 2 games that they have played so far in 2025.
Well, the one thing about Jupiter is they're going to be in position. You're not going to find a lot of guys out of position. So you got to play great fundamental football against them. And Tyrone Higgins understands that. That 15-yard penalty cost them because they have so much talent on the back end trying to make a return on there. So that's a phase of the game. If you're Jupiter, you want to try to take away from Palm Beach Gardens.
So in at quarterback is the junior Jordan Johnson. We saw the freshman Fillmore out there for a little bit, but it is Johnson now. Trips right, lone receiver left for Gardens. 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line. Johnson in the shotgun. Takes a snap, hands it off left side, bouncing off left tackle. Some speed on the outside at the 5-yard gain, then brought out of bounds just short of the line to gain. Set up a short 2nd down. Carry went to Rakai Richardson that time for Gardens.
And that's definitely what Gardens has, but a little more team speed than Jupiter. But again, they got a hold on that play because the corner, anytime you see a soft corner like that, what I mean by soft is that there's nobody there. Usually, as I just told you, Jupiter's always in position. So when you see a soft corner, somebody's probably grabbing a defender and pushing him out of the way, and the referee's calling every time.
Yes, now we do see the official call made. It is a hold on that left side to take away the probable 8-yard gain on first down. So instead, they moved the football just to make it first and around 12. So the hold apparently took place downfield. So not the worst case scenario, not a drive killer for Palm Beach Gardens. As Johnson's in the shotgun with first and 12 from the 18-yard line. Line to gains the 30. Johnson's trying to direct traffic to his receivers on the right side. Now he's ready for the snap. Lone receiver left, takes the snap, and he's going to look in that direction, fires it left side. High ball caught. Nomo Davis on the catch. Went up high to get it for a 4-yard gain on first and 12.
Yeah, climbs the ladder on that. Very talented player. I had the pleasure of coaching his brother, Shawan Lurie, at Inlet Grove, and he went on to Dwyer to win a state championship. But that's a long family history of great athletes. His grandfather is one of the greatest players to ever come out of Palm Beach County. Radio listeners may know Anthony Carter. Played at Michigan, went on to the NFL and played for the Minnesota Vikings. It's just a great family of talented athletes, and he's the end of it so far, but as far as I can see, but he's one of those guys you'll see again on Saturdays.
Yeah, our very own Theo Dorsey was talking to me earlier today. You can catch him later tonight on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 for the wrap-up show with video highlights from every game around Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. He said he interviewed Nomo Davis when he was in middle school, and the goal for Nomo then was to be the best player in Palm Beach County. When he's in middle school, that was his goal when he was going to play high school ball. So you could see the sights are set on excellence for Davis. A pre-snap penalty there when the ball was snapped. Will probably turn a 2nd and 6 into a 2nd down and 11. It's 5 yards lost there for early movement to Palm Beach Gardens.
And that's one of the things that you look from year to year. Gardens is very talented, but the one knock, if you will, that they get a lot of penalties and self-inflicted injuries. And Tyrone Higgins has been trying to clean that up. It's very much a part of discipline of your football team. But those are the things that get you out of games like this when you start to get behind the 8 ball, because Jupiter's not going to make a lot of mistakes.
Watch this game live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Right now, Jupiter leads 7-0 over Palm Beach Gardens. Under 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. Johnson, the shotgun's got 2 receivers right. Receiver on the left side now motion to the right. And now Johnson drops back to pass. Pressure rolling to his right. Dumps it out into the flats. It's caught. Space to run. Into the second level. HSS first down. There is a flag on the field. The catch that time was made by Rakai Richardson out of the backfield. He made something happen there, but unfortunately for Gators fans, I think this play is coming back. And they are walking in that direction. Possibly a hold to prevent their quarterback from getting blindside sacked. And what was initially difficult 2nd and 11 just got even more difficult as they'll back them up 10 yards to set up 2nd and 21. Line to gain is still the 30-yard line. Ball now spotted at the 9. Clock's rolling with 2:35 to play in the first quarter. Jupiter 7, Palm Beach Gardens 0. It's the second offensive possession of the game for Tyrone Higgins' squad. Here at the Swamp, just off of Military Trail and off of I-95, nestles Palm Beach Gardens. You can't miss it. Trips right, lone receiver left from the 9-yard line. 2nd and 21 for Gardens. Johnson, we'll see if he looks to the air here. Directing traffic, calling out blitzers of the Jupiter defense. They've got 3 guys with their hands in the ground and 3 linebackers directly behind, but another flag before the play is ran. Just a disastrous start to this drive for Palm Beach Gardens. Penalty upon penalty upon penalty, moving them in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and you got to be careful here if you're Gardens, because what happens is that now you allow Jupiter to play games with you up front. They can send guys. They know you've got to get the football out quickly, and the route's going to take a little bit longer to develop, so it gives your quarterback that much more of a chance to get sacked in the backfield or maybe even a turnover.
Ball moved to the 5-yard line. 2nd and 25. Johnson, the shotgun, trips right, takes the snap, fakes the handoff, now drops it to pass. Rolling to his right, heavy pressure. He gets hit, ball's loose on the ground. Was it a pass or was it a fumble? You know, Gardens is probably hoping it's a fumble because that ball went about 15 yards forward on the fumble and then went out of bounds, but they will call it an incomplete pass. It'll be 3rd down and 25 from Palm Beach Gardens' own 5-yard line, and they're probably just thinking, let's get our punter a little bit of space here and avoid direct disaster and hope our defense can get staunch when the football goes back to Jupiter. So Johnson nearly got sacked and nearly turned that football over, but he got the football away. Trips right, lone receiver left for quarterback Johnson. Jordan Johnson has his tailback to his left, low snap, scoops it up, now rolling to his right. Heavy pressure, bearing down, and throws it incomplete. Looking for Nomo Davis across his body. The throw went, and it went incomplete. So 4th down and 25 as Gardens will punt this one away after a drive they would like to forget.
Yeah, no doubt. And the only thing about it is the good thing is that you're punting on this instead of making it a 4th down situation or a turnover, because a lot of things happened badly against Gardens on that possession. They had 4 penalties just on that drive alone, and that's something they got to clean up if they want to be around in this game late 3rd and 4th quarter.
To punt this one away will come Jahudson Longy. Lou Jean punting from the shadows of his own goal post. Waiting for the snap. Heavy protection for Gardens. They cannot afford for this one to get blocked. The high snap and stepping out of bounds out of the back of the end zone. It will be a safety. Lou Jean had to jump sky high to catch the snap, and in doing so, his back leg landed on the chalk out the back goal line. It is a safety, and Jupiter will get the football back with a couple of points in their pocket. 1:15 to play in the first quarter. It is 9-0, Jupiter on top.
Yeah, just hope you can catch that and then one step it. You know, you're not going to play around with it because everybody's coming. But as you mentioned, the snap was high. Just, it's ironic because on the quarterback exchange, they've been snapping it low.
Yeah.
So this one goes high. He's got to go up and try to climb the ladder to get it. And then unfortunately steps out at the back of the end zone in the white line, and that gives Jupiter 2 points.
So we'll have a free kick from the 20-yard line. Gardens will give the football back to Jupiter. Back deep to return this one for Jupiter. Cooper Everard, one of the backup running backs back there. Also Reese Hall, dynamic two-way player, are the guys deepest of the deepest for Jupiter. They're at the 30-yard line. Jupiter with the green bottoms, white tops, white helmets. Gardens with black bottoms, blue tops, and orange helmets. So we'll see how Jupiter's offense can answer a statement drive really there by good pressure inside that had forced several holding penalties that had a disastrous offensive drive for Palm Beach Gardens. And this one's kicked away from the 20, and it's a high kick, returnable from the 35-yard line. There goes Hall at the 40, 45, on his feet, and he clipped his own blocker. Brought down at the 45-yard line in plus territory, and Reese Hall knows that he potentially could be in the end zone dancing right now.
Yeah, he had opportunity there. If he had just been able to look just to the right, run the color, run away from guys. As you mentioned, he tripped over his own guy, and so put his team in great position, but he should have had a touchdown on that play.
Good field position for the Jupiter Warriors. They will snap the ball at the 45, past midfield. Andrew Embick threw a touchdown on the last drive we saw this side of the ball to Brandon Hollinger. The junior receiver made the catch in the far corner of the end zone. Two receivers right, lone receiver left for Jupiter. It's a play-action pass. Embick looking right, scanning the field, looking at every different read. Fires to the sideline, got Larson. It's close to the line to gain, and it is an HSS first down. How about the maturity and the football IQ of Andrew Embick, just scanning one read, two read, three read. I think he just kind of went to a safety valve there to KJ Lawson, who really wasn't supposed to be part of that play.
Yeah, not at all. And again, if you got time in the pocket because guys up front are blocking and keeping defenders off of you. He's able to scan first, second, and even to the third read, as you mentioned. Great job there getting the ball out of space to his guy.
Press coverage on Hollinger on the bottom of the screen. He is your lone receiver to the left, trips right the long part of the field. It's a handoff up the middle. Nearly broken free for a big gain, but instead a nice tackle made in isolation there to hold the rushing attack. Corey Fountain to a 2-yard gain. Pardon me, it's a 7-yard gain. Second down and medium coming up for the Jupiter Warriors. You'll see a bunch of different Jupiter running backs get carries here this evening. Trips right, lone receiver left, and we will pause 10 seconds for station identification. It's 9-0 Jupiter on top of Palm Beach Gardens. Here.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Staying right here on ESPN 1063. I believe we've reached the end of the first quarter, but they are not switching sides quite yet. Jupiter is still going from right to left, which is what they were doing in the first quarter. And now there's a little bit of mass confusion between the Jupiter sideline and the Jupiter huddle as Andrew Embick, quarterback, tries to sort things out. And the clock did expire. Yeah. The officials aren't telling them to switch sides.
They shouldn't, because it's an untimed down. Okay. What happened was the play clock guy just kept running the clock even though the official had told him to stop.
Okay.
So they'll do one untimed down. He'll keep it on the field, and they'll switch after this.
So stay tuned after this play. We're going to have updates from around Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Damian Perez will keep us updated from back of the studio. It's a carry, left side, broken tackle, 5 yards on the field, 10 yards on the field. It's an HSS first down and brought down inside the red zone. A solid gain on second and medium, putting Jupiter at the 11-yard line. Jaden Roberts on a punishing carry to the defense of Palm Beach Gardens. And that is the end of the first quarter. Jupiter 9, Palm Beach Gardens 0. Let's send it back to the studios, the Evan Cohen studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Damian, do you have any score updates for us from across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast?
What's going on, C-Cat? I do, and there is a lot going on around West Palm and the Treasure Coast. Number 2, Cardinal Newman up early, 7-0 over Benjamin. Number 4, Atlantic 14-0 over Dr. Joaquin Garcia. Lake Worth early, 14-0 lead over Forest Hill. Olympic Heights 13-0 over John I. And we got Park Vista 7-0 over Wellington. Take it away, C-Cat.
Thank you, Damian. A reminder, we're going to give you score updates all throughout the night. So when you keep your radio dial and your YouTube live on ESPN Top 63, ESPN 1063, you will not miss a minute of action under the Friday night lights across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. And that's just on this program. The action continues on YouTube right at 11 o'clock on ESPN Top 63, where Brian Rowitz, Theo Dorsey, Cade Chumsland will recap, react, and talk about every single game across our listening area. Again, that's on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. We have boots on the ground all across the area. You will get video highlights, plays of the week, everything you could ever want live on YouTube later tonight at 11 o'clock. Jupiter's got the football to enter the second quarter and got 1st and 10 from the 11-yard line. Ebick takes the snap, looking left, rolling left, looking for the wheel route, and he gets sacked. Holds onto the football, nearly was a turnover, but Embick holds onto it, is brought down at the 19-yard line. It's a loss of 8. 2nd and 18 coming up for Jupiter.
That's when you got to have that clock in your head if you're a quarterback. You got to know that defenders are going to come eventually. Get your head around, peek, and just see where those guys are. And if nothing else, you've got a chance to throw it out of bounds. Don't take that sack if you're Embick.
Second down for Jupiter as the Palm Beach Gardens defensive line might now smell a little bit blood in the water. Once you get home the first time, it kind of gets addictive, and you want one. If your right side of the defensive line gets a sack, the left side now wants one. Plenty enough to go around. Here's 2nd and 18 for Jupiter. Line to gain is all the way up to the 1-yard line. You can get a first down without scoring a touchdown. As Embick fakes right. Now throws a screen on the left side. Larson's got it to the 20. Stiff arm, stays in bounds. 15-10 out of bounds. past the original line of scrimmage, waiting for the official ruling. He's not in the end zone. He's not even past the 5, but it was a solid gain on the fake right throw the screen left by K.J. Larson. They're going to say his foot hit the chalk at the 10-yard line, so it will be, pardon me, it was the 15-yard line where he went out of bounds. That's kind of the far sideline for us for the radio audience, so we had a pretty poor angle on it. 3rd down and 14 coming up for Jupiter. We saw Jupiter kick about a 25-yarder extra point earlier in the game. Is this 4-down territory? In the shotgun, Embick takes the snap. It's a play-action pass. Rolling to his left, looking for somebody open. Good coverage from Gardens. He just throws it out of bounds, and a flag comes out. Did you see any holding there by the offense, Coach?
Yeah, it appears that it's a holding call on Jupiter. Again, Embiid gets outside of the pocket, and what happens is that the offensive tackle has got the guy locked inside, so the quarterback begins to scramble. The defender sees that, and then he tries to get outside and grabs him, and the officials are waiting on it every time.
So I assume if you are an offensive lineman, you're anticipating the direction of which the defensive lineman is trying to get towards. So you're ready for that. You're anticipating that. Whenever it changes up, it's all of a sudden, what do I do here? He tries to get outside, and like you said, you grab. That's the instinct that you try to fight as an offensive lineman. What are you taught to try to resist that urge? What are you teaching the offensive lineman to do?
Well, guys just not moving just to move. So when you see him starting to move outside, you got to reestablish your hand position, let him go, and then just try to just push him outside, because the quarterback is going to read off of your body. So just push him outside, give him a lane inside. Maybe he can make the throw, or he'll run it inside.
3rd down and long for Jupiter after that offensive holding call. Palm Beach Gardens elected to accept the penalty rather than decline the penalty and have 4th down and 14. They back him all the way up to the 25. It is 3rd down and 24. Embick in the pistol. He's got a receiver to the left, Hollinger. Receiver to the right, and 2 tight ends to the right. Long 3rd and 24. Embick, play action pass, rolling to his right. The right-handed quarterback trying to set his feet up and throw this ball down the field. He fires it to the end zone. Incomplete. Just ran out of room. There were 2 different Jupiter Warriors there, one of which was a touchdown catcher, Brandon Hollinger, as well as Braden Brown. They just simply ran out of room. If the end zone was 15 yards or 5 yards deeper, maybe there'd be a play in the ball, but it falls incomplete. 4th and 24 coming up for Jupiter, and rolling the dice there from head coach Tyrone Higgins really pays off, because this makes it a very difficult, if at all possible, field goal attempt, choosing to move the football back to the 25 instead of saving a 4th and 14 if he accepted the previous penalty.
Yeah, it makes it a 42-yard field goal. If I'm Tyrone Higgins, that's a great play, great thought process, because chances are you're probably not going to get the first down on that. So I want to thrust you into a position. If you're going to make a long field goal, okay, that's good. I'm good with that. But you're going to have to show me you can do it.
So yes, it is a 42-yarder for Jupiter. Dean Murray lines this one up. It's right in the middle of the field, not on either hash. Good snap. The hold's okay. The kick is up. It's got the distance, and it is good. Dean Murray gets fired up by his special teams unit, and the young man makes it a 12-0 lead for Jupiter. In a team that is littered with seniors, 30 of them. Murray, the junior, has accounted for the points in the scoreboard so far this evening. Again, 10:43 to play in the second quarter. It is 12-0, Jupiter on top.
I'm Tyrone Higgins. I can live with that, because, again, most high school kickers aren't going to make a 42-yard field goal. So we pushed them back. We didn't get a chance. We got to stop on 3rd down. Hey, they hit the field goal. Let's live with that. We didn't give them 7, though. That's the good thing about it. Now we're still 2 scores down. Let's try to get some established offensively. They haven't been able to do much on the offensive side. They've had 8 plays altogether. 5 of those have been runs, and the other ones have been marred by penalties. So they got to find a way to get some rhythm on the offensive side, because their defense has been on the field for most of the night.
So now it's Palm Beach Gardens. As you alluded to, the defense of Gardens has been on the field the whole night. That offense was unable to get anything going on their first couple of drives of the game. Riddled and plagued with offensive penalties, some pre-snap, some on the offensive line. On the defensive line of Jupiter is giving them fits, and this one's kicked away to Gardens, and it will bounce at the 20 and returnable. at the 24-yard line, brought down. Not much going that time for the return team. Brandon Garland gets tackled after the carry, and the Gators will get the football trailing 12-0. 10:39 to play here in this second quarter. ESPN 106.3's coverage of high school sports is presented by Kaiser Seahawks. They're all about champions on the field and in the classroom. 26 national championships. Count them. They're all there, the red banners, and you go to the flagship campus of Kaiser University right off of I-95 in the Turnpike. 26 men's tennis team won their first ever NAIA title that season, and the three-peat for the men's lacrosse last spring as well. Fresh off a big top 10 road victory, Kaiser's football team has their home opener next Saturday versus Bethel College at 3 p.m. Get the latest on the championship Kaiser Seahawk athletic programs at kuseahawks.com. Thank you so much for Kaiser for supporting our local community's high school athletics. It's a handoff. Fulmer bottled up in the backfield. Nothing going on that inside run on 1st and 10 from Palm Beach Gardens to get this drive started. Wilfred Kwoku unable to make something happen. It's maybe a gain of 1. 2nd down and 9. Line to gain is the 33-yard line for Gardens.
See, Cat, I can't tell you how important that snap is, because when you snap the ball too high, the quarterback has to go up, catch it, and it throws off the timing between he and the running back. So you got to find a way to clean that up. The way you snap that football is going to snap it right at his head, and it'll come down to his chest.
You're right. It's almost like if you're trying to play golf and you can't get the ball in the fairway or off the tee box and you're hitting out of bounds. It's like, we can't even play the game if you can't get this transaction in a timely manner. Another handoff. Kwoku. This one is a good one. Across the line of scrimmage, bouncing it to the 25 and out of bounds. Kwoku does make the carry for a gain of maybe 2 yards. 3rd down and 7.
You know, I'm bracing just like Tyrone Higgins, looking for a flag on that, because we've had so many penalties here in the first half. 5 to be exact, and none on the other side for Jupiter. So they played a very disciplined game. Gardens has to find a way to, at least if they don't score on this drive, try to get a couple of first downs to give them a chance to make some adjustments on the defensive side of the ball.
9:45 to go in the first half. 12-0 Jupiter over Palm Beach Gardens. The Gators trying to mount a little bit of a comeback here. Quarterback in the game for Gardens is Lawrence Fulmore. Fulmore's got 2 receivers to the right, lone receiver to the left. Takes a snap, fires it left side. It's deflected the line of scrimmage, incomplete. Press coverage on that bottom receiver. They were looking for, that time, Herschel Reynolds. Reynolds was going on a go route with press coverage, and Fulmore was just trying to take the snap and fire it as far as he could on a go route down that near sideline, but was unable to get the football over those tall D linemen of Jupiter. It'll be 4th down and 9 from the 24.
And you don't expect this late in the season, 3 games in, that you'd have a position like that where a wide receiver is going down the field and the quarterback throws it short. You got to be on the same page, because it's 3rd and long. You're trying to get a first down. The timing needs to be there between quarterback and receiver.
Punt team on the field for Gardens. 1 man back deep to return. He's at the 45-yard line for Jupiter. Some early pre-snap movement on the bottom of the screen. Not sure who initiated the contact there between gunner and defense, and it was the defense of Jupiter for a free 5 yards for Palm Beach Gardens, setting up 4th down and 4.
The answer is no. You're not going to go for it. I know what you're thinking. I already know what you're thinking. No. They're not playing well enough offensively to do that. They got to lean on the defense, try to punt the ball here, flip the field. Hopefully you don't get a return, but you get down there and cover it in enough time that you can stop the return guy.
Low snap, it's corralled and punted away. Low spiral kick takes a good Gators roll to the 43-yard line. It's still returned and eventually brought down short of midfield. Difficult play that time by the punter of Palm Beach Gardens to get it away, because that almost looked like disaster for Palm Beach Gardens, but they get away with it. Not too disastrous, as able to punt that one away was Herschel Reynolds.
You know, those are all basic fundamentals that you work on day 1 in camp. That's getting the snap from quarterback to center, getting the snap in the shotgun. In any situation, if you're a punter, if you're extra point, whatever it may be. But those are the small nuances in a game that can turn it one way or the other. You get a snap and the field is still kind of slick You get a snap on the ground and get a fumble. Now Jupiter has the ball in plus territory.
1st and 10 from the 48-yard line. Jupiter is short of midfield. Again, 1st and 10 from the 48. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right. Tailback and now a tight end on the left side as Embiid play action pass, fires it, screen, left side across the line of scrimmage and brought down at the 50. It's a gain of 2 on 1st and 10. 2nd and 8 now coming up for the Jupiter Warrior offense. Play that time was made, the catch by Kai Quinn. It's one of 3 different senior tight ends on this Jupiter squad. Kai Quinn, as well as AP Passley and KJ Larson. Ball at the 50, hard count. Gardens jumps into the neutral zone and will give Jupiter a free 5 yards. Move the football from midfield to the 45. It'd be 2nd down and 3.
It's just too easy. I mean, again, you're right in front of the football, so all you got to do is you're in your stands, and you make certain that you don't move until the football moves. And those are those small things, and coach brings them to the sideline and try to coach them up a little bit, because those 5 yards, hitting yardage in the game, it really hurts you.
2nd down and 2. Embiid in the shotgun, 2 receivers on either side. It's a carry. Right side, Raul Harris gets the HSS 1st down. Brought down at the 40-yard line. It's a gain of 5. 1st and 10 for Jupiter. Harris on the carry. And you know, the ESPN West Palm High School team that bounce around, I haven't been able to see Jupiter yet this year. We only cover these games, and they warned me. They said Jupiter is going to be really good this year, and they're going to be really boring. They're just going to play very high IQ, possession football, control the clock, get a lead, and sit on the football. And they won't have the fireworks, but their win-loss record will be very good.
And it does, every year it's the same, and that's just the way they play football. And so, like it or not, they're going to give you 4 quarters of football. They're going to be very disciplined, and I tell you what, they don't beat themselves. So that's the thing you want from a coaching standpoint. You know, you say to yourself, listen, what are we? Are we are we going to be a team that can go down the field and score 40 points a game and get the fans excited? No, we're not that. But yet we will come out every Friday night, and we're going to be in every contest. And that's the thing that Jupiter represents himself well with.
It's like, would you rather lose 21-7, and that 7 being a touchdown that goes viral on Instagram, or would you rather win a game 14-13 with no distinguishable highlight for the casual viewer? Harris on the carry on 1st and 15, as we were talking about the discipline of Jupiter. There was actually a pre-snap penalty that backed him up 5 yards. Funny how that works every once in a while, but it's like 10-yard carry that time from Harris to turn a 1st and 15 to a 2nd and 5 from the 35-yard line. Again, 2nd and 5 for Jupiter. They have the football at the 35 of Palm Beach Gardens. Trips left, lone receiver right for Andrew Embiid. 7:20 to play in this first half. Pump left, looking deep down the left side. Now rolling to his right. Protection from Jupiter is giving some space. Embiid fires it, nearly intercepted. Did it skip into the arms of Jupiter? It is incomplete. Nearly an exceptional one-handed C.J. Daniels style interception that time from Palm Beach Gardens' Keyshawn Hodge, but it falls incomplete.
You know, Emmitt tries to get it over the defender, and it would have been a great pass had he been able to make it, but the defender was able to climb the ladder and tip the ball and get it away from his guy. But the one thing I've noticed so far about Embiid is he has the ability to stand in the pocket, make some good decisions, using his feet, but he's not forcing the football, and that's what you want from your junior quarterback. Give him a chance, keep your offense on the field. Hey, all we want to do is get in field goal range, because we know we hit a 42-yarder. We can make it from 45, 47 if we have to.
Coach, when you see a pocket collapse and a quarterback, instead of immediately tucking the football and looking to run, is still looking down the field, is that a sign of confidence, maturity, or a little bit of both? As this is a quick out route, incomplete, throwing to the right side, it'll now be 4th down and 5.
They're not built to go down the field. He can run. He has the ability to run, but he's looking, he's running to throw the football. He's not running to run. He wants to look down the field, you know, employ those guys down the field. Listen, this is what you do. I know I can run, but I want to get it to you if I can in space, because you're already down there. If I can get it to you, it's going to be, even if not a first down, it's going to be a big gainer.
4th and 5, Jupiter going for it from the 35-yard line. Got to get to the 30 for an HSS first down. Trips left, tight end Larson on the left side motions over, and now he's playing an actual up-back position behind the left tackle. Lone receiver right for quarterback Andrew Embick. The tailback with Embick, one of the many, is Jaden Roberts to the right of QB for Jupiter. Ball at the middle of the field, need 5 yards for a first down. As Embick steps up in the pocket, fires across the middle of the field, incomplete. Pass defended, nice play that time made by Nomo Davis, who swapped that football to the ground. Actually, it was not Davis. Instead, it was DeAndre Young on the pass defense. He had a man nearly open if that football made it through the middle of the field, but Young said no.
Well, you better make that play or you can't go home. Your father's a defensive coordinator, right? So you better make that play. But again, as you mentioned, great look there by Embick, just a little bit behind the receiver, gave Young a chance to break on it, because had the ball been out in front of the receiver, we'd probably been striking up the band on Jupiter's side.
1st and 10, here comes Palm Beach Gardens. They only trail by 12. Not a lot of success offensively for Gardens so far. Their defense has been able to keep them in this game thus far. Only 1 touchdown given up by the Gardens defense. Let's see if their O can show up to the party. 1st and 10, play action pass. Johnson to the quarterback, fires it right side, caught on a crossing route. 5 yards on the field. HSS first down, out of bounds past the 45-yard line. Solid gain that time made by Gardens. Brandon Garland on the catch-in conversion to move the chains.
That's what you need on the offensive side of your Gardens. Again, not a lot of success offensively. You got to find a way to keep this offense on the field, try to flip the field, make some throws down the field, and help them get a little continuity up front, help these offensive linemen as well.
They actually say he was short of the line to gain, 2nd and inches, even though the football is being snapped past the line to gain. Maybe just a down and distance issue there. 2nd and very short. Drop at a pass. Heavy pressure, firing it incomplete. Johnson had a lot of pressure in his face immediately. That play was dead before it began, and he's fortunate to have the presence of mind to just cut the losses and move on to 3rd and short.
Big play there for the Gardens offense, because you're going to go for it, anyway. It doesn't really matter. So say 3rd down, we can get 1 yard, but getting outside the pocket, being able to throw the football toward the line of scrimmage, that really helped, because they didn't call intentional grounding on that play.
So it is 3rd down and a yard at most for Palm Beach Gardens. 6:50 to play in the first half. 12-0. Jupiter on the road leads over Palm Beach Gardens. Jordan Johnson in that quarterback. His tailback to his right, spread formation, heavy line. About 6 bodies up on the offensive line, showing pressure to Palm Beach Gardens. The ball snapped high. Quarterback keeper, Johnson, right side, HSS first down, but there's a flag on the play. This one might be coming back. The flag was in the offensive backfield of Palm Beach Gardens, and if it's an offensive holding, it's an absolute killer.
It is. That's, you called it right on. Hit it right on the head. Again, going around that side, the referee sees a defender disappear out of the screen. He's looking. You grab him, he's going to call it every time. Floyd Steele is the head guy out there tonight. I know him very well. So call a discipline game, keep the players under control, but you got to play inside. I never like shotgun on 3rd and 1. I mean, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but hey, maybe that's why I'm up here and they're down there, right?
So they are about to walk the penalty yardage back, and it will be a 10-yard penalty on offensive holding of Palm Beach Gardens. So 3rd and 11 coming up for the Gators offense. So we'll likely see the arm of Jordan Johnson as he tries to connect with one of the likes of Herschel Reynolds, Nomo Davis, Brandon Garland. They're split out wide to the left. Trips receivers, no one out. Pardon me, there is a lone receiver to the right side. Trips left. Tailback to the right of Johnson. Jordan Johnson in the shotgun with 3rd and 11. Got to get the football past the 45. Rolling to his left. Trips and gets sacked. There is a flag on the play. That might be more offensive holding. KJ Larson was there. Also, Max Doster was in the backfield, making life a lot more difficult for quarterback Jordan Johnson. He gets sacked, and that'll back up Gardens even further. And the penalty will be declined by Jupiter and head coach Jason Krabman on the offensive holding that was likely called. And Gardens will punt this one away. 4th and 20 coming up as they'll snap the football from the 25-yard line. Back deep to return for Jupiter. He's setting up at the 45-yard line. That return man is Braden Brown, the senior. 6:15 to play in the first half. Gardens giving the football back to Jupiter after they were unable to cash in on a fourth down stop that their defense did hand them their football. Low snap, it's puntable, and it gets away. It's a high one that'll land just short of midfield. Ball's loose in the ground. Flag comes out. Ball was picked up for Gardens for what it's worth, but they're going to call fair catch interference as the football hit Gardens on the way down, and unable to return it was Jupiter, and there'll be more penalty yardage added on to that start of the drive for Jupiter. Under 6 to play here in the first half. It's been all Jupiter. It's been a bit of a slog. The field's been slower because of the heavy rain that we had throughout the day across Palm Beach County. And we really haven't had too many explosive plays. A whole lot of defense, a whole lot of penalty yardage, but a whole lot of game control by Jason Krabman's Jupiter Warriors so far this evening. And they're going to start with the football deep into Palm Beach Gardens territory. And a timeout's going to be called for a water break. It is a timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Back in 60 seconds here live on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Whether it's a clutch touchdown pass, a game-winning dunk, or an impressive dash to the finish, we want to highlight the best performance of the week. The winning performance will receive $500 courtesy of Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Catch the biggest moments and winners all season long on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN West Palm Play. Nominate them today by emailing highschool@espnwestpalm.com. Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Welcome to being treated like a pro.
When a person calls 988, they're connected to a crisis counselor.
Crisis is completely self-defined. If you're wondering if you should call,
let me know if you want intro or no intro.
A caller can expect to talk about coping skills, talk about resources, and ways to move forward beyond the call.
They can call us, they can chat, they can text, and when they come out on the other side, they're feeling better.
Call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Carry right side and cutting it back upfield that time for a gain of 6 on first down. Nice play by Jaden Roberts to make something happen. The initial running Valley closed up on him, and he made something out of nothing. He made 6 yards out of nothing. It is going to be second down and 4 as he advances the football from the 35 to the 29-yard line on that 1st and 10 carry. Jupiter with the football, trying to stretch out their 12-0 lead. Only one touchdown in the game for Jupiter so far. Came on their second offensive possession. I believe it was a 28-yard pitch and catch. Embick connected with Brendan Hollinger. 2nd and 4. Embick hands it off right side. Jaden again with the carry, and he gets the HSS first down. Just never saying die, keeping his legs moving was Jaden Roberts to move the chains with the HSS first down.
And about Jupiter, this works for me because I'm averaging 7 yards a clip. Every time I put it on the ground, I'm averaging 7 yards. I put it in the air, a little over 8 yards. So this is what they do offensively. Again, like I said, it's not going to wow you. But the one thing about it, they're going to be consistent up front. Offensive line is going to win most battles, and they're going to move the ball consistently down the field.
4:30 to play in this first half. 12-0 Jupiter. Embick was clapping his hands hard and then kind of let out a big exasperation as he maybe thought he was going to get Gardens to jump, or he wanted Jupiter to take advantage of a play. But here's 1st and 10. It's a handoff once again. Jaden on the carry up the middle, 15, 10, at the 5, staying on his feet, brought down at the 4-yard line. Ow, Jaden Roberts showing his balance, sticking his left arm in the ground while he's carrying the football with his right arm and gaining an extra 5 or 6 yards at the end of that play, setting up 1st and goal for Jupiter from the 5-yard line after that HSS first down.
And what was once a 6-yard run now turns into a 12-yard run, because now you start to wear down this defense. They've been on the field for most of this first half. And again, you start run blitzing. If you miss an assignment, if you're the Gators, that's where you get those gaping holes for the Warriors.
Trips left, lone receiver right, Embick. Managing this game very well so far. It's Jaden Roberts in the backfield once again. And once again, he gets a carry up the middle. Plowing forward. Gets stopped short of the goal line. It'll be 2nd and goal from the half-yard line. A couple more tries at this one. It's almost like they're trying to feed Jaden Roberts his touchdown because he's really marched this football down the field with his legs, and they want to reward him with a little bit of a touchdown celebration.
Yeah, you want to get a guy paid off on the other end. That makes him work a little bit harder. But the one thing that I've noticed is that Jupiter's winning the line of scrimmage, both on the defensive side and the offensive line. They've been able to do that because they're staying on the field. They're getting a lot of push up front. And Gardens is not touching the running backs until they're 4, 5, 6 yards down the field.
Trips left, lone receiver right. Embick in the shotgun. He's got Jaden Roberts, same tailback, to the right of him in the backfield, side by side. Larson motions over. It's another carry. Roberts trying to fight forward on the rushing touchdown. Is he in? He is. It's a racetrack touchdown for Jaden Roberts. A 1-yard carry extends the Jupiter lead from 12-0 to 18-0, and a flag came in at the very end of that play. And the penalty actually goes against Jupiter, so this one is coming back. Maybe an offensive hold that allowed Roberts to get that second effort in. So take the 6 points off the scoreboard, premature with the racetrack touchdown. And moving backwards is Jupiter. Reminder, you can stick around for the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime show, where I will be hosting alongside the likes of Theo Dorsey, Brian Rowitz, Kate Chumsland, and a host of our call-ins from ESPN West Palm reporters who are boots on the ground at all of these games across Palm Beach County and in the Treasure Coast, giving eyewitness accounts, telling us what is going on in those games with their eyes, and those video highlights will be visible on YouTube later on tonight. ESPN Top 63, where Theo Dorsey, Brian Rowitz, and Kate Chumsland will break things down. A sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout is called. We will take a timeout with them here live on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN Top 63. 2:30 to play in the first half. It's 12-0. Jupiter on top of Gardens.
The annual Boca Raton Bowl ABC Supply Company Great Chefs Tailgate Showcase heats up on Wednesday, September 10th from 6 to 8:30 p.m. Join me, Theo Dorsey, at Boca Raton Innovation Campus in Boca Raton as dozens of local chefs, breweries, and cocktail masters serve up their favorite tailgate classics. Tickets are on sale now. It includes all food samplings, beer, wine, cocktails, and soft drinks. Visit spiritofgivingnetwork.org/events to purchase your tickets today.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
The 5-yard penalty will back up Jupiter to their own to the 5-yard line. 2nd and goal from the 5. It's a pass. Embick rolling to his right. Heavy pressure, throws it incomplete. That ball is going to be short of the the line of scrimmage, and they're going to call intentional grounding against Embick. He started to roll to his left, saw a couple of Palm Beach Gardens Gators right in his face, quickly pivoted and stumbled and tried to get the football away to avoid the loss of yardage, but he was unable to do that. It is intentional grounding. So now Jupiter, for a second there, for maybe 5 seconds there, it looked like they were on top 18-0. That touchdown got called back on an offensive penalty of 5 yards, and now they're moving backwards. Of course, intentional grounding is not only the loss of yardage, but the loss of down. So it'll be 3rd down and a mile for Jupiter.
Yeah, and I understand what he's trying to do on that Embick. He wants to make a play, but you got to understand when it's over. They were on top of you. You can't throw it past the line of scrimmage where you need to throw it in order to save that play to be back at the line of scrimmage at the 5. So you really hurt your football team on that. But again, he's talented enough. If he can get that one-on-one matchup down here, that's what he's looking for, try to get a first down or a touchdown.
They move the football all the way back to the 20-yard line. It'll be 3rd and goal from the 20. And another sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout is called. And, you're looking at the clock. You're thinking about it. 7:36. This is pretty much dinner time unless it's a football Friday night. So you're hungry and you're thinking, where do I go after the game tonight? Where is the post-game celebration if you're a Jupiter fan? Where is the post-game recuperation if you're a Palm Beach Gardens fan if the score remains the same after the entire game is over? Where you want to go is Duffy Sports Grill, a proud supporter of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Duffy's once again was voted the best sports grill with their award-winning burgers and wings, plus weekday lunch deals, including the Duffy's Double Play starting at just $7.99. Also, make sure you sign up for free to get your Duffy's MVP card and start earning rewards today. With over 80 TVs in each location, you'll never miss a minute of the game or the biggest bouts. Duffy's got them all. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy Sports Grill, a proud supporter of ESPN West Palm High School coverage. Embick to the end zone, looking for Larson. It's incomplete. Good coverage that time. Not too many places that football could have been gone for a catch and a touchdown, as good coverage was made by the Palm Beach Gardens Gators defense. 4th down and goal from the 20-yard line as another field goal attempt lining up for the Jupiter Warriors offense. Dean Murray getting to line this one up. He hit a 42-yarder earlier on in this first half. This one will be shorter than that. It'll be about a 37-yarder. Coach, it's got to be such a luxury to have at the high school level a kicker that has range that might even mimic some college kickers.
Yeah, put you in a great position, and you can throw that if you're Embick, as long as the defender doesn't get it, because you just want to get 3 out of it for nothing else.
The kick is blocked. No good, but a flag comes in. We might see a roughing or running into call here, as Gardens got home to the kicker, but Murray was laying on the ground after that football rolled into the second level. He did get hit, and we might see a penalty. We will see a penalty against Palm Beach Gardens. Coach, what's the exact ruling on here about whether or not it's a first down or just the penalty yardage?
So there's no automatic first down, so it'll be 15 yards. Tyrone Higgins is ran out to the middle of the field. So listen, the ball was tipped, so therefore we can run into the kicker. I think that's what they're going to call on this play.
They just waved off the flag, and the Palm Beach Gardens defense gets fired up. You go from so excited he made a block on the special teams play to so deflated the flag was called to once again fired up again when they waved the flag off. So Palm Beach Gardens will get the football back. That penalty is off the board. 2:15 to play in this first half. It is 12-0 Jupiter on top of Palm Beach Gardens.
But let me
so
show
does
you
the spot of the football go inside the 5.
So let me show you the fundamental error on that by Gardens. So you down the ball at the 5. That's where you get the ball. Had you just stayed away from it and didn't touch it, the ball would have been at the 20.
So they half-heartedly try to return it or try to pick it up? No.
He just laid on the football. So that's where you downed it, so you got the ball. Remember Leon Lett? You weren't even born then.
I've seen the highlight.
Yeah, Leon Lett touches the ball. The Dolphins get it. They get an extra kick on the field goal in the Thanksgiving game. That's essentially what happened on that play. If you don't touch it, we're good. We already tipped it. The ball's live, but we can't touch it because if Jupiter had gotten it, they would have had the ball right there, first down.
So Palm Beach Gardens getting the football inside their own 5-yard line. A lot of ground to make up. Dropping back, quick pass made at the goal line, the 5-yard line, 10-yard line. Good block and ripped out of bounds for a solid gain on 1st and 10 from the 5. A gain of 7. The catch was made that time by Wilfred Kwoku.
And that's what you got to do if you're guards. You can't win this game on the interior line because Jupiter has a little better push on you right now than you really want. So try to win it on the edge, get the ball out in space to Nomo Davis and these other talented receivers and see if you can somehow break a tackle, get away from these defenders to try to help your offense.
It's officially a gain of 8 to the 13-yard line. 2nd and 2. Line to gain the 15. Guards in the shotgun. Drops back. Fulmore fires it right sideline. Incomplete. Trying to link up with his intended target, Brendan Garland, but Garland got a left hand on it, the direction that he was running, but was able to haul it on in. Again, they're kind of alternating snaps, alternating drives at the quarterback position. Sometimes you've got Jordan Johnson in there. Right now you've got Lawrence Fulmore. Fulmore wears number 17 for Palm Beach Gardens. He's a freshman quarterback who they're trying to develop as quarterback for the next several years here at Palm Beach Gardens if everything goes to plan. He's getting real in-season rivalry game snaps here against the Jupiter Warriors. 1:41 to play in the first half, 12-0. Warriors on top, Gardens with the ball. Handoff, right side, bouncing it across the 15, 20, flag on the play, and Kwoku runs out of bounds on a solid carry, but this one likely will be coming back, and Kwoku is not happy that this one will not count.
Yeah, you get a little frustrated after a while. The officials start to see a little bit more than really is happening on the field. Some plays are not affecting the play, so I'm not going to say you got to let it go, but let them play. You got to give the kids a chance because every time Gardens runs one or two plays, it's really frustrating. And I know if I'm Tyrone Higgins, I'm starting to say to the referees, hey, listen, look at it on both sides because it's real frustrating every time we touch the ball, we get a penalty.
And if there is one side who is actually holding all night, but then maybe in the fourth quarter it's a 50-50 call, is there that bias where you're used to them holding, where if it's a 50-50 call, and whether or not that side is grabbing the jersey, where you're used to throwing the flag, so you do throw it?
Well, I think, yeah, it almost becomes automatic for some officials because they think they see something they really don't see. Again, let it play through, let the kids play, and let's see the game won on the field as opposed to you being the person that decides the outcome of the game.
4 receivers to the right side, 3rd and 7. Fulmore fires it across the middle of the field. It's going to be intercepted at the 35-yard line, at the 30, 25, 20, 15. Big hit, big interception, and big-time field position for the Jupiter Warriors. Reese Hall on the catch, playing center field out there for Jupiter. Some help coverage, and the ball was tracked for about 15 yards. Hall was all over it. He makes a nice catch, a nice interception, and a solid return to set up the Jupiter Warriors inside the red zone as they get the football back with 1:22 to play in the first half.
You know, most teams at this point would take a sudden change and try to go down the field. It's just such a short yardage right here. Don't be surprised if Jupiter throws some type of screen because they know Gardens is frustrated. They're going to be coming up the field, try to get them, lure them up the field and throw it underneath them for an easy touchdown.
12-0 Jupiter. Jupiter has the football. They got the football at the 15-yard line in plus territory. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right for quarterback Andrew Embick. Embick motions over one of his tight ends from the right side to the left side. It's a play-action pass. They throw a screen left side, try to get it to Hall, and the ball falls incomplete.
See the thought process there? I'm thinking, let them come up the field because I know they're going to come. They got to send a blitz. They're frustrated. So I throw it underneath. If he had thrown that on time, he would have walked into the end zone for a touchdown because that's just the idea of what most coaches on the offensive side think. It's sudden change. Let's get something underneath because they're going to come real fast.
1:18 to play in this first half. Jupiter on top, 12-0. They've got a safety, a field goal, and a touchdown. Dropping back to pass, Andrew Embick. It's another screen pass. This time it's caught. Left side, Raul Harris stays on his feet. 5, end zone, touchdown. You'll see that tonight on ESPN Top 63. Raul Harris walking the balance beam, showing off his agility as Raul Harris finds the end zone for 6. A racetrack touchdown to put Jupiter on top, 18-0.
Well, that's what you work on day one. You want to try to catch the football first. Then when you get hit by a defender, put your hand down on the ground to balance yourself. And if you're athletic enough, you can, like Harris just did, then you can walk into the end zone. There was nobody there at the next level of that defense because everybody sold out. They drew him up with the screen as they did on the first play. They just missed it, did Embick. He comes back to it again, and he hits that time on the screen for a touchdown.
Raul Harris, once again, that is your candidate for play of the week on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Raul Harris catches the screen pass, gains about 10 yards, took a big hit to his midsection, but planted that arm into the ground, stayed on his feet, and was able to muscle his way into the end zone for 6. A timeout has been called, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost before this extra points or 2-point conversion is attempted. As it stands with 1:10 remaining in the first half, 18-0, Jupiter on top. And with all these seniors, depth of seniors, it's almost like Jupiter always has fresh legs. They are not running guys into the ground, even though they do have players that play both sides, including the guy who made the interception to get the football back to the Warriors, who made the first catch on that drive, Reese Hall. But they are well rested, well hydrated, and always foot on the gas for Jupiter. And foot on the gas for Jupiter in terms of executing the play that is called. Not going deep every time and not looking for the home run play every time, but playing through the whistle and cranking the dial to 10 on every play.
Well, that's not what they are. They probably won't throw a ball all night past 10 yards. They're going to be a screen, draw, inside run, zone. They're just going to wear you down, and that's what they do as an offense. They're going to go for 2 on this, but Jupiter's built that way. You got to know what you have in terms of your arsenal. If you got guys that can go down the field because of speed, you go deep. If not, you have to just methodically move it down the field and try to play the type of football that is best for you.
No running back in the backfield. It's KJ Larson on the direct snap, and this play is going to be blown dead on the 2-point conversion. Jupiter leading 18-0, trying to make it a 20-0 lead with 1:10 to play in the first half. Again, KJ Larson in at pseudo quarterback. Embick is actually on the sideline right now, not on the field. After leading that pretty short touchdown drive, well set up from the Jupiter defense. Interesting to see what Jupiter puts on tape here. 3 receivers to the left, Larson in the shotgun, and 2 tight ends to the right side. They actually shift over to the left side now. Overloaded left side. KJ Larson getting the direct snap. The tight end rolls to his left, looking for the end zone, and he is in, standing up. He does the gator chomp to the crowd, or actually to the cameraman behind the end zone. It's a touchdown for Jupiter. Pardon me, a 2-point conversion for Jupiter to extend their lead from 18 to 20. The Warriors extend their lead. We will take a 30-second break. Be right back here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 and on the air of ESPN 106.3.
The all-new 2025 Defender 110 P300S is here. Built for those who crave adventure without compromising on luxury. Lease the powerful 2025 Defender 110 P300S for just $889 per month for 36 months. Whether you're tackling the toughest roads or cruising the city, the Defender is ready for it all. Don't wait. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and experience the Defender like never before. Terms and conditions apply. See dealer for details.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Back here on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Reminder, you can watch this game, all video highlights, everything. Good broadcast camera on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Guardians on the return. They make their way towards the 30-yard line and will have 65 seconds to try to make their way onto the scoreboard for the first time this evening. It's Jupiter 20, Palm Beach Guardians 0, and this Jupiter defense has been very stout all season long. Have not given out a touchdown yet in 2025. Just 3 points given up in 2.5 games so far for Jason Krabman's Jupiter Warrior defensive side.
Yeah, they've been tough tonight too, but Gardens has helped them out a lot. They've got 10 penalties so far, and Jupiter has 2. So anytime you have those self-inflicted injuries, it's going to tell on you because it's hard to keep drives going, the momentum going when you hurt yourself. False starts, 15-yard penalties, holding penalties. Those have been the call of the day for Gardens, and it's been very difficult for them to keep an offensive drive established.
Gardens starts with the football on their own 29-yard line. 1:05 to play in the second quarter. Rolling to his left is Johnson. Johnson pointing deep, firing towards the sideline. Nice catch made. I think he toe tapped. It's in for an HSS first down conversion. Solid catch and conversion that time from Nomo Davis. It's kind of exactly what you draw up there. Only 6 seconds comes off of the game clock, and you get 12 yards. Move the football to the 42, 1st and 10 Palm Beach Gardens, and the clock, of course, stops as he rolled out of bounds. 59 seconds to play in the first half.
Even with that, though, C-Cat, you got two guys in the same area, so it was almost like there was a bit of confusion there. They were very fortunate that ball wasn't picked off going the other way, because two receivers in the same area, usually you don't see that. You've got to get a little continuity on the offensive side of the ball.
1st and 10 Gardens, 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right, ball being snapped on the left hash. The slot receiver from the right side is motioned over to the left for have trips. Johnson, heavy pressure, fires it, middle of the field, incomplete. Looking for Nomo Davis again. Larson was right there to kind of make his presence known and affect where that ball had to be thrown. It's going to be 2nd and 10.
You see the difference so far. Embick has had chances to go out to the left. He's made some plays because he doesn't have the pressure that Johnson has on him. A lot of pressure in the face of quarterbacks in Palm Beach Gardens. They've got to find a way on the offensive side up front to give them a little more time so these guys can get the ball down the field to some of these talented receivers.
Ball at the 42-yard line, 2nd and 10. Line to gain is past midfield to the 48, and we have a player who's got some stomach issues on the Jupiter Warriors defense. Is there such thing as overhydrating where sometimes you end up throwing that stuff back up?
Yes, I mean, sometimes you never know what's going on in the guy's system, but, get a little upset stomach. Maybe it's a pregame meal, could have been nerves. I mean, at this point, it shouldn't be that in a game, but you never really know what's going on with these guys.
So they stop play for a little bit there, and now it's 2nd and 10 from the 42-yard line. Again, line to gain is the 48 past midfield. Jordan Johnson, the shotgun, with 55 seconds to play in the first half. Gardens trailing 20-0, trying to get on the scoreboard before the end of the first half. He takes the snap, fakes the handoff, heavy pressure, breaks out of the sack attempts, but he won't be able to break out of the third, and then throws it out of bounds, incomplete. Johnson had a Herculean effort to not get sacked that time, and there is a flag at the line of scrimmage. Shook off the first attempt off the left side, and then a hold is going to be called against the Palm Beach Garden Gators to back them up 10 yards and replay that 2nd down for 2nd down and 20.
And that's what happens. Even if you don't get to the quarterback, if you get enough pressure on him to force offensive linemen to have to grab, the play's still effective. You may not get a sack, but 10 yards is 10 yards. So Jupiter's employing, they're walking linebackers up in the A-gap. They're not always coming. A-gap is the two gaps between the center and the two guards. They're not coming, but they're faking as if they're coming, so now their linemen are confused by Gardens. They don't know who to block, and that's where they're getting the holding calls.
48 seconds to play in this first half. 2nd and 20 for Palm Beach Gardens offense. They're backed up to their own 32-yard line. Got to get past midfield and then some to move the chains for an HSS first down. Johnson takes a snap, looking right, firing across the middle. It's going to be caught at the 44-yard line. The clock will roll. Under 40 seconds to play. Spot the football at the 45. Gardens hurrying up, but a timeout will be called to stop the clock with 34 seconds to play in the first half. And we will take a break as well with a sports certified powered by Vitacost timeout called. When we return, Gardens has the football on their own 45. It'll be 3rd down and 7 here on ESPN 106.3, live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. 34 seconds to go in the first half. 20-0 Jupiter on top.
Whether it's a clutch touchdown pass, a game-winning dunk, or an impressive dash to the finish, we want to highlight the best performance of the week. The winning performance will receive $500 courtesy of Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Catch the biggest moments and winners all season long on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN West Palm Play. Nominate them today by emailing highschool@espnwestpalm.com. Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Welcome to being treated like a pro.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 106.3.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
3rd and 7 for Palm Beach Gardens. Trips right, lone receiver left for quarterback Johnson. We're at number 5 for the Gardens. Diagnosing the situation. Showing pressure is Jupiter pre-snap. Ball at the middle of the field. Larson showing pressure on the right edge. He will be sent. Snap. Rolling to his right. Johnson directing traffic. Fires across the middle field. Caught. HSS first down to the 40-yard line. Move the chains and stop the clock until that ball is spotted, as Palm Beach Gardens has one of the bigger plays of their day. But stop me if you've heard this before. There is a penalty flag on the field. And this one will go against the Jupiter Warriors. Maybe some defensive pass interference. So roughing the passer will actually add some yardage to this play for Palm Beach Gardens. And for the third time tonight, they're actually happy that a penalty was thrown on the play.
Yeah.
So move that football all the way to the 45 in plus territory before they assess the penalty yardage. And another big part of that is the clock does stop while they are doling out the penalty. So some less time is coming off the scoreboard than you might expect at this stage in the game. So the ball right now is at the 45 past midfield, and they will dole out the yardage from there. A nice completion across the middle of the field that time from Jordan Johnson, the quarterback.
It's going to be should be a big one, 15 yards. And if you're Gardens, you got to take advantage of this particular drive and try to get points on this, even if it's just a field goal. You got to get something on this drive to go into halftime saying, listen, at least we got some momentum.
Yeah, head coach Aaron Higgins is kind of confused at the spot of the football, and that's why I'm showing pause up here as well, because right now the ball is spotted where he caught the ball and got brought down if there was no penalty on the play. And he's saying, why isn't the football 15 yards in the direction of the goal line? And they're still awaiting the explanation as to whether or not this football will be further down the field for Palm Beach Gardens, further than where it is right now, the 40. Because usually if it's roughing the passer, you get that at the end of the play, don't
15
you?
yards was a dead ball foul, so it should have been, that's what Floyd gave the signal of a dead ball foul, 15-yard penalty against them, against Jupiter, but he didn't move the football, as you mentioned.
Well, as they sort that out, I'll reestablish what exactly is the situation here on the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, and they will walk the penalty yardage and really set up Palm Beach Gardens in a good spot here. Take that football from the 40 and put it to the 25-yard line. 1st and 10, Palm Beach Gardens. Palm Beach Gardens would love to get any points going into the halftime break. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage. It's 20-0 right now. Jupiter on top of Gardens. 1st and 10, Gardens on the move, knocking on the door of the red zone. Trips left, lone receiver right for the Gators offense. Johnson in the shotgun. Ball in the middle of the field. Directing traffic, diagnosing the blitz. Pressure on the right side. Takes a snap. Stepping up in the pocket. Round his waist, the tackler. It's caught inside the 5. Nomo Davis stretching forward. Loses the football. Is it out of bounds? Is it a touchback? What is it? Davis was being tackled as he got ushered out of bounds and tried to stretch that football past the goal line. Also, to add another layer to this, there is a flag in the offensive backfield, and it's against Palm Beach Gardens. Hold called against Palm Beach Gardens, and they're going to give Jupiter the football as well at the end of that play. A touchback is the official ruling. So they're going to rule that Nomo Davis fumbled the football out of the back of the end zone to give the football back to the Warriors. From hope to heartbreak for Palm Beach Gardens. Wow. The biggest play of the game for the Gators offense gets wiped away with a fumble out the back of the end zone. If they were 1 yard further, they're on the scoreboard for the first time tonight. But that is not the case. And Jupiter gets the football after the touchback. 17 seconds remain in the first half. 20-0. Jupiter on top. And they might just take this one at the halftime break.
Yeah, that's just what they needed. You know, an opportunity to score. Nomo Davis trying to make a play for his offense, but fumbles out the back. But nevertheless, it would have been a 10-yard holding penalty anyway, so you would have brought him back 10 yards. But still, you had a chance with the ball in your possession on one timeout remaining.
Jupiter in kneel-down formation. Coach, what do you think about that touchback rule? Do you agree with that? I know it's how it always has been. It's not unique to Florida high school football or football itself. It's, of course, going all the way up to college and the pros of an offensive fumble that goes at the back of the end zone is deemed a touchback. Do you agree with that rule in the book?
If I'm on the defensive side, yes. If I'm on the offensive side, no, of course not. But again, you got to hold on to the football. You got to know where you are. In high school, it's kind of tough because that's a bang play. Was his knee down? Did anything else? Did the ball cross the pylon beforehand? So it's hard to call that because the officials a lot of times, I hate to say it, but they're out of position. There should be somebody right there on the line and someone coming up on the backside. But a lot of times they miss that call, so they got to go with that judgment on that particular play.
Halftime break brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage. Jupiter on top, in control of this one, 20-0. The Warriors stand tall at the end of the second quarter. And stick around because we will have updates, recap, reaction from around Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. We will have call-ins from ESPN West Palm reporters that are at games, like the Newman game, like the very contentious West Boca game, and everything in between here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day as we head to the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime report. Be right back here live on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
F45 Training in downtown West Palm and Wellington offers functional group fitness classes reimagined. F45 features high-intensity group-style workouts that are fast, fun, and results-driven. They always have the right workout for you. The best part is, it takes just 45 minutes. If you're looking to train for something like High Rocks, F45 has you covered with tailored workouts. Get started today with a promo of your first 3 classes for just $30. Visit F45training.com to find a studio near you and officially join the F45 family. F45, team training, life-changing.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
When a person calls 988, they're connected to a crisis counselor.
Crisis is completely self-defined. If you're wondering if you should call, you should probably call.
A caller can expect to talk about coping skills, talk about resources, and ways to move forward beyond the call.
They can call us, they can chat, they can text, and when they come out on the other side, they're feeling better.
Call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
I'm Ellie Anajar of Anajar and Levine. Injured in a car crash? Never rush to settle with insurance companies, and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anajar and Levine. Our experienced legal team will fight to win you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call me, Ellie Anajar, for a free consultation and take back control of your life. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
The annual Boca Raton Bowl ABC Supply Company Great Chefs Tailgate Showcase heats up on Wednesday, September 10th from 6 to 8:30 p.m. Join me, Theo Dorsey, at Boca Raton Innovation Campus in Boca Raton as dozens of local chefs, breweries, and cocktail masters serve up their favorite tailgate classics. Tickets are on sale now. It includes all food samplings, beer, wine, cocktails, and soft drinks. Visit spiritofgivingnetwork.org/events to purchase your tickets today.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
You heard it, the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. Welcome on up to the booth for the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime reports. Jupiter on top on the road over Palm Beach Gardens, 20-0. Coach, we were just speaking with someone back here that's very familiar with the Palm Beach Gardens football program, and you are as well. It's just a little bit of a lack of energy was what they were talking about compared to what Gardens looked like against Atlantic. I know that it was a lopsided victory against a top 5 team in our rankings in Atlantic, but despite the blowout, Gardens looked like they had more energy. Did you agree with that?
No doubt about it. Richard Brown, a guy who, I know him from coaching at the days when Tim Thorpe was here. When Gardens was on the top, they were that team that everybody feared. They were so physical, so much energy. And as he said, that falls back on the leadership, because when a fish dies, it just doesn't stink at the tail. It comes from the head all the way down. So Tyrone Higgins, great coach, played at FAU, was on that inaugural team with Howard Snellenberger. He knows football, but he also knows that his team is going to rally around him. He's got to get their mindset right. They had 13 penalties in the first half, and that's 13 accepted penalties. 2 of those were not accepted, so they had 15 total. You got to find a way to clean this up, because this is a reflection of how you're guiding these troops into battle each week.
Yeah, and you did see some signs of life when they were absolutely pushed against the wall on that final offensive drive of the first half, where Gardens was literally maybe 1 foot away from a touchdown, ended up being a touchback because of the fumble out of the back of the end zone. So is that something you can build upon into this third and fourth quarter?
Yeah, no doubt about it. No more Davis, get him the football in space. That's what I was waiting on, letting him get the balls to guys like that, because he's so talented. But you got to find a way to build on that as the momentum. You can move the football, but you got to find a way to finish these drives with points.
It is the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime report. Here back at the booth, the HSS Game of the Week, Jupiter 20, Palm Beach Gardens 0. But that's not where the coverage stops. It is expanding across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, because we've got boots on the ground everywhere. One of which is Brian Arowitz. Brian, what's going on? Where are you at? What have you seen so far tonight?
I've got the Wellington area covered tonight. I started at Wellington. They were taking on Park Vista. The Cobras had yet to find the end zone this year, including a 3-point performance against those Warriors that you're seeing tonight. So they ended that quick opening kickoff to the house. That's going to make Coach Hannah happy. Last I saw it was 10-0 Park Vista over Wellington. Now I'm over here at Palm Beach Central. First time all year the Broncos are not in our top 10. They might be trying to get back here. Just underway second half, they lead Spanish River 20-0 in this game, about 7 minutes to go in the third.
And you said that is against Dr. Joaquin Garcia, right? Palm Beach Central with the lead?
Palm Beach Central and Spanish River is where I'm at.
Spanish
So
River,
Atlantic.
excuse me. Gotcha. Okay. Now with Palm Beach Central, I'm very interested because they have such a great linebacker core, and sometimes offensively they struggle with discipline. Has it been a clean game for Palm Beach Central so far this evening?
So I got here late in the second, and coaches were not happy with some of the clock management. You see sometimes your receiver gets the ball, maybe tries to do a little too much. That cost them a timeout late. They could have had an opportunity to add the lead. They had to settle for a field goal. Coaches were not happy when the young men did not get out of bounds and preserve that timeout.
All right, Brian, I'll let you get back on to it. Thank you so much. Of course, you can watch and listen to Brian Rowitz, Cade Chumsland, and Theo Dorsey later on tonight. They will collect all of the film, all of the tape across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast on YouTube. You can watch it at ESPN Top 63. Again, at ESPN Top 63 on YouTube. It is our live video recap show across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. They are your go-to source for everything Palm Beach County Treasure Coast football on your football Friday nights. That's the recap show tonight at 11 p.m. But until then, here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube, which you're watching on ESPN Top 63, we are at halftime. The Safebound Moving and Storage halftime report. It's 20-0. Jupiter on top of Palm Beach Gardens here at the halftime break. We'll take a break and be right back with more Safebound Moving and Storage halftime report on ESPN 106.3.
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
Hi, this is Scott Smith of Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. I have said it many times before, and I will continue to say it for many years to come. There is never a good time for a car accident to occur, and most certainly never ever a good time to suffer injuries in any type of an accident. The accident and its overall aftermath will usually cause pain, difficulty, and stress. Florida law allows accident victims to recover compensation for such losses, injuries, and damages. But such recovery is often not obtained easily and can require a lengthy fight with an insurance company. If you've been injured in an accident, call us now. Don't delay. The initial consultation is completely free of charge. The sooner you call us, the sooner we can put our experienced legal team to work for you. Don't hesitate or pause for another minute. Our experience, knowledge, and resources could be working for you just minutes after the call. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
F45 training in downtown West Palm and Wellington offers functional group fitness classes reimagined. F45 features high-intensity group-style workouts that are fast, fun, and results-driven. They always have the right workout for you. The best part is, it takes just 45 minutes. If you're looking to train for something like High Rocks, F45 has you covered with tailored workouts. Get started today with a promo of your first 3 classes for just $30. Visit F45training.com to find a studio near you and officially join the F45 family. F45. Team training, life-changing.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUCHawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
At Hurricane Grill and Wings, the wings are fresh, the drinks are cold, and the game is always on. With 30 bold wing flavors, ice-cold beer, and handcrafted cocktails, there's no better place to kick back and catch every play. Escape the ordinary. HurricaneGrillandWings.com.
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
It is the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime report here live at Palm Beach Gardens High School. We're at the Swamp, and Jupiter is on top 20-0 at the halftime break. Palm Beach Gardens had some offensive success before the end of the second quarter, but what was 1 foot away from being a touchdown ended up being a touchback due to a fumble out the back of the end zone. We would not be able to cover high school sports across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast without our friends at Racetrack. I stop at Racetrack every single football Friday night, and whenever I'm a little bit hungry, not just when I need gas, you know I got to stop at Racetrack. They're more than just a one-stop shop for your football tailgate. They are your team's biggest fan. With their whatever gets you going style of convenience, Racetrack is your go-to for all game day essentials. From ice cold drinks, salty snacks, sweet treats, and freshly made in-house pizza, Racetrack proudly operates under the mission of making people's lives simpler and more enjoyable, serving as a one-stop shop for quality and convenience on the go. Last week was the perfect example of that. When I was driving all the way up to Jensen Beach, I only had 5 minutes, not a second more, to stop and get food. Even though you might think a drive-thru might be quick and convenient, those things can take forever. Racetrack, consistent, always fast. Bang, I want a tornado? Got it. Bang, need a buffalo chicken roller? Got it. In and out of the Racetrack in Jensen Beach in under maybe 2.5 minutes. I love Racetrack because they support our community from Friday night lights to unforgettable touchdowns that light up the scoreboard. Racetrack is proud to support and fuel the passion and spirit of our young athletes. Join them this fall. Cheer on your favorite local high school football team. At Racetrack, we are proud to fuel dreams by supporting our local high school teams. Together, we are making a difference. And Coach, talking about this team tonight that we are seeing at home trying to defend their home field, Palm Beach Gardens, who currently trails Jupiter 20-0 at the Safe Bound Moving and Storage halftime break. They could use an energy drink from one of the Racetrack gas stations because they need to amp that energy up and stay disciplined at the same time.
They do, and Tyrone Higgins understands the game of football. He's a great football coach. He understands what he has to do in the second half. And when you come out here in the second half, you know you're down with 20-0, but you got to say to your players, listen, we got them right where we want them. It's 0-0. Let's get out. We didn't get behind in one play. We're not going to finish it and fix it in one play. But you've got to come out with, as you mentioned, that energy, get something going. If it starts on the defensive side of the ball, try to pull the ball out, create something, get some momentum, because that's the thing at Jupiter is taking the momentum, taking the life out of this game, and that's how they play football.
Another one of our wonderful partners of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers, proud to be the presenting sponsor of High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3. If you've been in a car accident, maybe another kind of accident, you want to call now for a free consultation. The sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You do not pay a dime unless they make a recovery for you. Call right now, 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. At Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, the presenting sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We enter second half action here on ESPN 106.3. I believe Palm Beach Gardens is going to get the football to start this second half. I might be mistaken with that. You know, my memory is lost me a little bit as we get ready for second half action. As head coach Tyrone Higgins is speaking to his side, and it really, those penalties are what maybe took points off of what could have been at least a closer game so far, because Palm Beach Gardens moved the ball a little bit. It never showed on the stat sheet because all of those plays were just erased on penalty yardage each and every time, so you don't get an accurate description on how well or poorly Palm Beach Gardens did move the football on offense so far tonight.
Yeah, they're so talented, but again, you mentioned those penalties hurt because now it takes the momentum. So everything you've tried to start as an offense, it's zapped right out of you. They got to find a way to clean that up, get the ball in space to No More Davis and some of these other talented receivers. Johnson has to take his time and get the football down the field, but understand there's a clock in his head because Jupiter's giving him different looks up front he's not accustomed to seeing, and I think that's the thing that's confusing him as a young quarterback.
Jupiter kicks this one away, a short one at the second level, returnable from the 30-yard line, running out of bounds, 35-40, making it in space, 50, 45, cutting a field to the 41-yard line. Nice return that time from Palm Beach Gardens, as Herschel Reynolds did not expect that ball to kick to him, as he was maybe only 20 yards past where the ball was kicked, but he scooped it up, and he made something out of nothing, and bang, just like that, Palm Beach Gardens has something good to feel about after a deflating end of the first half.
Yeah, here's a mindset of Jupiter. I'm going to kick it short because I know they've got two talented return guys, but they never understand. And listen, there are some talented guys, usually running backs on that second level. So they kick it short. He gets around the left side and almost gets to the end zone for this Palm Beach Gardens Gator team.
Jordan Johnson snapping the football from the 42-yard line. The quarterback with the running back to his right, trips left, lone receiver right. It's a handoff, left side, across the 40, and Richardson gets up to his out of bounds. As Rakai Richardson on the carry. Gains 5 yards on 1st and 10. And we've just seen one kickoff and one running play, but already seeing improvement from Palm Beach Gardens.
Yeah, and that's what you need because, again, what they did in the first half was they get a 5 or 7-yard run and then to get a 10-yard holding penalty. So find a way to move aggressively down the field as an offense, put some things together, string a couple of first downs, and try to get some points on the other end of this.
2nd and 5. Line to gain is around the 33-yard line. Ball at the 38. Handoff up the middle. Richardson, HSS first down. Spin move and a flag in the offensive backfield. At the moment, Rakai Richardson with a big gain on second and medium, but this one's coming back and will put Palm Beach Gardens behind the sticks.
Yeah, I'm looking at Coach Higgins, and his body language is telling me, listen, Mr. Official, I get it, but time and time again, every time we run, we're getting a holding call. So there's something going on. That's what I would have addressed at halftime with him. Talk to me. Tell me what my guys are doing incorrectly so that we can fix it, because you can't fix it during the game. It's too late. You got to try to get an understanding of what the officials are looking at. Are they keeping it that close to the vest? If they are, you got to train your guys right on the fly how to make that adjustment, because you can't move forward if you keep getting holding penalties.
Move the football back to the 46-yard line. Line to gain is the 33. Second down and a long 13. Johnson in the shotgun, 2 receivers left, lone receiver right. Tight end to the right for quarterback Johnson. Hard count on 2. He drops back, fires it right side flats, and it's incomplete. The ball was in the hands of his intended target, just his running back out of the backfield for a brief moment, Donnell Harris. But Harris just let that ball go down because he was going to catch it and lose about 4 yards, or let it drop and move it back to that line of scrimmage. Third down and 14 coming up.
Now you see how the clock gets in the quarterback's head. He says, listen, I got to get rid of the ball because here comes pressure. There was no pressure that time. So, again, he has to understand how to survey the field, looking at that first, second, and third option. And that'll come more when he gets more game action. But that's the mark of a young quarterback. When you don't see the field, everything's moving so quickly.
In the shotgun, Johnson drops back to pass, rolling to his left, pressure on the right. Now standing up, tucking it, running across the 45, and really nothing going there. He nearly gets to the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 4th down and 11 for Palm Beach Gardens offense, as well-covered secondary that time for the Jupiter Warriors. They just did not allow the big chunk play to bail out Palm Beach Gardens that time, as Gardens made a couple of big plays on the deep passing routes at the end of the first half. That time, Warriors buckle down and stand tight, because you can rush for 5 to 7 yards, that's okay, but what we cannot let you do is get a 20-yard gain across the middle of the field. Punt team on the field for Palm Beach Gardens. High snap, but it's caught, and Reynolds punts it away. At the 20-yard line, it kicks out of bounds at the 18. So Jupiter will get the football back at their own 18-yard line. 1st and 10 Jupiter with 10:29 to play in this third quarter. The HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Make sure you like the video and make sure you subscribe to this YouTube channel, because we are the most thorough coverage of high school football across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. The brand new live video broadcast function of the HSS Game of the Week, it's here to stay, and these full game broadcasts will be here to stay till the end of time. So make sure you hit subscribe on the ESPN Top 63 YouTube channel if you like watching your local teams like Jupiter, like Palm Beach Gardens. Got a good one next week as well, going on the road at Pahokee for Cardinal Newman Pahokee. Handoff up the middle for Jupiter that time. It's a gain of 3. 2nd and 7 coming up.
Cat, if I'm Jupiter, I'm going to try to run the air out of this football, because, again, we're up 20-0. We want to limit their possession. So we're going to take our time and milk the clock down to the last few seconds. Don't try to be in a hurry, and just keep the football on the ground. Only throw it when they don't think we have to throw the football.
You know, Army and Navy were both really good last year, and you would see drives from their offenses that lasted the duration of a full quarter of football. Just 3-down football, running the football, keeping it on the ground, grinding down that clock. And that would be just a dream for head coach Jason Krabman if they can get points on this possession and also just shorten the game. 2nd down and 6 for Jupiter. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right, ball on the right hash mark for Andrew Embick. He hands the ball off up the middle. Jaden Andrews gets dropped at the 26-yard line, pardon. It'll be 3rd down and 2.
You know, 4 plays here in the second half for Jupiter, all runs, because Again, that's what they are as an offense. They want to throw the football in space, no further than 10 yards down the field, only when they have to. But they really want to run the football. That's how they're built up front.
Update in the NFL game going on right now. The Chargers on top of the Chiefs, 7-0 with 6 minutes to go in that first quarter. But here at Palm Beach Gardens, it's Jupiter 20. Palm Beach Gardens 0 with 8:50 to play in the third quarter. 2nd and 2 from the 26-yard line. Handoff right side. Jaden Reynolds trucking defenders, stretching forward, and looks like he got enough to move the chains for an HSS first down. That second effort from the tailback of Jupiter, Jaden Roberts, proving to be the difference on a couple of these runs, getting that extra 5 yards. And you said it, Coach, that is wearing down a defense. When they're on the field for 75% of the game, those 3 to 4 yard carries can turn to 8-9 yard carries because it just gets harder to tackle, simply put, especially when you have a rotating cast of running backs at Jupiter who will not get tired. 1st and 10 from the 29-yard line. Jupiter on their own half of the field, and the clock's rolling. Ball will be snapped with 8 minutes to go in this third quarter. Swing pass, left side, and a big hit made and a big loss. Wow. Palm Beach Gardens answers the bell. What a hit from Keyshawn Hodge.
You see why Jupiter doesn't throw the football? That's exactly why. Because that's not what they are. You throw a ball, put a guy in motion, so now the defense is going to pay attention to him anyway. You swing it to him in hopes that someone misses the tackle, get 2 blocks on the outside on the left side, but the defender is right there. As you mentioned, just big hit on that play, about a 7-8 yard loss on it.
Trips right, lone receiver left, 2nd down and around 10 from the 22-yard line. Pardon me, around 18, as a handoff up the middle, and going nowhere that time was Jaden Roberts. And, Coach, I do get excited when there are big legal hits because it's such a fine line you have to walk as a defensive player to lay down a big legal hit that you can hear, that is safe, that both guys get up off the ground afterwards. But that was one of those right there.
Yeah, I understand safety, but it's almost to the point now where you can't touch a guy's shadow. They're going to make a call against you. It's so difficult to understand as a defensive player, what can I do? So you have to go into these games ready mentally, coaching them up, letting them know exactly how to play the game, or it's going to work against you every time.
And there is a pre-snap movement against the Jupiter Warriors. The Gators, everyone was standing up, pointing into the offensive backfield, pointing for some premature movement from the Warriors, and that will back them up 5 more yards to turn a 3rd and long into a 3rd and longer. Move that football to the 17-yard line. 3rd down. The ball's at the 17. The line to gain is the 39. So 3rd down and 22 here for the Jupiter Warriors.
You talking about those adjustments. I remember a few years ago, I'm a Dolphin fan, obviously. Robert Quinn, the defensive end, tried to avoid David Carr on a tackle, blew his knee out, trying to stay away from the quarterback.
Misdirection, toss up the middle, bouncing it outside, staying in bounds, and a big hit made at the original line of scrimmage. It was a solid gain there on 3rd and 22, probably a gain of around 16 to set up 4th and a little bit more manageable. A nice carry that time by Jupiter running back Cooper Everard. Everard took a big hit at the end of that play. Misdirection or motion going outside and then a toss inside with a couple of crackback blocks from the offensive line. A creative play design that time from Jupiter, but it will end up in a punt either way as they get the football to the 31 when they need to get the football to the 39. So punt team on the field for Jupiter. 5:25 to play in the third quarter. Gardens going to get the football back. Snap's good, the catch is good, and the kick is an end-over-end kick that's returnable from the 33, but no, they're going to let it bounce, and it will bounce kind of just straight up. Didn't take a good or bad bounce from either side. Palm Beach Gardens will get the football at the 33-yard line on their own half of the field, and we will see Tyrone Higgins' offense back on the field for the second time in this second half. Had a couple of positive plays on the early part of their first drive at a halftime. If they can just I mean, it's a big if to ask, which is to stay away from the penalties. But if they are able to play a clean second half, we've seen tremendous potential from that sideline.
Yeah, when they've had success, they've been able to throw the ball down the field when Johnson has had time. That's the problem, is that he's getting a lot of pressure. And so that clock starts to tick in your head as a quarterback. You see more guys coming. Kind of reminds you of the old Jet quarterback say he saw ghosts and guys coming out of the ground. So you got to keep your head on a swivel as a quarterback, know that clock is in your head, know where guys are and the patterns. And so that's really going to be the success of this offense. Can he get the ball down the field to some of these receivers?
A timeout called. It's a hydration timeout as we enter to the second part of this third quarter. Timeouts, of course, on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day are always brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by VitaCost. Quick timeout, and Palm Beach Gardens is back on the ball. 1st and 10 for the Gators from their own 33-yard line. Stacked receivers, trips bundled up on the left side, split out wide, and then a lone receiver to the right. Johnson in the shotgun. Down 20-0 is Gardens. Stepping up, pressure across the middle. It's caught for an HSS first down. Nice catch made across the middle of the field by Brandon Garland, and a good throw there, leading his receiver into the open area so that Garland never had to break stride as he nestled that football into the breadbasket. Moved the chains, HSS first down. Ball moved to the 47-yard line, 1st and 10, Palm Beach Gardens.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, having that clock in your head, speeding it up, because now you see the rush, but yet you're looking down the field to make a throw, not run the football. And Johnson on that play, as you mentioned, he threw his guy open, threw it out in front of him because there was a defender right behind him.
Trips right, lone receiver left, ball on the left hash mark. Rolling to his right is Johnson. Heavy pressure behind him. He throws his sideline incomplete. Trying to connect with the very same receiver, Brandon Garland, shrieking towards the sideline, but that time he led him a little bit too much where the ball was thrown out of bounds. 2nd and 10 from the 47-yard line. Line to gain is the opposite at around 43, 44.
Kind of difficult to make that throw on the run if you're not used to it. So what has to happen is you lead your guy out, but you want to put it right in his catch radius. So when he sticks his arm out, it shouldn't go any further than that because he's got to try to make that catch and at least stay in bounds.
3 down linemen for Jupiter. They rush 5. Johnson fires it down the near sideline. One-on-one. Nearly caught, but it's incomplete. Kind of running out of room there. A battle of number 11s. The intended target was Herschel Reynolds, and the defender on that play was Thomas Karlstrom. Karlstrom was very tactical. He was just ushering the receiver towards the sideline and using it as an extra defender, was he not?
Yeah, that's how you play defense. You got to know where you are on the field. Again, if had that ball been thrown up the field, the receiver's going down the left sideline. Had it been thrown to his left arm, it would have been a huge play or a touchdown. But because it was a little short, the defender was right in position, as you mentioned, to make a play.
3rd down and 10 from the 47-yard line. And, depending on how many yards Gardens gets or does not give up here on offense, it might be 4-down territory, down 20-0 in the third quarter. Tyrone Higgins willing this offense down the field, trying to find on the scoreboard for the first time today. In the shotgun, Johnson motions his left slot to the right side, steps up in the pocket. Now can tuck and run, but he said throws it down the middle of the field. Got a man open, caught at the 10, 5, end zone, touchdown. Brandon Garland for 6. A 54-yard touchdown catch. Brought to you by Racetrack. When Palm Beach Gardens needed it most, Johnson connects with Garland for 6.
And that's what happens when you keep your eyes down the field as a quarterback. Yeah, you can run it, but you're not going to be 40 yards down the field. And you got these receivers, just throw it in space. Usually you don't get behind Jupiter's defense, but again, that scrambling, the ability to threaten the line of scrimmage with your legs, allowed him to toss it over the top to Garland for a huge 6. And that's what Gardens needed.
Yeah, that scrambling, you mentioned the pocket mobility of Johnson there on full display, because if he was not able to just feel the pressure where it was coming from, position his body to where he could rev up and throw that ball deep, that ball wouldn't have gotten to Garland, but Johnson did just that. Snap, hold, kick up high, and it is good. Gardens gets on the scoreboard. The Gators have 7. The Warriors have 20. It's Jupiter 20. Palm Beach Gardens 7. Here live on ESPN 106.3. Back in 30 seconds It's 4:16 to play in the third quarter on the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Does your business leave a lasting impression? Attractive, eye-catching signs help you stand out from the crowd and create a strong brand identity. Our team at Signorama West Palm are experts in helping your business get noticed and get effective signage in front of your potential customers. Our team can turn your blank windows or plain vehicles into money-making branding machines by drawing customers' attention to your business. So if you're looking to leave that lasting impression, call us 561-687-7993 or visit signoramawpb.com.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
So Palm Beach Gardens showing life, and that's the first touchdown of the season that Jupiter has given up on defense. A 54-yard touchdown throw from Jordan Johnson to Brandon Garland, number 5, connecting with number 6 of Palm Beach Gardens. This is a rivalry, it truly is, between Jupiter and Palm Beach Gardens. You had to imagine that the Gators were not going to go down without a fight. It's kicked deep. Jupiter leads 20-7, and it's returnable from the 2-yard line. Across the 15, 20, dragging tacklers all the way to the 25-yard line is the return man of Jupiter, Cooper Everard.
This youth, when DeAndre Young is at his best as a defensive coordinator, you get a little momentum. Now he's going to start sending some exotic stuff at Jupiter, maybe that they haven't seen yet. But the most important thing is you got to stop their run. Force them into a long yardage situation because they just want to run the football and run the clock out. So force them on early downs, try to stop them maybe a 2-yard gain versus that 7-yard gain they've been getting, and get your offense back on the field to see some more explosion.
4:05 to play in this third quarter. All of a sudden, we've got a 2-score ball game. Jupiter with the ball, leading by 13. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. It's a handoff up the middle, and Raul Harris breaks the tackle. Gains 4 yards on 1st and 10. It's 2nd and 6.
He did, but it should have been a 2-yard loss. Again, those are the plays, if you're Gardens, you got to make in the backfield. Like I said, he's going to send blitzes. He's going to put guys in position to make plays, but you got to make them because this offense is predicated on how well they can run on 1st and 2nd down. That'll dictate what they do on 3rd down.
So give him a full 5 yards on that 1st down carry. It's now 2nd and 5. Trips right Larson. Motions from the right side to the right side 10-end position. It's now 2nd and 5. Embick in the shotgun. He's got a lone receiver to the left. Tight end and 2 receivers to the right. Raul Harris is the running back after that 1st down carry. He's to the left of quarterback Embick. Motion Larson, left side, it's a handoff. Raul Harris, 2nd level. There he goes. 15 yards on the field. Flag on the play across the 50. 45 and out of bounds. This one might be coming back. I also see a down Jupiter Warrior offensive lineman. As hobbling up to his feet is Corey Harlow. He's walking a little bit favoring one side. But he puts his helmet back on, which is a great sign for Jupiter Warriors fans. And this one will be coming back. It'll be an offensive penalty called against Jupiter Warriors, which will wipe away about a 25-yard gain that time by Raul Harris on 2nd and 5.
Yeah, I think he has explosive speed around the edge, but it's very deceptive because he doesn't move very quickly coming out the gate, and then all of a sudden he explodes, does Harris. So you've got to find a way to bottom him up, make him indecisive, stutter his feet. That's what you like to do with most running backs. That's what I mean by making him indecisive, and then you just kind of rally around 4 or 5 guys on the tackle.
So the hold was downfield. It'd be a loss of 7 of penalty yards. Ball was snapped previously at the 30, and now they're snapping it from the 23-yard line. 2nd and 12 coming up for Jupiter. Shotgun snap, Embick drops back to pass. Pressure, steps up in the pocket, and he gets sacked. Brought down in the backfield for a loss. Getting home that time was Todd Roll.
Yeah, that's why I told you DeAndre Young at his best as a defensive coordinator, because you give him a little momentum, he's going to put his guys in position to make successful plays on the defensive side. Now you got to make plays. You put Embick in a 2nd and 12. That's not what he's used to. He wants 3rd and 2 and 2nd and about 4 yards to go. long yardage situations, they got to try to get down the field. They don't really have speed on the outside, so it's a little dink and dunk for this offense.
Loss of around 2 yards. It's 3rd and 14 coming up for the Jupiter Warriors offense. Finally, for Palm Beach Gardens, they're playing them with a little bit momentum, a little bit downhill, dictating what the offense does rather than vice versa. Trips right for Jupiter. Embick drops back. No, it's a draw handoff. Met in the hole. Harris dragging tacklers, and he will gain 5 yards on 3rd and 14 to set up 4th and long.
So Jupiter says, okay, we're going to give you a draw here. If you miss a tackle, Harris can break it for a big one, but we're not going to hurt ourselves. We want to punt on the other end of this. And now Gardens, you got to answer. Come back now. You got back on the offensive side of the ball. You can field this football and try to put another offensive drive together and get this game a little bit closer before the end of the 4th quarter.
So Gardens gets the ball back. If I recall, I think that was a 3-and-out. Because, yeah, Jupiter started with the football on their own 25 and had a big play called back due to penalty. And Gardens' defense answers their own offense's 54-yard touchdown with a 3-and-out. This one's punted away, and it rolls across the 40 and goes out of bounds to the 35-yard line. So Palm Beach Gardens gets the football back with 58 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter, trailing by 13. A reminder, at the end of the 3rd quarter, we will have a halftime not a halftime, but an out-of-town leaderboard update. We'll throw it to Damian Perez at the end of the 3rd quarter, and he'll keep us updated with scores across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. And then following the final whistle here at the HSS Game of the Week between Palm Beach Gardens and Jupiter, we will do a post-game show. Colin Russo will be keeping us updated, speaking with a bunch of head coaches, and keeping you updated across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. But that's then. This is now. 58 seconds remain in the 3rd quarter. Palm Beach Gardens with the football. 1st and 10 from their own 35-yard line.
The Gators don't try to get it all back in one play. Just take your time. You're doing well offensively. Starting to get back into this football game.
Bunch receivers right. Handoff right side and wrapped up in the backfield. It's a loss on the carry on 1st and 10. Unable to break free that time was Wilfred Kwaku.
You know, one thing I'm noticing from the quarterback position, when you put that football in there, you got to be able to carry out the fake, because what it does, it freezes the linebackers, and then it gives your coaches in the booth a chance to see, are they going with you? Can you keep the football if you have to on a quarterback read? So that's why you have to carry out the fake if you're the quarterback.
It's a loss of 1. 2nd and 11 coming up for Palm Beach Gardens as the football snapped from the 34-yard line. Got to get to the 45 to move the chains for an HSS 1st down. Showing blitz, they back up a couple of linebackers. Deep ball down the far sideline. Got it wide open. Incomplete. Overthrown by just 1 yard, or Palm Beach Gardens would have made this a 1-score game.
Oh, me, oh, my. But as a receiver, what you got to do, instead of sticking your arm out, you just got to drop your head and run through the football.
Renari Wilkins was the open receiver on the play, broke through a couple of different Jupiter Warriors in the 2nd level, and Palm Beach Gardens nearly had their 2nd massive grand slam play of the 3rd quarter if that ball was just a hair shorter or if Wilkins was just a hair faster. But instead, it's 3rd and 11 for Palm Beach Gardens. 6 seconds remain in this 3rd quarter. In the shotgun, Johnson with trips left, lone receiver right. 3 down linemen. They send 5. Heavy pressure rolling to his left. Johnson trying to set his feet. Tucks it and will run out of bounds. Brought down short of the 40-yard line. It's a short gain on 3rd and 11, setting up 4th and 5. And that is the end of the 1st quarter. At the end of 3, it's 20-7. Jupiter on top of Palm Beach Gardens, but don't go anywhere. The tides are turning in this one. And also, you don't want to change that radio dial or click off of that YouTube link, because we're going to send it back to the booth in West Palm Beach, the Evan Cohen Studios, where Damian Perez has a leaderboard update from around the area.
That's right, C-Cat. A lot of action around the area. We got number 1 West Boca trailing to Bergen Catholic 7-21 in the 4th quarter. Cardinal Newman rolling over Benjamin 40-0. Vero Beach 24-3 over Cocoa. Atlantic 36-0 over Dr. Joaquin Garcia in the third quarter. St. Andrews trailing 7-9 against Melbourne Catholic. Last we heard, Martin County, final in Martin County, 21-0. The number 9 seed Martin County defeat the Dwyer. Royal Palm 27-0 over Suncoast in the third quarter. Palm Beach Central 33-6 over Spanish River. Lake Worth 20-2 over Forest Hill in the fourth quarter. We got Olympic Heights 13-0 over John I. And Park Vista beating Wellington 10-0. Take it away, CCAP.
Thank you, Damian. Reminder, we will have a post-game show. Colin Russo will keep you up to date on everything that's going on throughout this football Friday night Week 3 action in the Treasure Coast and Palm Beach County. So, Palm Beach Gardens will punch this one away after the end of the third quarter did hit. Instead of a 4th and 5 attempts to go for it, they will punt it away. It's a fake up the middle of the run. HSS first down, 50, 45, out of bounds. What a gutsy call as Rakai Richardson takes the direct snap and gains a first down. And, Coach, is there going to be more penalty yardage added at the end of the play?
Yeah, you're going to get a late hit out of bounds. And I was just thinking to myself, with 6 seconds left in the third, I marked that down because that's a turning point in this game if it ends at one score. But Garden said, listen, we're going to roll the dice here. Tyrone Higgins calls the fake there on 4th down, gets it up the left side. Great call, great timing. You can have a million plays, but if you don't know when to call them, it really doesn't matter. But great call there by this offense. The special teams to keep their offense on the field.
Richardson is one of those rotating running backs that you'll see get a lot of carries in this game, and he just snuck behind that offensive line. And you know, Palm Beach Gardens had troubles with their snaps, both on regular offense with a shotgun and in special teams. So you really got to trust your long snapper there to do an unconventional directional snap to his right to get your up back in motion, or else everything falls down in that house of cards.
Well, what you tell him is you really just tell him to snap it to the punter, and he just goes across and grabs it on the call. So it's really not a directional.
Okay.
You really want to just hold it in the air and give it to him and just let him make a play as an athlete.
1st and 10, Gardens keeps the ball after the fake punt. Big catch, big conversion. Quick slant across the middle. It's going to be caught. 24-yard line is where the football is now for Gardens. That's a gain of 6. It's 2nd and 4.
That's a good start for this offense because they've been going negative so much. So you got to keep that momentum going. You got to finish this drive with a touchdown. You can't get a field goal because you're probably not going to get 2 more possessions. That's why they went for the fake there on 4th down, because they realize that Jupiter's going to try to milk this clock. They won't have too many more possessions.
In the shotgun, Johnson fumbles the ball. Bad snap. Richardson jumps on top of it. It'll be a loss of 2. 3rd and 6 coming up.
This offense is so talented, but that's what you keep getting. Those mistakes, whether it's a hole, false start, and now a fumble on this play, just a miscommunication between the running back and the quarterback. But you've got to find a way to fix it, because this is an offense can average 25, 30 points a game if they're sharp.
So it is a 3rd and 6 coming up. Ball's at the 26-yard line. It's got to be 4-down territory. You've got to assume. Down by 13 is Palm Beach Gardens. 10:40 to play in the game. Johnson in the shotgun takes the snap, drops back to pass, rolling to his right, pressure, flag on the play. This might be coming back. Johnson rolling, pops it up in the air. It's incomplete. Kind of gave a sidearm flip towards the far sideline to give his receiver a chance, but there was a flag on the play. It was 3rd and 6. Will it be 4th and 16? Or 3rd and 16, pardon. It's a sideline warning called against Jupiter. So that's the first of those that we've seen tonight, so no penalty yardage dished out. It'll be 4th down and 6 coming up for Palm Beach Gardens. Again, a sideline warning called against Jupiter on that play.
You know, it's so important that the officials make that call, because they're trying to run the sideline to keep into the game. And a lot of times when people gather around them, their vision is blocked and they can't really see, so it doesn't give them a chance to fairly call the game. But Gardens has got to play through this. They got to get a first down on this in order to keep this game, within reach.
4th and 6. Gardens, if not now, when? In the shotgun. Johnson with trips right, lone receiver left on 4th and 6. Takes the snap. Heavy pressure in his face. Fires across the middle. Got a man. Got it. Touchdown, Gardens. Wide open. It was Anari Wilkins. What a throw from quarterback Jordan Johnson with 4 hands in his face. He somehow found a way to get that football where it needed to go. Gardens is within a score.
And this is the energy that Gardens needed, and we talked about it at halftime. But the way he was able to make that throw, he started fading back, not standing in the pocket, not running right or left, but just being able to fade back and throw the ball over the top. His receiver one-on-one, and that's what you're looking for, that one-on-one matchup out there. Jupiter can't stay with these receivers from Gardens.
Renari Wilkins was the intended receiver that the ball was overthrown, or maybe he wasn't a step quick enough to catch that 70-yard touchdown on that very drive, and he eventually gets fed with that touchdown catch. The point after is up and good, and really in real time, in about 15 minutes, this game has completely changed in the feel after that racetrack touchdown on 4th and 6, a 26-yard touchdown throw from Jordan Johnson. The feeling in this building at halftime, it was like a graveyard.
Yes,
and now it's anything but. It might be Dias de la Muertos. 10:25 to play in the 4th quarter. It's 20-14. Jupiter still leads by 6, and they're getting the football back. Again, Jupiter 20, Palm Beach Gardens 14 with 10:25 to play in the 4th quarter.
Well, that's what happens when you're on the side of Jupiter. They've done just about everything right, but they didn't keep the pressure on guards, and they gave guards a chance to try to hang around. And when you have talented receivers, the great John Wooden said, if you're 0 for 10, keep shooting because you're going to get hot. He said, if you're 10 for 10, keep shooting because you're already hot. Guards is now hot. They found a way to get it done. And you say, well, how does that analogy, equate to basketball and football? Well, it's just a game. It's a momentum game. You've got to keep it going. When it gets going, you got to keep going.
Gardens going to kick away from their 40-yard line.
When you fall for your ride, please have them pick you up.
6-point lead for Jupiter. Palm Beach Gardens has the most momentum they have had all night after that 4th and 6 touchdown throw. I just watched back the replay on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, and there were 3 unblocked Jupiter Warriors in the face of quarterback Jordan Johnson, and he just somehow found a way to get that football over their hands into the end zone, allowing Renari Wilkins to make a play on the ball. And this kickoff is being blown dead with some offsides being called, Coach.
Yeah, against guards, they moved a little too quickly, but that's why you put your best talented athletes at quarterback and receiver, because those are the guys that when all else fails, they're going to make a play. If you don't have a quarterback that can move on that play like Johnson can do, that play's dead. As you mentioned, there were 3 guys right there within 2 yards of him. He just keeps fading back, and he throws kind of like a Hail Mary, my guy versus your guy. I beat him because I'm much faster. I know where the ball is going. That's why it was an easy touchdown.
So back them up 5 yards. Gardens will now kick it from their own 35. 10:25 to play in the 4th quarter. This one's kicked deep and returnable from the 14-yard line at the 20, 25, 30, and brought down short of the 35-yard line. Jupiter gets the football back with maybe a little bit of a different mentality here. Alex Diaz was on the return that time, because you kind of, if you were Jupiter, when you're up 20-0, you're thinking, let's get out of here healthy. Let's shorten this game.
Yes, sir.
And now if you're Jupiter, you are thinking, let's shorten this game, but you're not waving the white flag offensively in terms of trying to extend your lead and get some breathing room here. Because if you go run, all of a sudden, 1, Palm Beach Gardens knows exactly what you're doing. 2, they are well equipped to stop that. And 3, a lot of time on the clock, that's only going to continue their momentum gained and get more wind beneath their sails.
Well, I'm thinking, if I'm Jupiter, listen, they're coming, right? So I've got to be able to get the ball out in space if I'm going to throw it, some type of screen to get them up the field.
Embick throws it the swing pass, right side, cutting up field at the line of scrimmage. Ball's loose on the ground. It's still loose. Jupiter jumped on top of it. No gain on that swing pass to the right side. Second down and 10.
And that's what happens when you get momentum. Defense starts flying around. Early on, there may be one guy there to make that tackle. Now it's 4 or 5 guys. Just couldn't scoop the ball up there. You want to try to get a scoop and score, but nevertheless, possession is 9/10 of the law. If you guards, you got to get the football back for your offense.
Second and 10 for Jupiter. They have the football on their own 33-yard line. Line to gain is the 43. Embick in the shotgun with Raul Harris in the backfield, the running back, looking towards the sideline for the call. 2 receivers right, lone receiver left with some press coverage. Larson motions over to the left side. It's a carry, left side. Raul Harris, solid gain on second and 10. He gains 6, and it's third down and 4 from the 40-yard line. 9:20 and rolling remaining in this game. Jupiter with the football, leading by 6. Gardens on defense with a lot of momentum in the past about 6 minutes of game time.
And because of that run, now their playbook, the entire playbook is wide open, because had it been 3rd and 8 or 9, now Embiid has to take more time to throw the ball down the field as the routes develop. But since it's so short, you can either throw it short or you can try to run the football, so both things are there available for this offense.
3rd and a long 3 from the 40-yard line. Jupiter with the ball on their own half of the field. Embick in the shotgun's got 2 receivers left, lone receiver right. KJ Larson, the top 63, tight end on the left side. Embick rolling, pressure, fires, screen pass, caught, a lot of blockers. KJ Larson 50, 45, and brought down past midfield to the 45-yard line. Andrew Embick is the quarterback, and he got hit hard in the backfield as he was running for his life to dump that ball away for a screen pass. It was executed to perfection by Jupiter. Had Palm Beach Gardens defensive line run all the way into that offensive backfield with about 3 blockers for 1 man for Jupiter there for a little bit. It's an HSS first down to move the chains in plus territory to the 45, 1st and 10. But Embick stays in the game. I mentioned he was on the ground, took a big hit, dusted himself off, composed himself. Embick back at signal caller in the shotgun. Lone receiver left, 2 receivers right, and Larson the tight end to the right side. Motion over pass leaf to the right side. Hand off. Left side. Harris, second level. Hurdling over a tackler. Brought down at the 31-yard line. An HSS first down. A gain of 14 to move the chains.
You got to get him before he ever gets started, because his momentum, he always is leaning forward when he runs the football. What Jupiter's trying to do here, if they don't do anything else, they want to try to get a field goal on the other end of this to make it a 9-point game.
It is a sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout on the field for an injured player on Jupiter. Looks to be probably a cramp. We will take a timeout with them. Brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. 7:52 to play in the 4th quarter. It's a good one. Don't go anywhere. In fact, make sure you turn to your YouTube app at ESPN Top 63. If you Google search Jupiter and Palm Beach Gardens, you'll probably find it. Make sure you subscribe. It's 20-14, Jupiter on top of Gardens. Jupiter with the ball. Be right back on ESPN 106.3.
For the first time, you can stream all of ESPN all in one place. And guys, it's changed the game for me personally. All the best live sports, the most championship moments, studio shows, documentaries, and originals. Too many to even name them all. Plus, all these great new features like watching 4 games at once in multi-view. Your fantasy football team updates live in-game. Sports Center, customized just for you. They thought of everything to make this the ultimate destination for fans. You got to check it out. Sign up for the all-new ESPN app, like right now.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Back here on ESPN 106.3 and live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. If you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe to that YouTube channel, because we bring you the HSS Game of the Week via audio and video for the first time ever in 2025. You don't want to miss a single tackle, touchdown, big play, big touchdown call, because we are live streaming all of these HSS Game of the Weeks live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. 1st and 10 for Jupiter. Embick in the shotgun. Hands it off right side. Jaden Roberts bouncing outside and gets brought down for a 3-yard gain. 2nd down and 7 coming up.
If the Gators ever needed a play, it's now. You got to find a way to back this offense up. Don't give them a chance to get into field goal range, because if you do, this game will be out of reach. But they've got to take a chance here defensively, penetrate, get in the backfield, probably lock the guy off with the first one, and then second guy come in and pull the football out.
And Coach Dean Murray, that kicker for Jupiter, has been very effective tonight. One of his kicks was blocked, but we saw his range, and he hit a 42-yarder with about 5 to 10 yards to spare. So, dare I say, Jupiter might even be in field goal range if the down and distance makes sense. 2nd and 7 coming up for the Jupiter Warrior offense. They have the football at the 27-yard line. Gardens has made a couple of good defensive plays tonight, but Jupiter has won oftentimes in the trenches, and a timeout is going to be called on the field. I believe there's a miscommunication with the officiating crew and the down and distance spotting the ball. Jupiter did run for a 1st down before the injury timeout. The ball carrier was the cramping player, the injured player, and for a second there, the chain gang had it as 2nd down when we returned from the timeout, which was incorrect. It was 1st down.
Right.
So I think they're having that conversation right now. What it should be and what should be the resolution of this is 2nd and 7 from the 27-yard line, and they're going to talk it over. And we'll stay right here on ESPN 106.3 and give you a quick moment. Another officials timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost, Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. Proud to be the presenting sponsor of High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3. If you've been in a car accident, call now for a free consultation. The sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You do not pay anything unless they make a recovery for you. Call now, 500-HELP. That's 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. They have offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. And, of course, Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, big supporters of high school sports in our local communities. They were helping out at the 7-on-7 event at the Kaiser University over in the summer, where actually just speaking with Scott Smith, a great guy, great family man, and a great supporter of our local area. 2nd and 7 from the 27-yard line. Jupiter has the ball in plus territory, trying to put some distance between themselves and Palm Beach Gardens. It was 20-0 at one point. It is now 20-14. Jupiter on top, leading by 6. Handoff. Jaden Roberts gets tackled at the line of scrimmage, and there's a flag on the play. I saw a couple of defenders get tackled. They might be going backwards. It could be 3rd and 7, or it could be 2nd and 17.
If your Gardens, that aggression has helped you here in the second half. We talked about infusing the momentum in by getting some energy, finding a way to get up the field defensively. DeAndre Young has taken his defense to another level. Tyrone Higgins on the offensive side has shown, listen, we can score points in bunches, but they've done that because they've been aggressive on both sides of the ball. They got to keep doing that here in the second half.
So they will accept the penalty. And do you agree with this call, Coach, to make it 2nd and 17 rather than 3rd and 7? Because there was a good defensive play there apart from the penalty.
Well, you take them out of field goal range when you do this. So I accept that penalty. Now I've got to make 2 plays to get off the field. It's going to be hard to get a 1st down here if I can just keep guys in the box. And what I mean by that, don't let Embick use his legs to get out and make a play on the edge, put pressure on him, and you can't let him get a draw up the middle and run the ball or some type of screen on you.
Line to gain is just short of the 20-yard line. We'll call it the 21. The ball is at the 39. So 2nd down and around 18 yards here. Embick has 2 tight ends to the left, lone receiver to the right, lone receiver to the left. It's a handoff, left side. Plenty of blockers in front, across the 30, 25, brought down. Gets brought down at the 25-yard line. It is 3rd down and 4.
That's what I said you didn't need. You can't let a guy run for 12, 13 yards on a play like that. You got to stop him. Running backs they're running the color. So if you let a guy run straight behind his lineman and there's nobody to impede his progress, of course he's going to run as many yards as he can. So now you give him a chance to right back in field goal range. May have salted this game away with just that play right there.
6:40 to play in the 4th quarter. Jupiter on offense, they have the football at the 25-yard line. 3rd and 4. Embick in the shotgun. Could be 2-down territory here, depending on how much they get on 3rd and 4. Takes a snap, hands it off. Left side, again, that's been the gaping hole. Spin move on his feet, HSS first down. Nice play made that time by the running back, Corey Fountain. Bounced off a tackler at the line to gain and gained an extra 5 yards right there. That is a HSS first down. Spot the football at the 17-yard line. 1st and 10, Jupiter. And another timeout is called on the field for a hydration timeout. And really, that's a tough thing to stomach there if you were head coach Tyrone Higgins, because Jupiter did not air the football out at all to overcome 2nd and 18. It was just 2 run plays that got him past the line of gain.
Yeah, just an attitude. Up front, you said, listen, we're better than you, and we're going to show you. You know we're going to run the football. You have no choice. You can't stop us, and that's the attitude that Jupiter brings in to every contest, and that's why they're in just about every game that they play. You rarely see them get blown away, and when they do get so far behind, it's very difficult for them to come back. But if they can control the clock like they've done tonight, minimize the penalties, only 5 penalties in this game. Gardens has over almost 20 penalties. It's kind of lopsided there, but again, Jupiter has run the ball about 75% of the time. That's what they want to do as an offense.
So Jupiter back out onto the field. They'll officially spot that football at the 17-yard line. Line to gain is the 7. 1st and 10, Jupiter. They are within field goal range. Jupiter has attempted 2 field goals tonight. 1 was blocked, 1 was hit from 42 yards by Murray. It's a handoff, right side, 2nd level, across the 10. Inside the 7-yard line, it's an HSS first down, brought down at the 5. 1st and goal, Jupiter.
Yeah, you can call it running back by committee because there's so many guys that can run the football, but they're all the same. Their body lean is moving forward. You rarely, if ever, see them get tackled in the backfield, and everything is going north and south. Gardens has been unable to stop the run, as you mentioned, on this drive.
1st and goal from the 5-yard line. Andrew Embick in the shotgun. Raul Harris to his right, trips right. KJ Larson is that top 63 tight end on the right side slot. They're going to hand it off underneath. Harris chugging forward, moving his legs, gets stuffed right at the goal line. Did he get enough? It was very close. He did not get it. Stopped at the half-yard line. And we've seen Jupiter get stonewalled at the goal line once today. It happened in the first half where we thought they scored a touchdown, but it ended up being a 5-yard penalty on that play, and they just went further and further back, and eventually their field goal was blocked. So Gardens has stood tall once already at the goal line. They're going to need that here. Another opportunity. It's 2nd and goal from the 1. Larson, the left tight end. Another handoff. Harris up the middle. This time he's in. Touchdown, Jupiter. A racetrack touchdown, 1 yard out for running back Raul Harris, his 2nd tutty of the day. And it is now 26-14. Jupiter takes a 2-score lead.
So just running with attitude. All these running backs, as I mentioned, they're leaning forward, give you a very little small target to hit. And if you're not ready to play football, if you're not ready to come in there and lay a hat on a hat, they're going to run right over you or run right past you, whichever way you like it.
A racetrack touchdown. Again, Raul Harris, the running back, one of maybe 45 senior running backs that are on this Jupiter squad. Certainly one of 30 of the legitimate seniors that are on this team, but it feels like every name you call is someone graduating in 2026, excuse me. So Jupiter is going to go for 2 here. Right now they lead by 12. They want to be up by 2 full touchdowns and extra points and make it a 14-point game. Andrew Embick in the shotguns, got Harris to his right, motions over pass lead from the left tight end to the right side, rolling to his right. Embick looking to throw, end zone across his body. It's intercepted in the end zone. No good 2-point conversion, so the score will remain 26-14. Jupiter on top by 12. What did you learn from Jupiter on that drive there, where it seemed like all the momentum in the world was on Palm Beach Gardens' side?
Well, they have an identity, and they know who they are, and they believe in it. The guys up front believe in it. The running backs believe in it. and the coaching staff has infused in them, listen, this is what we are. If we're going to win this game, it's because we're going to be able to run the football, and they showed why they're one of the better running football teams in all of Palm Beach County, because they just lined up, second down and 18 yards to go. Don't worry about it. We'll get 13 on the first one, and then we'll get 7 on the next one. We got a first down.
Land Rover Palm Beach is a big supporter of high school sports across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. They're a big partner of ours, providing high school sports coverage on ESPN West Palm. It's time to ride in style with Land Rover Palm Beach. Right now, you can lease the brand new 2026 Range Rover Velar P250S for just $749 a month with a 36-month lease, or check out the bold and rugged 2025 Defender 110 P300S, yours for only $889 a month, whether you're heading to the game or cruising to the beach. As this one's kicked off, returned from the 25-yard line, and a tackle made right there. Back to Land Rover Palm Beach. Whether you're heading to the game or cruising to the beach, Land Rover Palm Beach has a luxury SUV to match your lifestyle. Stop by today. They're located on Okeechobee Boulevard, just past the Turnpike, or take a virtual test drive at LandRoverPalmBeach.com. And hey, if you want to spotlight an athlete letting it up on the field with a Player of the Week worthy performance, slide into our DMs, ESPN West Palm. Let us know. Again, just DM us if there's a local high school athlete that is turning heads and making a name for themselves. They might be the Land Rover Palm Beach Player of the Week. Land Rover Palm Beach, above and beyond. 1st and 10, Palm Beach Gardens with 4:30 to play in the fourth quarter after that touchdown drive by Jupiter. 26-14 the score. Jupiter leads. Gardens needs 2 touchdowns, and they need them fast. In the shotgun, Johnson has 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Takes a snap, drops back to pass. Fires it right sideline, got him in, caught at the 35-yard line, and he runs out of bounds to stop the clock for the time being with an HSS first down. It's a gain of 11 to move the chains.
That's what I like to see, the young offense. Get back to the line of scrimmage, run your next play. We don't have to huddle up because now we're wasting time. The clock is going to start. If I don't get out of bounds, it's going to start after the first down is marked. So you got to be ready to go.
1st and 10, Gardens in the shotgun. Johnson with 2 receivers right, 2 receivers to the left. So back to the right is Kwoku. 4:25 remaining in this fourth quarter. Quick route thrown, incomplete. 2 receivers were there. Both guys thought it was for them, but it's incomplete. 2nd and 10.
Just a miscommunication. On the same level as you mentioned, both receivers are there. Even if you catch that, you're going to be tackled in bounds. You're going to waste some valuable time. So it's almost better that that ball was incomplete, but you've got to get the ball in the middle of the field. That's what's going to be open. They're not allowing you to get anything deep or anything on the outside. Throw the ball across the middle of the field and try to run after catch.
Johnson directing traffic and telling his offense where to set up. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Drop him at a pass. Johnson firing it right sideline. Incomplete. Too tall for his intended target, Garland. It looked like Gardens wasn't really set up there. The running back was switching from one side to the other of the quarterback, and it's almost like his back was towards the offense and wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Again, you got to get set. That's the quarterback's responsibility. Allow everybody to get set for a one full count, and then you get your play underway. But, again, those plays are there. They just got to connect, get out of bounds, and try to conserve some time.
3rd and 10 for Palm Beach Gardens offense. They trail by 12 with 4:15 to play in the game. Johnson in the shotgun, ball on the right hash mark. He's got 2 receivers on the long side of the field. Left side, same thing with the right. Now dropping back, stepping up the pocket, heavy pressure. Johnson's going to tuck it. He's going to run it for an HSS first down across the 50, 45, sliding down short of the 40-yard line. Move the chains for Palm Beach Gardens as Johnson uses his legs. Clock stops for the time being. Now it rolls. 4:05 to play in the fourth quarter. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers to the left. Johnson in the shotgun. They're in plus territory at the 40-yard line. Johnson drops the ball but on the snap, but this whistle blows before the snap. It's a timeout powered by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Another timeout called by Jupiter to get their defense in check. And we'll stay right here during this timeout. 3:54 to play in the fourth quarter. It's 26-14. Jupiter on top of Palm Beach Gardens. One of our wonderful partners of high school sports coverage in the area with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is Culligan Water. Because you lather, you rinse, you moisturize, repeat, and repeat. At this point, you're practically training for the Shower Olympics. Here's the twist. It's not your shampoo's fault. It's your water. It's pretty tough here in South Florida. There's no mistaking. Hard water leaves a mineral residue that clogs your pores and dries out your hair. Culligan Water softeners remove damaging minerals, revitalizing brittle hair and dry skin. Upgrade your shower system today. Right now, they are offering 12 months, no interest, no payments. Visit Culligan.com for more information or just say, "Hey, Culligan man." 1st and 10 for Gardens from the plus 40-yard line. Johnson drops back to pass. Pressure in his face. Gets wrapped up and sacked. He's brought down in the backfield. Getting home was Jaden Roberts. We've seen him do it on offense, and now he's doing it on defense. A big loss of 7 yards to back up Palm Beach Gardens to the 47-yard line. 2nd and 17.
Yeah, it's tough because your receivers are all the way down the field. They're not jogging back. They're walking back. So you got to find a way to get back to the line and try to get another play off.
Clock rolling, 3:23 to play in the game. Johnson fires it near sideline, got a man, hand fighting, and there's a flag on the coverage, and it was a correct flag because springing out free and would have been wide open was Herschel Reynolds, but he got pulled from behind so that he didn't separate from the coverage.
That's good defense, though, because let me tell you something. They're only going to get a first down out of it. It's not a spot foul, so you'll get 10-yard penalty for the hold on that, and you live to see another day, because otherwise it was 6 for Palm Beach Gardens.
Reynolds was certainly had a step on the defender, and Johnson spotted him and threw that ball where it needed to be. First down, Palm Beach Gardens. Or do they get an automatic first down?
No, nothing's automatic in high school.
Right.
So
they call that penalty. I think they're going to give them 2nd down and 6. Move that football to the 37-yard line. So 2nd and 7.
Yeah. But it should be an automatic, but they don't call it as such. But let me tell you something. That's what you teach the first day of camp. If a guy beats you on the defensive side, grab him. They can. It's not a spot foul, so you're going to still be in good shape.
Johnson motions over to the left slot man. Trips right, lone receiver left. He takes the snap, trying to air this one out. Fires it across the middle of the field. Caught. HSS first down, taking 2 big hits, but holding on to the football was Reynolds. What a play to move the chains. Wow.
Yeah, especially when you know you're going to get hit. I mean, Reynolds on that play, you can put that on your highlight reel, son. That's the way you do it. You're going to go across the middle. You know you're going to get hit, so you might as well catch the football, right? He caught the football, possessed it, made sure he didn't put it on the ground. I don't like all the pointing and all that stuff. You're down by 12, but let's get back to the huddle. Let's make another play.
Ball to the 25-yard line. Herschel Reynolds, he's 6'4", 180. So those 180 pounds are stretched out. He's a thin guy.
Yes,
Not
sir.
that bulky of a frame, so those hits can be punishing, but he is popping up to his feet. 1st and 10 for Palm Beach Gardens on the catch and conversion, brought to you by HSS. The clock reads 3:12 to play in this 4th quarter, and there's an injured Jupiter Warrior triggering an injury timeout, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Really a fun one here at Palm Beach Gardens at the Swamp. The Gators just wouldn't die. This game was a bit of a bore for the most of it, and that's by design from Jupiter. They were doing their job, getting the lead, taking the air out of the football, and walking into a win if they did not see the offense come alive from Palm Beach Gardens. But lo and behold, the offense did come alive at the tail end of the 3rd quarter and in this 4th quarter. A couple of beautiful balls thrown by quarterback Jordan Johnson for a pair of touchdowns. But now the task is even tougher. 3:12 to play in the 4th quarter. Gardens needs to score not 1 but 2 touchdowns. They have the football in plus territory, knocking on the door of the red zone at the 25. Johnson in the shotgun with trips left, lone receiver right is Reynolds. He takes a snap, drops back to pass, looking right, firing to Reynolds at the pylon, end zone, caught, touchdown, Palm Beach Gardens, flag on the coverage, Gators within a touchdown.
It'd be a shame if this offense doesn't do this every week because they're so exciting. Now, you look at this offense, the defender is holding them all the way down the field. The officials make the right call, but that's how you go up as a big receiver It's still my football. I don't care what you do. As long as you don't take my arms away, I'm going to catch the football. And that's what this offense employs. This is beautiful to watch, but you got to do it for 4 quarters.
Touchdown, Palm Beach Gardens. They keep the hope alive of a Week 1 win here. Gardens right now comes into this game 0-1. They started a game against Santa Lucius that will be completed on Monday. They were leading in that game, but they still don't have a W in the books. Here's the point after attempt for Palm Beach Gardens to try to make it a 5-point game with 2:58 to play in the game. That touchdown brought to you by Racetrack. What a play from Reynolds. Snap, hold, kick up, and the kick is good. So it's real simple. Get a stop, get a touchdown, win a game, complete the comeback for Palm Beach Gardens. But you got to check off that first box first if you want to have any hope of doing any of the others. What have you learned about this Palm Beach Gardens team after they have responded after a brutal first 24 minutes of play?
Well, you talk about resiliency and finding a way to get it done. And Tyrone Higgins, I chronicled it at halftime. Listen, it's going to be up to you how this game ends. Yes, it started out slow and methodical, and like you said, that's the way Jupiter wanted played, but you got to find a way to get your guys going. They got it on the huge touchdown down the field, 54-yard touchdown, and from there, it's just been a lot of energy, and that's what they needed all night that they didn't have, but now they finally got it, and they hope they can somehow put it together in this next 2:58 to come out and get a win in this game.
Really fun game so far. Make sure you're watching live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Watch the game with us. You are seeing a very fun one, trying to pull off one of the bigger comebacks that we've had the pleasure to call on these airwaves. Had a couple of fun games so far this season. A couple of defending state champions go after it. Game-winning field goals, overtime games, and this one right here where Jupiter had a stranglehold of this one through not just the first 24 minutes, but maybe the first 30 minutes of this game. Then Palm Beach Gardens just stopped holding on the offensive line, started getting free in the second level, using their speed to their advantage like you were referring to, and there was a penalty called on that point after, so there will be the ball will be kicked away from plus territory at the 45-yard line. Palm Beach Gardens kind of has a gimme, either onside kick where they won't lose that many yards if they go for it, or an instant touchback, and they will do an onside kick. Ball's loose on the ground. Could be anybody's. Bundle of bodies at the 35-yard line. Gardens has the football. Gators ball in plus territory. Coming out from under the pile with the ball, Donnell Harris. And now there's a conversation being had. It was all clean on our end. That ball was touched about 12 yards down the field.
Yeah.
And now the official is pointing in Gardens' direction. Coach, what could the conversation be?
I don't know what the discussion could be because the guy from Jupiter touched the football. So irregardless of whether it went 8 yards or whenever he touches it, it's a live football. Has to go 10 if the offense touches it. But because he touched it, if my eyes, I used to have brown eyes. Maybe they're deceiving me right now. But
now I'm not the best when it comes to illegal formations, when it comes to special teams. That's a call that I don't know that maybe they could be talking about. And they're giving the football to Jupiter.
Wow.
If you are watching live on YouTube, you have the ability to tap the left side of your phone screen or rewind a minute and see exactly what you saw. I would love to know what exactly the call is, and I think sharing my inquiry is head coach for the Gators, Tyrone Higgins. He's on the field right now, past the hash marks, kind of asking what exactly could be the call there. That's very interesting because there's no flag on the field.
No.
If there's a flag, then you think, okay, maybe someone is offside, but maybe a Jupiter Warrior had possession of the ball and it was deemed dead there, and then a Palm Beach Gardens player picked it out of his hands after the ball was downed. We're so far away from the play that that's the only possible explanation that I can think for the result that we're getting.
Yeah, I'm just glad they didn't throw a flag on him because, like you said, he was already in the middle of the field.
Ball at the 34. Jupiter has the ball, leading by 5. Under 3 minutes. The clock reads 2:56. It's a handoff. Right side. clogging the hole, breaking tackles, and then down at the 35-yard line. It's a gain of 1. 2nd and 9 coming up for the Jupiter Warriors after that inside run. It was Raul Harris on the carry that time for Jupiter. And there is going to be a timeout called, sports certified, powered by Vitacost. A timeout called on the field. 2:45 reads the clock in this fourth quarter. 26-21 the score. Jupiter leads. They have the football, and they're trying to get a couple of first downs to win this game. Back in 30 seconds, live on ESPN 106.3. Watch the game live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
F45 Training West Palm Beach offers functional group fitness classes reimagined. Sign up for F45 today and visit their West Palm Beach location. Featuring high-intensity group workouts that are fast, fun, and results-driven, F45 always has the right workout for you. Not to mention, it takes just 45 minutes. Visit F45training.com today to find a studio near you and officially join the F45 Training family. F45, team training, life-changing.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
2:45 to play in the fourth quarter. 2nd and 9 for Jupiter, and they're going to pass. Embick, heavy pressure, throws a screen pass. 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Broken tackle and gets back to the line of scrimmage. No gain on the screen. The clock does roll. What confidence head coach Jason Krabman has in his quarterback, Andrew Embick, to knock down the football to stop the clock on a design pass play on the screen there. It's 3rd and 9, and another sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout will be called by the Gardens sideline to stop the clock with 2:38 to play in the fourth quarter. Jupiter 26, Palm Beach Gardens 21. 3rd and 9 coming up for the Jupiter offense. You know, if you are on that Jupiter sideline, I don't think you are ruling out any throwing of the football here despite the clock situation.
Yeah, but you also understand Gardens has 1 timeout remaining, so you got to get this clock going. You can't down it here because they can score in bunches. So you got to find a way, if you're Jupiter, to do nothing else to get the clock going. Hopefully put a little pressure on them, make them burn their last timeout. Now they can't operate to go to the sideline, so that's your thought process.
Look for number 2, KJ Larson here. The right tight end is a sure-handed target who can break tackles and secure the football. 3rd and 9 for the Warriors. In the shotgun, hard count. Gets the Gators to jump off sides, turning a 3rd and 9 into a 3rd and 4. And those are those penalties that were the Achilles heel of the Gators' offense in the first half. Now it's following to their defensive side here in critical moments at the Swamp. 3rd and 4 now coming up for the Jupiter offense. 3rd and 4 with 2:38 to play in the fourth quarter. Ball spotted at the 40-yard line. Line to gain is the 44.
And that's just good coaching. You want to try to catch them in a situation. Again, 3rd and 9, you're probably not going to get it. But 3rd and 4 is a little bit more manageable if you're the Warriors.
Certainly can be a running down where you do not threaten stopping the clock. It is a run. Left side. Broken tackle. First down, and there he goes. There goes Jaden. 20, 10, 5. End zone ball loose out the back of the end zone. Is he in? That could be a touchback. No, it's a touchdown. Touchdown, Jupiter. Warriors find the end zone for 6. Jaden Roberts was off to the races, 60 yards to the score. The ball got loose at the very end of the play and was going out the back of the end zone. But the officials deemed that Roberts had the football possessed while he crossed the goal line, and then it got loose at the back of the end zone. Deja vu all over again when you think back to the final 20 seconds of the first half of this game. But that time, it was Palm Beach Gardens with the football trying to score on the back left pylon. It was Nomo Davis stretching the football, and he fumbled it out of the back of the end zone. That was called a touchback. This one is called a touchdown. They do deem that Andrews possessed the ball past the goal line. And there was a flag on the field. Obviously, mass frustration from either side. This is a massive rivalry. There's no two ways about it. So these two teams do not like each other. These two teams respect each other, but want to beat the ever-living crud out of one another. And tensions are running high when this game got as close as it's getting. 26-21. It was called a touchdown. Penalty called against Jupiter. And a touchdown will stand.
Yeah, if I'm Tyrone Higgins, I'm a little fired up right now because we got jobbed on the return right there on the
onside kick.
Onside kick. It was a clear recovery by Gardens. It was a missed call by this refereeing staff, and they're human. They make mistakes, but that's a tough call there because it was a clear when the ball was kicked. I'm going back to that because I've been in this position before where you work so hard to fight back. You kick it off. The Jupiter guy touches the football. The ball comes out. Your guy clearly recovers it, and they give it to Jupiter. Now a couple plays later, you hurt yourself by jumping offside. Now that really helped, but a couple plays later they get a touchdown, and now you're in a position where they're probably going to win this. Jupiter's going to win this game.
32-21 the score before this point after will be attempted. I believe they'll back up the point after 15 yards on unsportsmanlike penalty against the Jupiter sideline. If not, someone on the field didn't exactly see the offending player. But it's 2:26 remaining in the fourth quarter. 32-21 the score. The visiting Jupiter Warriors lead by 2 scores as both offenses have been coming alive here in this fourth quarter. Wow, just a massive swing of momentum back and forth. And, I'm going to allow our fans that are watching on YouTube to go back and watch him past the pylon and whether or not the ball was loose before he crossed the goal line or if it was after, because if it was before he crossed the goal line, that is tough to swallow if you were a Palm Beach Gardens Gators fan. Here's the 2-point conversion for Jupiter in the pistol. Embick fakes the handoff, rolls to his right. Play action, pump fakes, fires it, end zone, deflected, incomplete. No good 2-point conversion. Good defense in the play by Nomo Davis in the end zone. 2:26 remaining in this fourth quarter. It's an 11-point lead for the Jupiter Warriors. And now Palm Beach Gardens find themselves in a similar spot, just with a lot less time. Got to score 2 touchdowns, and you got to recover an onside kick between those two if you want to see the football a second time. But first things first, we'll see what quarterback Jordan Johnson and the Palm Beach Gardens Gators offense can do after morale can't be as high as it was about 10 minutes ago after that deflating defensive possession from Gardens where they feel that they kind of got wronged there.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I'm asking for one thing. I don't ask for much. FHSAA, get instant replay, please, because those are 2 plays right there. Very important in this game. Gardens did a great job of fighting back, and for it to end that way, if it ends that way, it's going to be tough for these kids. But you got to find a way to get through it because you got a long season ahead of you. You can't allow this, if it ends this way with Jupiter winning, can't allow this game to trickle into next week and also take the momentum on Monday. Actually, they finished that game on Monday.
Right.
So you got to find a way to get it done one way or the other.
Got to say, head coach Tyrone Higgins is probably very happy that we have come to this game tonight because he's got video evidence or proof or whatever he wants to fight for with our video coverage on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 for this game here tonight. Jupiter will kick it off, and the penalty yardage will move their kickoff team very far back in their own territory, allowing for an explosive return for Palm Beach Gardens if you want to find a little bit of a silver lining into a tough situation for the Gardens sideline.
Yeah. And it's a long ways from over, so you got to find a way to get it done. Like you said, get a return here, score a touchdown, and then you still got a chance if you're Gardens. And wouldn't that be something they were able to come back and win this game?
So the football's being spotted at the 12.5-yard line. That is where Jupiter will be kicking it away from. A number of unsportsmanlike penalties must have moved that football very far back because you're going from the 40 all the way to 12.5. This one's kicked to us in the middle of the field and returnable. Nomo Davis on the 40-yard line. 45, 50, 45, middle of the field. There goes Davis across the 30-yard line. Instant plus opportunity, but the ball's fumbled, and it's going to go back to Jupiter. Warriors jump on top of it. From a great return to a disastrous return. And Jupiter gets the football with 2:20 to play in the fourth quarter, and that very well might be curtains for the comeback attempt of Palm Beach Gardens.
Yeah, the fourth turnover of the night, and just one of those things where you can't put it on the ground. No matter what, you got to possess the football. He's a very talented player. That ball's got to be high and tight. Put two hands on it. You know what's on the line. You got the ball right around the 30-yard line, 27-yard line. You score there after two plays, you're right back in this thing. But now you're giving Jupiter a chance to just kind of milk this clock out because you don't have the one timeout left.
So first down for Jupiter. And we have boots on the ground on the sideline right now. Watching this game, recording this game, Cade Chumsland is here, and he's going to call in and give the eyewitness account of what he had experienced with that onside kick. He has a theory of what exactly is happening, so be on the lookout for that phone call from Cade Chumsland and tell us what went on. Not victory formation yet for Jupiter, despite them leading by 11 with 2:20 to play in the fourth quarter. I think you get one first down, and that will be instant kneel territory. Two receivers left, two receivers right, handoff up the middle, and Jaden Andrews gets brought down for a gain of 4 on 1st and 10. Cade, what did you see on the sideline with that onside kick? Recovery, non-recovery. The ball goes to Jupiter when it looked like it was going to go to Gardens. What did you see?
Yeah, so that play in particular definitely should have gone to Palm Beach Gardens, but the confusing part is that Palm Beach Gardens never should have kicked off where they did in the first place. Not sure if you guys could see head coach Jason Krabman on the Jupiter sideline pleading with the ref, but there was a defensive pass interference call against Jupiter on the Gardens touchdown that the ref enforced on the kickoff. Except the defensive pass interference on a touchdown doesn't matter. The touchdown will stand. So Krabman was arguing that the kickoff never should have been where it was, and I wonder if there was a makeup call when Gardens obviously recovered that onside kick.
Wow, because, Cade, I don't think they attempt the onside kick, and that's a run up the middle for a gain of 4 yards, 3rd and 2, and the clock will continue to roll. And, Cade, as I was saying, the reason why that onside kick was so advantageous is because you're not risking much when you're kicking it off from plus territory. So you're right, that might have been the makeup call. We're not saying that was the right thing to do. We're trying to explain why that might have been the rationale for why it did happen. Thank you so much, Cade. You're going to be live with Brian Rowitz and Theo Dorsey on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 later tonight, recapping everything that went on across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Thank you so much, Cade. We'll stay right here on ESPN 106.3 with 2nd and 2 coming up for the Jupiter offense and a first down, and they win the game. Coach, have you ever been experienced on the right end or the wrong end of possible makeup calls?
Just as sure as 7 is up, buddy. I've experienced it on both ends, and it's tough. When you're a coach and you're out here, you're fighting. I told you before, the first game I ever coached was against Sam Butnick. He had been coaching 42 years. He was a legendary coach. I was fighting for my kids, and the officials thought it was personal against them. They threw a flag on me, threw me out for 6 games because of an egregious offense, saying I forcefully removed the ball from their hand. And the state came back and said the guy put the ball in my chest, so they gave me 3 games. So, it's just one of those things, man. It's a tough thing, but that was a clear recovery. There were 3 referees right there. How could you miss that? And that was a pivotal part of this game. It swung this game into Jupiter's favor. I don't see how they could have blown that call.
And if you're joining us now on YouTube or on the FM dial, down by 6 was Palm Beach Gardens, and they looked like they got an onside kick, and they would have had the football at the 30-yard line in plus territory with plenty of time on the clock, but they overturned the recovery of Palm Beach Gardens and gave it to Jupiter despite the Gardens player having the football very quickly at the end of that play. And that run was for 1 yard, setting up 4th and 1 for Jupiter. They have the football at the 36-yard line. Line to gain is the 37, and the clock continues to roll. Under 20 seconds to play in this game. And now a timeout is called, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Just a Jupiter calling that last time out. They'll run probably a quarterback sneak or whatever it is. But again, the score is 32-21. It's nearly mathematically impossible for the result of this game to not end as a Jupiter win over Palm Beach Gardens. But I tell you what, Palm Beach Gardens, the home team here, trailed 20-0 at half, trailed 20-0 halfway through the third quarter, and then something clicked. Lack of or no more penalties. The deep ball coming alive for quarterback Jordan Johnson, scoring 21 points against a defensive Jupiter who hadn't given up a touchdown this season yet. So a couple of bright things to think about if you are head coach Tyrone Higgins and the Palm Beach Gardens sideline.
And that's all you can do is build off of that. Hey, listen, they blew the call. There's no doubt about it. I've seen it a million times. But you can't allow that one call to define your season. If you do, you're going to lose your locker room. Tyrone Higgins is a smart guy. He understands the ebbs and flows of this game. It should have never gotten to that, but because they hurt themselves in the first half with all those penalties and mistakes, that's why I was able to come down there at the end of the game.
Stick around post final whistle and a trick play where Embick was motioned toward the sideline, and they snap it to the running back directly, and he gets the first down on 4th and 1. The Jupiter Warriors twist the knife and put the nail in the coffin as the clock will expire. Final score, 32-21. Jupiter gets the win over Palm Beach Gardens. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Break things down next here live on ESPN 106.3's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day and live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Elevate your drive with the new 2026 Range Rover Velar P250S, where sleek design meets powerful performance. Lease it today for just $749 a month for 36 months, with $6,995 due at signing. This is your chance to command the road in signature Range Rover style. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and make sophistication yours. Land Rover, above and beyond.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Back here on ESPN 106.3, it's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. A brutal pill to swallow for Palm Beach Gardens tonight in front of their home crowd. They take a 32-21 loss to the Jupiter Warriors in this rivalry affair. A lot of good, some bad, a lot of fun to be had here on the HSS Game of the Week. Two things delivered to you. We're doing the Look Ahead, brought to you by the Boca Bowl, because we're all looking ahead to the Boca Bowl. Are you kidding me? The biggest party in Palm Beach County come holiday time. This year, December 23rd, 2 p.m. kickoff. On the campus of FAU, Flagler Credit Union Stadium. It is sure to be a great time. Make sure you get your tickets as soon as you can, because you do not want to miss out on that party. Also, the Duffy's MVP of the game. Coach, if one player comes to mind to you, is there one that sticks out from either Jupiter or Palm Beach Gardens that might be the player of the game? No one's coming to mind right now. It was a group effort from Jupiter. I got to say, it was a really strong rushing attack game. Raul Harris had 2 touchdowns. He had that broken tackle on the pass play. Harris is your Duffy's MVP of the game. At Duffy's, their game is always on. Duffy'sMVP.com. Make sure you sign up for the rewards program, and it pays to go to Duffy's. A tough game here, Coach. A couple of questionable calls at the end there that I think those that are at Palm Beach Gardens High School might be watching this broadcast after the fact and getting even more angry than they were on the field watching the game live. But Jupiter kind of came out of the gate strong. They played Jupiter football. They took care of the football. I don't think Jupiter turned the ball over once in this game. And it was a complete effort from end to end from head coach Jason Cradman's bunch.
Well, I'll tell you what, they did, and Jupiter did a really good job. But if I'm Tyrone Higgins, I don't want to watch those last 2 plays because I won't sleep for a couple of days. We just watched it. There was a clear fumble going into the end zone down there. There was a clear recovery on the onside kick, and people say, well, that shouldn't have defined the game. Well, it does. It swings the momentum of a game. So it's very frustrating, but you got to find a way to clean it up. Sometimes in life, you're looking for a fastball, you get a curveball. So you got to find a way, if you're Tyrone Higgins, to fix it, because all it really matters is what you do up on the scoreboard. So you can talk about it, and people will listen to your story all night long, but you got to find a way to fix it so you can get a W and help your team get a win.
Final score, 32-21. Jupiter gets the win in this rivalry matchup. Jupiter improves to 3-0. Palm Beach Gardens falls to 0-2. They will complete a game against Santa Lucia's on Monday. That's a game that they were leading in. So be on the lookout for that score that we will have on Twitter at ESPN Top 63. Well, for the coach Jimmy Bell, I'm Christian Catt. This has been the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Colin Russo will take it from here, keeping you updated across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. And a reminder, 11 p.m., YouTube. Brian Rowitz, Kay Chums, and Theo Dorsey, they will have video highlights from every game across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, and you might even get a sneak peek about what's going on next. For Jimmy Bell, I'm Christian Catt. Good night, and Colin Russo takes it from here.
Here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
This is ESPN 106.3's Mike Rizzo, and recently I had the pleasure of speaking with Dr. Curtis J. Keppert. Dr. Keppert is an orthopedic surgeon who specializes with injuries in the shoulder, elbow, and knee. And Dr. Keppert loves getting an athlete back to 100% and where they need to be.
Just their desire to get back to, the thing that they love to do, and taking them through a low point when somebody gets an injury, and when it is, especially when it's a surgical problem, they know maybe an ACL, they're going to be dealing with this for a year before they can get back, and just taking them through that low point, fixing the problem, and then guiding them through that recovery, and then you see them back out there playing, and it's the best feeling ever.
That's Dr. Curtis J. Keppert with the Palm Beach Health Network Physician Group. For physician referral, call 866-654-2362 or go online to pbhnphysiciangroup.com.
Let's go to the Rapids. Go splash, go wild, go together. With over 40 water slides and family-friendly fun, there's something for everyone. Save big on tickets and season passes this summer when you buy online. Upgrade and get unlimited visits, free parking, and more with a season pass. Experience the all-new Mega Mayhem, Florida's first dueling water coaster. Visit rapidswaterpark.com to buy now. Rapids, South Florida's largest water park. Let's go!
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
We're coming to your city.
The week 32-21 final, Jupiter. Back and forth, a good battle, an interesting onside kick towards the end of the game. We got you covered from here on till 11 p.m. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, powered by HSS Florida and presented by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. If you missed any of the interviews, if you missed any of the game, you can go watch it back on our live stream at Top 63. We'll have a lot of coverage, and we'll talk to a lot of coaches over the next hour. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. They're the Florida Injury Lawyers. Proud to be a sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. If you've been in a car accident, call now for a free consultation, because the sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, they can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You don't even pay anything unless they make a recovery for you. You can call right now at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. They got offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. So in terms of the score updates we have from throughout Palm Beach County, hopefully we'll get a hold of Coach Rod Harris of Martin County. They won 21-0 over Dwyer. Lake Worth won over Forest Hill 20-2. And Bergen Catholic beat West Boca down from New Jersey, one of the top teams in the nation, 21-14. We'll get into that a little later on in the program. But first, let's stay with Martin County. Number 9, Martin County over Dwyer, 21-0, welcoming in the head coach of Martin County, Rod Harris. Coach Harris, what's going on? How we doing?
Thanks for having me. Happy with a 21-0 win, and getting ready for districts next week.
Yeah, Coach, 2-1 now. Talk to me a little bit of how this game went. Was it lopsided from the start? Did it take the team a little bit to get going? Walk us through the game a little bit.
No, Dwyer played a very good game. I mean, it was a little while to get going. Our defense was absolutely dominant tonight, including scoring on a pick six, open up 7-0. Probably a 75-yarder return from Austin Godwin. We're up 14-0 at halftime. Paul Hendricks punched in 2. So overall, it was a solid win, but we got to get ready to districts when it really starts counting now.
District games coming up. Talk to me a little bit about how what these 3 games have taught you about your team. 2-1. You've had some good victories under your belt now, and now entering the district part of the year. What have you learned about your team through 3 weeks?
Well, I've learned right now that we got to get more consistent, and that's the biggest issue we're going to get fixed this week. We show flashes of greatness, and then sometimes we hurt ourselves too many times. So we have to fix that this week. Play Westwood, who was always solid, and district games, especially locally, always makes it fun and interesting matchups.
What do you think the consistency part has to do with? Has it been this a mental game, getting the guys locked in at the right time? Do you think it's sort of understanding the moment? What do you think it is?
It's always been, I'd say, but it's always a little of everything. A little missed assignment here, drop ball here, bad pass here, snap, holding, penalties. Right now we have a lot to fix offensively, and just happy that our defense has been dominant, keep us in the game, and I believe we'll get things going. It's now or never. We got the districts now, so now it's time to turn it up and fix our mistakes.
Coach, you mentioned Paul Hendricks, who was number 43 at our top 63. And this is a time where Martin County, now, I believe 4 straight you guys have won over Dwyer. This has been a team that you guys have played well through this season. What was the game plan going into this Dwyer game?
We thought our defense could give us short fields, and I thought they did very well. Defensively, Dwyer did a very good job. They are what we thought they were. They were a tough team, scrappy team. Played us very hard. Like I said, it was 14-0 at halftime, and it was anyone's game at that point. Big short field from the defense, and we were able to get a one drive in and put it away late in the mid fourth quarter probably. So it was a good game. Like I said, we have to start getting together and fix mistakes, and I believe we will.
Coach Rod Harris of Martin County Football joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, what has been that surprise about the team through 3 weeks? What did you not necessarily expect to be the case that has happened to this team, whether positive or negative through this point?
The biggest thing, I think our defense is better than I thought we would, especially our secondary. We've been rock solid there, and it's kept us overall, except for, I think we had one real blown assignment, and they've been spectacular. Overall, special teams been very good all year. We have a weapon in Max Kennedy, who's been outstanding all year long. So those are probably the biggest things right now.
And defensively, who have been the people that you've relied upon? Has it been a leadership thing? Has it been guys stepping into roles that you didn't necessarily think that they would adjust as fast as they have? What has that been?
We're good at all three levels. And it's 11 guys getting the ball, doing assignment. We're doing a good job of creating turnovers and force them into, second and long, third and long opportunities. We're blessed to have a wonderful staff that puts them in the right position. Kids believe in it. And they get after it. And they really did tonight, pitch a shutout, and really happy for them.
Coach, a lot of home games in the early part of the year. What does that mean for the team and making sure that you not only take advantage of this, but, that getting the guys comfortable on the road like today has got to be a good moment for you guys, especially coming out there with a win. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, it's very happy to win. It just so happens the way scheduling, it's always tough to schedule teams home and away, and everyone wants to get there. So this year we're home a lot early. In the month of October, we're going to be away. So, we got to take advantage of it. Home field is always where the heart is, and we're going to play with everything we got to beat Westwood and go 1-0 in district right now.
And I know, Coach, there's a lot of positives to take away, but you mentioned that you guys got to be more consistent. You got districts coming up. Talk to me a little bit about what you're going to dial in here. I'm going to ask you to nitpick. All right, well, what are the things we're going to nitpick the rest of the way and to try to dial in as the really, really important games start coming up?
Oh, we got to be disciplined and not get as many penalties as we've got lately. We got to fix that, and we got to fix assignments. That goes with this one. Doing your job and making sure you're getting the right guy at the right time. It's offense always comes on a little later because, 10 guys can do the right job, and if one guy falters, it messes with the offense. So we got to get that going this week because we're week 4 now. We have to get it going and live up to our expectations offensively because we've been at times explosive and times shot ourselves in the foot far too many times early in the year.
Coach, what type of expectations have you placed on your offense? You don't want to put too much pressure on them, but you almost got to get them to understand the urgency of the moment. What have you done as a coach to sort of light that fire, if you will?
Well, like I said, we're getting out there. We're working hard at practice, and right now it hasn't translated field. Right now I'm just hoping to get a full week of practice in. If I can get that in, I think we can fix a lot of it. And we're no different than any other team right now. We want to get a full week and hard work in, and that's all you can do. Wake up in the morning, grind, realize, pick yourself up, and start getting after first thing, and begins tomorrow in the film.
Coach, talking about the film a little bit, talking about the coaching staff. We've talked about your coaching staff before, how you rely upon them. How have they adjusted to this part of the year? Who do you rely upon to really take big steps from a coaching perspective?
Well, I rely on all of them equally. Like I said, we've been well known as the season gone on over the years since I've been at Martin County, and even when I was at Palm Beach Central, that we get better as the year go on, and that's my expectations. And everyone's going to do their own part, and they're going everyone coach their position, everyone coach their side of the ball, and make each other better, and that's what we're going to do because we're stronger together as a team. One team, one mission. That's our goal, and we're going to continue to strive for perfection.
Coach Rod Harris of Martin County Football with us now, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, through this point, through this amount of games, probably been a good month of game-like practices. What's the identity of this team? What have you necessarily diagnosed? And to follow up on that question, how is this team differentiated from the other teams you've had in the past at Martin County?
Well, everything's every different, but I'm always an old-school coach. I believe in defense and special teams. And if you do that, you can win a lot of games. Eventually, the offense catches up, and I believe they will. But we've always have and always will rely on defense, special teams for field position, and we'll continue to do that as long as I'm coach. And obviously, as you get going and the year goes on, we fix mistakes, and we got to get this offense going the way it's capable.
And, Coach, going into district games, do you treat it differently at practice? Do you treat it differently in the film study? I mean, you don't necessarily want to put too much emphasis on certain games, but district games are district games. How do you handle it?
We know what's at stake with district games. We're not putting any more pressure than we have every day and every week. Like I said, we're going to get better. We're striving for perfection. We got to increase and do a better job. And it starts with me as a coach to get this team going in the right direction. And we're positive, and it always starts with me. And I take full responsibility when we don't live up to expectations.
And Coach, I'm going to ask you, who of those, you said you were surprised about the secondary, but in terms of the totality of the team, who's been that unsung hero, somebody who's kind of popped out of nowhere here and has really stepped into good production at this point in the year that you're really pleased about?
I think our linebackers have been very well, played well. Colton Hawkins, Tyrone Robinson, and Wyatt Parks have all been outstanding, giving us a good lift at the linebacker spot. And I think the newcomer, Jeremy King, has been outstanding this year for us. We know both our corners are good. Jaree Hutchinson and Marion Queen are both lockdown corners that are long, lengthy, and that's why college scouts are after them. So, we're pretty good at all three levels, and we got to continue to do that. And, it always starts with defense. And it will, again, next week versus Westwood, who's always capable of scoring anywhere on the field. There always has and always will be like that.
Coach, last thing here. I would say we're around, the fourth of the way, a third of the way through the season. With somebody who has as much experience as you in coaching at this level, coaching in this area, what are sort of things fundamentally that you want to see from your team that has to be dialed in by this point? By the third part of the season, the first third or the first fourth, are there certain checkpoints you're looking for in terms of the team getting to this point? This team needs to be good at this by then. That makes it important in terms of what point of the season?
In the beginning of the year, you always make the biggest gains the first 3 games of the season. Those you make strides. You can make, jump 3 pegs up and keep going stride. Those are big gains. Once you get to this point, you're trying to make, you don't make those big gains. You make little gains at a time, and that's where we're at right now. We got to just put it together. We're always, like I said, one person falters and we mess up. So we have to get 11 guys going and get this machine going and score some points this week, because I know Westwood's going to be one hell of a matchup, as they always are. And my expectation is they'll give us their best. And I know we'll come out ready to compete in first games of districts. Everyone always gets excited for that.
Coach, it sounds like you're as excited as any right now. Appreciate you giving us the time. Congratulations on the good win tonight. Hopefully you guys have a good week of practice and a good enter into district play. Looking forward to talking again soon.
Thank you very much. Go Tigers.
You got it. That's Coach Rod Harris of Martin County Football, who just joined us on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Appreciate him giving us the time, as always. If you missed any of these interviews, you want to listen back, you want to listen to our full catalog of coach interviews from around the Palm Beach County, Treasure Coast area, you just got to go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. They are uploaded in full there. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. High school athletes, if you've been around, if you played a big game today and you want to recover properly, it's not only what you do physically, it's how you fuel your body. VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace is open, and it has basically everything you could possibly need in terms of operating at your top performance potential in terms of athletics. High school athletes, your performance starts with what you put in. VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace, they got 400 plus clean products. That means from electrolytes to protein. You could save 20% now by using the code ESPN20. Whether you're playing varsity, whether you're training for the next level, it fuels all the high school athletes in the area, and it's all free of banned substances. Again, 20% off with code ESPN20. This is your edge. Get ahead. It's all about the nutrition. Take it from me. This is the 80% of performance is how you fuel your body, and the other 20% is what you do physically. That's VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace. Go to vitacost.com to see more today and use that code ESPN20. On the flip side, we will hear from Coach Remington Young of Inlet Grove. That should be a whole lot of fun. They had a good win yesterday. We'll hear from Coach Kevin Thompson a little later on in the program. Appreciate Rod Harris, as always, for giving us the time. It's been Colin Russo. Damian Perez is helping us out back at the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Before we get to break, some more scores. Lake Worth won over Forest Hill 20-2. Bergen County took down number 1 West Boca 21-14 was the final there. Of course, our HSS game of the week was a good one, with Jupiter taking the win over Palm Beach Gardens. Cardinal Newman took down Benjamin 47-0, a lopsided affair there. And Dr. Joaquin Garcia fell to number 4 Atlantic 44-7. Atlantic won over Dr. Joaquin Garcia. Royal Palm won over Suncoast 45-0. And Vero Beach over Cocoa 38-0. 4-3 was the final score over there. Palm Beach Central over Spanish River, a lopsided affair there. Palm Beach Central has had a brutal schedule, so it was good to see them get in the win column. 39-6 was the final score. Palm Beach Central over Spanish River. And Wellington came out from behind. They beat Park Vista tonight. That final score was 13-10. Those are some scores from around the area. We'll get to the some more after this. And of course, talk to Coach Remington Young of Inlet Grove. That is coming up. That and more right here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Taking a time out on ESPN 106.3.
Hi, this is Scott Smith of Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. I have said it many times before, and I will continue to say it for many years to come. There is never a good time for a car accident to occur. And most certainly, never ever a good time to suffer injuries in any type of an accident. The accident and its overall aftermath will usually cause pain, difficulty, and stress. Florida law allows accident victims to recover compensation for such losses, injuries, and damages. But such recovery is often not obtained easily and can require a lengthy fight with an insurance company. If you've been injured in an accident, call us now. Don't delay. The initial consultation is completely free of charge. The sooner you call us, the sooner we can put our experienced legal team to work for you. Don't hesitate or pause for another minute. Our experience, knowledge, and resources could be working for you just minutes after the call. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Does your business leave a lasting impression? Attractive, eye-catching signs help you stand out from the crowd and create a strong brand identity. Our team at Signorama West Palm are experts in helping your business get noticed and get effective signage in front of your potential customers. Our team can turn your blank windows or plain vehicles into money-making branding machines by drawing customers' attention to your business. So if you're looking to leave that lasting impression, call us 561-687-7993 or visit signoramawpb.com.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
F45 Training West Palm Beach offers functional group fitness classes reimagined. Sign up for F45 today and visit their West Palm Beach location. Featuring high-intensity group workouts that are fast, fun, and results-driven, F45 always has the right workout for you. Not to mention, it takes just 45 minutes. Visit F45training.com today to find a studio near you and officially join the F45 Training family. F45, team training, life-changing.
Anajar and Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 106.3.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day rolls on here on ESPN 106.3. Colin Russo with you. We got Damian Press helping us out back at the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. We had a good one in our HSS Game of the Week, 32-21 final. Jupiter over Palm Beach Gardens. A chippy one, an intense one, especially towards the end with a weird offensive onside kick that happened towards the end with Palm Beach Gardens almost having it, almost not having it, confusion, back and forth battle there, 32-21 final score. As we talked to Coach Rod Harris of Martin County previously, you missed any of that, you can listen back, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great coaches, all those great places. Speaking of coaches, somebody who received their first win yesterday for Inlet Grove, Coach Remington Young is with us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day for Inlet Grove. They won yesterday over Somerset Academy Key, 30-0. Coach, welcome in. Coach Young, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thank you for having us.
So, Coach, talk to me a little bit about the game yesterday. I know we're a day removed. You could probably have it settled a little bit. You've digested it. I'm sure you've watched it. Give us a sense of what happened.
Basically, went out there kind of with the unknown. We only had 5 players weeks ago and basically months ago to an extent too. But kind of went out there and just put pieces together, and that puzzle was put together and it worked.
Well, tell us a little bit about that puzzle, putting that puzzle together. I mean, that's no easy task. You got to put together a roster here. How'd that go?
Basically just, opportunity. A lot of kids that, were backups in the past or in the, around the county, came over. We had players on the team last year that didn't get many playing time and stuff like that out there. Was able to get a quarterback in who could throw the ball, and receivers saw that, and they, believed in the system that I had in place. And basically, little by little, just getting everything we need there.
Coach Remington Young with us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, a tricky spot coming in first year, and of course, a lot to replace. Tell me a little bit about that onboarding process. How'd the offseason go, and how have the guys adjusted now that you guys got a win under the belt?
Offseason was, I would say, probably one of the biggest tasks was trying to get players. And then also equipment. We were able to get equipment and stuff like that. We didn't have any of that stuff to get a team going. So our summer started a little bit later. I mean, in reality, our summer started week 1. We didn't have a kickoff classic. This was our first game of the year.
Right.
So, little by little, putting those things together was key. And then also, getting the first win, for sure. Having a shutout defensively and offensively, putting up 30 points, I think that's pretty solid.
Coach, it's got to be a testament to the team's resilience that they were able to put this type of game together after all that you guys have been through in terms of just at least getting some sort of semblance of reality and some semblance of consistency in terms of what you guys have available to you and how you guys are able to practice and get the team together. Was the team fired up here? Give me a little temperature of the locker room.
I would say the biggest thing with this team that nobody realizes is, we were ranked 35th in the county. That's last place. Obviously, that's because we probably weren't going to have a team. With the, blessings that I have and everything like that, we were able to get that locker room. I could tell you, it was different from being there in spring and losing 49-0 to a team as my first time being a head coach, and then having a real season, being in that locker room, and those guys just fired up. Just based off their energy, I was guaranteed that we were going to win. Just off their energy, the way they were talking and how they said, "We got you, coach, whatever we'll do, we'll go above and beyond for you." And that's kind of what I saw. As much as I told them to believe me and just trust the process, that I'm just not a flag football coach, what everybody thinks I am, they kind of, bought into it. And last night, every single play, somebody came off and, told me, "Hey, thank you, coach." But that locker room, I tell you, the energy that was in there, it was something that was amazing.
And, Coach, that's got to be a quick process in terms of getting close to the guys, getting the guys as a tight-knit group. And, of course, you got a lot to prove as yourself. You want to prove yourself as a football coach. But you're also sort of starting from behind the 8 ball in terms of the equipment, the team, the players, this and that. Did you know that this is what you were signing up for when you kind of walked on board here?
No, actually, I didn't. They had a really good coach in the last couple of years. I know him and stuff like that. He's a great coach, but when I took on the job, nobody kind of told me what I was getting into. Like I told everybody else, I've been praying for a head coaching job, and I kind of got a nightmare. And to be honest with you, there's times that I wanted to, step away and just take a different job. And I did, talk to other schools throughout the summer. And then I said, what, I have a vision for this. And basically, piece by piece, that vision is where we're at now. But definitely, like you said, behind the 8 ball, 100%. And just being where we are now, to be honest with you, I never would have thought we would be where we are right now.
And Coach, just starting the season so late, it's sort of been a scramble. It seems like I'm fascinated by this, but I think it's a testament to you in terms of putting this guy together. What about the coaching staff? Did you have a coaching staff in place? How did you put that together on short notice?
Well, the biggest thing is none of our coaches get paid. Nobody on my staff gets $1. So we only had 2 coaches, which is my assistant coach in DC, Matt Simpson. He's been my assistant coach since 6th grade all the way to Wellington High to now at Inlet Grove. So it's just been us 2. There's days that it's just me. There's days it's just him. There's days it's both of us. But we're able, to have 2 coaches basically all summer since spring, be there. And that's hard to coach every single group. I mean, and then in the last 2 weeks, we were able to bring in another guy to help out, which we need. So it's hard. But it's also hard when you're not able to, you don't have the funds for it. And also not a lot of people have the time that they're going to dedicate away from their families and stuff like that here.
And Coach Remington Young of Inlet Grove with us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, another interesting thing about becoming a coach, or at least at a new school like this, is understanding the community, understanding the school, understanding the players. How did you handle that on short notice? It's almost like you're as much of a fundraiser as you are a coach of football. You got to make sure that the team, the school, the parents, and not only the players are all behind you. You sort of have to sell them on the vision. What did you do for that?
The biggest thing with the players, I mean, the vision was kind of just let them know that I'm not just, I've coached with some of the best coaches in Palm Beach County. I mean, from Tom Abel, Baz, Alfred. I mean, there's a lot of guys I've coached with, and I've learned from, even Jonathan Stillman at Oxbridge. There's, kind of taking everything I've learned from them, put it in place and seeing what they did in locker rooms. And then also from my current high school, when I played high school, that coaching staff, and then basically just giving them the belief, of how we could do it. And little by little, we were able to get, there, but it's definitely hard. I would say the backing support, there wasn't much of it. There was none throughout summer at all from a lot of, parents and stuff like that. But now I think people are realizing it. The players that did come in, I believe it's 22 players that are brand new to that football team. They trust it. The parents trust it. Now I think the school sees my vision and what I'm doing also for the team.
Yeah, I got to imagine the hard part is not the hard part. It's always going to be hard. But the hardest part has got to be behind you in terms of, all right, well, we fielded the team. That's miracle number 1. Now, miracle number 2 is we were able to play some games. And how about now we're at number 3? We're shutting teams out. I got to imagine the hardest part is behind you, right, Coach?
I would say yes. The hardest part is behind. 100%.
And from here, how do you get the guys to build on this? Yes, you got your win. You get your taste of victory. The guys are starting to settle into positions. You got an understanding of who's going to be where. Let me ask you this. At this point, because you've had your first game, and we're usually 3-4 games in for most of these teams, what'd you learn from week 1? What were the questions you had about the team that were answered personnel-wise?
I would say that we're not ranked number 35 in the county, and that I probably would say this team, personnel-wise now, this receiving core, quarterback, O-line, and everything, running back-wise, I would say that this team is going to be a lot stronger than I ever would have thought. My vision, obviously, was to be great at any level that I coach at. But with these players that I have currently on this team, I mean, I hate to say it, I think I can compete with some of the bigger schools up there, just speed-wise, talent. But it's going to be, next week is when we're going to see it all to an extent. But it's going to be tough, but like I said, I mean, the vision for the team, it's big. It's good.
Coach, you got to be pleased with where you're at. At least we got something together here. We're game in. And talk to me a little bit about now we could get into a sort of regularly scheduled programming. Now we got a couple days of practice. We got another game. Then we got some recovery. Then we got another couple days of practice. Then another game. Getting into a little bit of a routine here has got to be the best thing for you and the guys, right?
Oh, 100%. Routine's key. I mean, getting recovery is important. I mean, you have guys that are on the team that have never played football before. I mean, I have an offensive lineman that he's a nurse. He doesn't know anything about football. So he doesn't know what it's like, catching a cramp and stuff like that. The recovery is going to be key. I think having the games back-to-back will be nice, weather permitting. But, I mean, hands down, having that, film breakdown, we can actually watch and see the mistakes that we make, and the positives and the negatives. So just getting a routine is key for sure. Weight room out there, getting condition, stuff like that now, and also for a lot of these young guys that never played before, freshmen and stuff like that, they're actually realizing that maybe I wasn't so good in, youth football or, high school is a little bit different.
And Coach, you mentioned that you had a couple guys you weren't even football players coming into this, but those are the type of players that you got to go find and recruit. That's got to be a little bit weird of a process from you as a football coach perspective. Also doing, I guess, the tackle side in your first year as well. Talk to me a little bit about getting guys who hadn't played football before into football.
I mean, I walked through the hallways and stuff like that, and I saw a kid that was 6'2", maybe 3'14", 3'16", and I was like, "Hey man, what are you doing?" He's just like, "Oh, I don't know. You want to play football?" And it was one of those things that he's like, "Yeah, I'll play. I'll come try it." And it was one of those things that trying to get their confidence up. There'd be days that they would want to quit and give up, and getting those guys in there tough. So or you see a guy that's out there on the track field, and you're like, "Hey man, you're quick. Come out here and run a slant." And we'll throw a perfect ball to him, and he'll catch it, and he's like, "Oh, that's all I got to do." And little things like that, but also building the trust. Being a brand new, I'm not on campus. I run my company, so I don't see them every day. I see them from 2:00 to 6:30, and that's it. So that trust you have to establish in that time frame.
And Coach, in the early part of this process, especially getting these guys organized, you don't have necessarily the manpower, the equipment, the amount of players. Have there been stuff that is not necessarily the norm from a coach's sense that you've tried in terms of getting these guys up to speed quicker that you've noticed have worked? What has been the process? And more importantly, what have you changed about a normal process to make this work?
Realistically, a playbook. It's like I tell the kids, I mean, this is the easiest playbook I would say I've ever had to use, but it also had to be that way just because I can't go over 120 plays with these guys right now. We have 40 plays in, and we're happy with that, and we'll keep rolling with those 40 until we need to get another 20 in. So the biggest thing was simplifying little things. Basically, I think one of the beneficial parts about having a short staff was I was able to coach everything on the offense as the offensive coordinator the way I wanted. So I didn't have anyone stepping on my toes. No one tells me what to do on offense at all. So I could tell my O-line, this is the way I want you to do it. Or, running backs do this, wide receivers do that, quarterback do this. And that's kind of, I would say the only beneficial part is you don't have somebody stepping on your toes or trying to chime in and stuff like that. But definitely, this playbook made everything a lot easier for the team to, get together.
And Coach Remington Young of Inlet Grove, who had their first win yesterday, 30-0 over Somerset Academy Key, their first game of the season. Joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, have you noticed any similarities between starting this team up from scratch and how you've coached football before at the flag level? What has that been like in terms of the comparison and contrast? What has surprised you about taking over this program?
To be completely honest with you, I mean, it's kind of, where I coach flag currently, at Oxbridge, we came out there and having a nice little role and stuff like that. And other programs I've been at, kind of starting out, I would say for me, I as a general contractor in life and, as a career, I'm able to establish a foundation. That's one thing. And that's kind of where we're at is, getting that thing built. And it's, it's tough. It's a different, world out there with everything.
But from your perspective, you probably have learned a lot about yourself as a coach in terms of setting identity, setting culture. Like you said, you run the shot, you call the shots, you run the show. How have you been able to kind of establish a culture, establish a feel, establish an identity of these guys through a couple weeks?
Just basically, seeing, some of these kids coming out there that, are playing on some of these 7-on-7 teams, and I'm placing them in little spots here and there. And, the building just, for this program, was kind of taking what I've used in the past and installing it, explaining it, thoroughly with these guys and just trying to get them up to pace. But the biggest thing is having a quarterback also that I was able to be at that, piece. I've only been successful at, as a head coach, youth football wise, with a good quarterback. And then having him come in, RJ has been a big key person for our team. And then having a Texas guy come in, all the way from Texas, he flew in to be a starting quarterback, and he's in on our bench, or he's a receiver, was also tough because now I have two quarterbacks back there, and I'm trying to make things work. But then we also have 8 receivers that are extremely well, and I think 2 receivers that are probably should be in the top ESPN 63, to be honest with you. But I just think they're hidden gems in Palm Beach County.
And Coach, from here on out, What are the expectations now for the guys? What are you telling your guys now that you enter game in and game out? You said you're surprised with how well they played in like 30-0, and you guys have had a strong start here, and you think that you got a talent that matches up with the top in the county. What are you telling the guys now in terms of expectations the rest of the way?
Well, I mean, to an extent, top of the county, I'm saying that, 10 all the way back. There's some great team that's top 10. But to an extent, basically just letting the guys know, I mean, we're going up against Coach Gonzo at Somerset Canyons. I mean, he's got a great staff. That guy there, he's established such a great program, atmosphere and everything like that. I mean, they're going to get Somerset Key, much credit to them and everything like that. Young coach, great guy, great team. But I mean, now we're going to go into a district, our first district game, and it's a must-win game, and it's going to be very important for us to get this win. But basically, just trying to let them know, like, hey, the biggest thing I'm telling them now is, hey, we were supposed to have a season, so just have fun. So that fun part is where we're kind of winning at. But I would say, just right now we're just trying to punch people in the mouth and, take it step by step and just score as much as we can and not let, anybody get a first down to an extent.
Well, Coach, I appreciate you giving us the time, giving us a little bit of a background of just how this puzzle has been put together at Inlet. Congratulations on that first win. I'm glad that you sort of are starting to get all the ducks in a row here and getting everything in order. And I'm looking forward to talking again soon, all right?
All right, thank you. Have a great night.
You got it. That's Coach Remington Young of Inlet Grove Football, who secured their first win in his first year as head coach there. Also, the flag coach at Oxbridge, sort of a dual coach, but we appreciate him giving us the time. If you missed any of that interview, you could go listen back. Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. Just listen to and search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Inlet Grove won 30-0 over Somerset Academy Key earlier yesterday. And we got a bunch of scores to update you guys on. We'll also talk to the coach of Palm Beach Central in a couple of minutes. That's Coach Kevin Thompson. Appreciate Remington Young for giving us the time there. To circle back quickly, Martin County 21, Dwyer 0, Lake Worth 20, Forest Hill 2. Bergen County took down number 1 West Boca, who came down from New Jersey. That was a 21-14 ball game. So that was the final score there. Cardinal Newman over Benjamin won 47-0. And Dr. Joaquin Garcia fell. They fell to Atlantic. That was 44-7 was the final score. Royal Palm took down Suncoast. The final score was 45-0 there. And number 3, Vero Beach won over Cocoa. That was 38-3. And then we'll talk to Coach Kevin Thompson on the flip side. They beat Spanish River tonight, 39-6. Talk about a gauntlet schedule. Looking forward to hearing what Coach Thompson has to say for us. I mean, if you're looking to get hydrated, no better place to look than Moss Plus by Messi, because it's hydration plus more. It's created by Leo Messi. Moss Plus by Messi delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors. It has no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar. There's no compromise on quality ingredients and amazing taste. They come in 5 sensational flavors, inspired by Messi himself: Miami Punch, Berry Copa Crush, Orange Dior, Norse Flavor, the greatest grape. They got it all over at Moss Plus. You can purchase Moss Plus today by Messi at Walmart or online by mossbymessi.com. Appreciate Remington Young joining us previously. We'll talk to Coach Kevin Thompson on the flip side after this time out here. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, ESPN 106.3.
This is ESPN 106.3's Mike Rizzo, and recently I had the pleasure of speaking with Dr. Curtis J. Keppert. Dr. Keppert is an orthopedic surgeon who specializes with injuries in the shoulder, elbow, and knee. And Dr. Keppert loves getting an athlete back to 100% and where they need to be.
Just their desire to get back to, the thing that they love to do, and taking them through a low point when somebody gets an injury, and when it is, especially when it's a surgical problem, they know maybe an ACL, they're going to be dealing with this for a year before they can get back, and just taking them through that low point, fixing the problem, and then guiding them through that recovery, and then you see them back out there playing, and it's the best feeling ever.
That's Dr. Curtis J. Keppert with the Palm Beach Health Network Physician Group. For physician referral, call 866-654-2362 or go online to pbhnphysiciangroup.com.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine, and our team is a triple threat to big insurance companies.
Don't settle with the insurance companies for a fraction of what your case is worth. We'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
That's the Anajar and Levine difference. Get your free case review right now. We'll help you take back control of your life. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733. In office, West Palm Beach.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day rolls on here on ESPN 106.3. Colin Russo with you. We got Damian Perez helping us out at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach, where we're talking to coaches from throughout Palm Beach County, the Treasure Coast area. After a packed night of high school football, the 5th of September 2025, Jupiter took it over Palm Beach Gardens today, 32-21 in our HSS Game of the Week. Number 6 Jupiter, that is, 32-21 final score there. But a team that got on the win column today, who's had a gauntlet of a schedule in the early part here, is Palm Beach Central. And we talked to Coach Kevin Thompson before the season over at Top 63 when we had the event at Kaiser University. And now they're in the win column, 39-6 final score over Spanish River tonight. Welcoming in Coach Kevin Thompson. Now, Coach Thompson, welcome back in. How we doing? What's going on?
We're doing all right, man. And, good to be in the win column.
Good to be in the win column indeed. Coach, talk to us a little bit about the game a little bit. 39-6 lopsided. Was it an early start, fast start? How'd the game go and fold out for you guys?
Pretty fast start. It was 20-0 at halftime, and then, we just kind of kept rolling coming out of the half. So, and dominant defensive play this tonight.
And, Coach, coming off the 2 losses to open up the year, we talked about it before the year, a gauntlet of a schedule you guys had, getting the guys, I guess, battle-tested early and often. Talk about that a little bit. What was the message coming into the Spanish River game thinking, this is a must-win game? What'd you tell your guys?
Yeah, literally what you just said. It's a must-win game. We have to restart our season. We chose those games to get baptized in the fire. And, a lot of guys, you can see the results of when we play other opponents, but we needed those tough games to kind of get us ready for what's coming.
And Coach, do you felt that the team, did they respond well to having those tough environments the first 3 weeks with the Kickoff Classic as well, that classic against Atlantic? Do you felt that the guys responded well to that really tough schedule? You said baptized by fire. How did the guys respond to said baptized by fire?
It's one of those things where we say it every day, man. Winning is hard. And a lot of these kids who have, come up from JV or taking over starting roles, or even transferred in, they don't understand that winning is really difficult. You can't just put on a shirt, you can't just line up and all of a sudden you magically win games. And I think that's kind of one of those things that we've been preaching the last few weeks. Hey, to win big games and tough games, you have to do the little things. And I think tonight, going against the undefeated Spanish River team, they did the little things.
And, Coach, was that something that you dialed in practice to get them to accomplish and dial in those little things? Going into this week in practice, what was that thing that you guys, after that tough schedule, what was the thing that you guys really did try to dial in coming into this week?
Literally the little things, lining up right, getting our clap right before we break to go into lining up. How we're not doing the little fat man shuffle to get to the next drill, the next period. Like, we're actually running, letting them know that, you don't deserve to shuffle anymore. You guys have to earn the right to shuffle. You got to run now.
And, Coach, in terms of the guys and who you've sort of relied upon, we talked about all the big-time players you guys have on our top 63 list and everything going on there. But in terms of how you respond as a coach, that's one thing. How have your leaders sort of taken a good foothold of this team, coming off of the part of the schedule now and you're back in the win column? What can you say about your leaders and how they've adjusted to this point 3 games into the year?
Yeah, well, we kind of told them not to give up, man. A lot of them are really frustrated because, a lot of the guys that's been there, they're not used to losing. They've lost one game or in their career or just 2 games in their career, not back to back like what we were dealing with. So, we had to pull them to the side, and when we have our leadership council meetings, we have to let them know that, like, you have to keep pushing. We might have lost, but don't act like losers. Doing the little things, having your shirt tucked in, showing up on time for weightlifting, still doing the things that make winners winners. And, I was just really proud of them that they stuck with it. They earned this win.
Yeah, Coach, I guess that's got to be the most complicated and tricky part about having such a difficult start of the schedule is you almost want to get the guys a taste when you get the season started, but you never really gave them the opportunity to do that with how the schedule played out because they were always in a dogfight after dogfight after dogfight. And now you're finally getting the win column. We're 3 weeks into the season. Was that something that you sort of wish went differently? Maybe you had a game before you got to that part of the schedule to keep the guys sort of focused and their urgency up?
When you go back and analyze the games, really, like you're talking about all 3, the first one was by 1 point in overtime, and what it came down to is just doing one more thing than the other team did, and then the first game of the season was, no knock on Pahokee. They're a great program, great coaches over there. But, we were caught up, with playing a big game, a semi-rival, and then looking ahead to go play West Boca. So, we've been preaching that the whole week, like, guys, you have to worry about right now. You got to be where your feet are. And we just weren't. We got caught with our pants down looking ahead.
And that was at the Pahokee game. So, and weirdly enough, when the guys look ahead too much, you got half the guys who are focused on this game, half the guys who are focused on next game. How do you sort of dial that in to keep them focused on the right now? What's coming up next, especially with the games approaching on the schedule? How do you do that?
You remind them of what had just happened. You point out what just happened. You say, listen, you remember, this is a different generation, man. Like, you could tell them all you want. You could tell them, and you could tell them, you could preach it, you could tell them till the cows come home. But until they experience it, a lot of them just aren't going to believe you. And now that they've experienced it, looking ahead and not being where your feet are, I think they've really kind of understood that, we always got to be locked in. All we're worried about is, every game is a big game. Whatever game is next, that's the biggest game of our season.
And, Coach, you talked to us a little bit about what you saw throughout the offseason, but now you've seen this team respond after losses. Now you see how they are after a win. What would you say is the big thing you've learned about your team through about a third of the regular season?
That when they lock in, they're actually pretty good. We were still trying to figure out, with only 3 returning starters on offense and 4 returning starters on defense, we were really trying to find out what our identity was. Who are we? Can we win with these guys? Are they going to be able to figure this out? And the coaches stuck together, and the leadership council stuck together and kind of forced their way into the win column. And we kind of trying to let them know that, like, you like this feeling. This is a thing we have to fight for every single time. Winning is hard.
And, Coach, from here, you got the sense, all right, when we got all our heads together and we're focused on that singular goal, we're a good football team. Now from here, you sort of got, you said it well. Once they experience it, they really start to get it. But building on the momentum is going to be important here. What's going to be your message when you get into practice this week, making sure that the guys, like you said, put their heads together on one common goal here week by week?
You just remind them of the difference in the feelings, right? You point out the difference in the feeling. Which one do you like better? And what did you have to do to get that feeling that you like? Every time do they want to complain or walk or not do what they're supposed to do, just remind them that feeling that you're choosing right now is what you're going to get on Friday. Whatever you do during practice, whatever effort you give, that is a result you're saying that's what you want. You know what I mean? And you can't come to me and be like, oh, coach, I want to win. I want to be state champs. I want to be all this other stuff. If the effort you're giving is what you deserve on Friday night.
Coach Kevin Thompson of Palm Beach Central Football joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. I mean, Coach, from here through these 3 games, what would you say is the biggest thing you're surprised about when it comes to this team, this Palm Beach Central Bronco team?
I don't know, man. I've been doing this pretty long time, so surprise is not a lot of things surprise me.
Yeah, I guess.
It's one of those things where it's just figuring these guys out. Every year is a different team, man, and every year you have to kind of sit back. You might figure them out early, and sometimes you figure them out late. And I think we're about 80% figured out here, and now we just got to figure out the last 20% and see what type of team we have. Or do they want to keep winning? You know what I mean? Or are they going to fall in love with that one win?
And, Coach, talk about that a little bit. You said 80% figured out. What have you figured out? What 80% have we started to draw the picture of about this football team?
That we can play some good defense, man. We can really play some good defense when everybody has their head locked in and ready to go. We can really play some good defense. I think we have some really good D linemen. Our linebackers are top tier. Our corners are really good. So it's just one of those things. Defensively, I think we're there. Offensively, I think we're about. We got a great quarterback, great receivers. I'm saying our O-line is still trying to figure it out. They're very young, big and young. But, once those guys kind of figure it out and click and start, road grading guys, I think we'll be on a good path.
And, Coach, since this part of the season, you mentioned you're really pleased with the defense. What would you say is the unsung hero? Who has been that unsung hero of this team that has been able to kind of step up, give you good production, and not necessarily have gotten the praise that they deserve to this point? Or this could be a position group as well in terms of how they performed and how they've adjusted.
This was kind of tough because I really can't say, hey, good programs and good things about good teams is consistency, right? Like, so one week you'll be the secondary, last week will be the linebackers, and then the next week it'll be the D-line. So they're kind of rotating and figuring out who's going to be the guy, and I'm really trying to get all 3 to be good at the same time. You know what I mean? So you're getting a little bit of both of all the levels, and once all 3 start playing on the same level at the same time and the same experience, I think we could be pretty scary.
Coach Kevin Thompson with us. Coach, you said every team is a little bit different year by year. What makes this team different? What is sort of this team's identity comparatively to the other teams you've coached?
It's more of a talent thing, right? So this team is really talented. Probably one of the most talented teams I've had, but they don't know how to win yet. You know what I mean? They don't understand the sacrifice winning takes. I think a lot of times these guys kind of rely on them being talented, and now we're just trying to convince them and show them that, winning is a package deal. It takes a tremendous amount of sacrifice throughout the week, and once they kind of figure that out, I think we'll be in a good space.
Coach, it's almost a hard thing to kind of sell. You mentioned how you got to sell the guys on the vision and everything, especially when you see the talent there, but you don't necessarily see how well they're utilizing it or how they're not utilizing it. Once it starts to figure itself out, that's got to be one of the more rewarding things to really tap into that potential talent as a head coach, isn't it?
Yeah, man. And this is going to sound super corny and extra fake, but I think some of the really good coaches and the real coaches that kind of in it for the kids, I think that's really what you get excited about when you see a kid and you see a team kind of go, like you spend so much time building and molding them to actually go, oh man, look what they look like. They look so good. This is what we've been talking about. this is what we've been working towards. Man, they look like they really kind of put it together.
Coach, I appreciate you giving us a little bit of an update on what happened in the Spanish River game and how you feel about the team through 3 weeks. We appreciate talking as always. Looking forward to talking again soon. All right.
All right, thanks. I really appreciate it.
You got it. That's Coach Kevin Thompson of Palm Beach Central Football, who's had their first win earlier tonight over Spanish River, an undefeated Spanish River team. They won 39-6. They had their first 3 games, if you want to include the Kickoff Classic, against Atlantic, Pahokee, and West Boca. I don't know if you can get much harder than that. And the Spanish River is a good team too. So a tough start to the schedule for Kevin Thompson and the team. Appreciate it, Coach Thompson. If you missed any of that interview, you can go listen to Kevin Thompson with us on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Just look up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day and Apple, Spotify. Wherever you get your podcasts, you can take a listen to Coach Kevin Thompson, amongst others, and all the other coaches we've talked to tonight, and including Remington Young and Rod Harris of Martin County and Remington Young of Inlet Grove. We'll take a time out. We'll close the program next. On a Friday night here, send you off into your weekend after a 32-21 HSS Game of the Week victory for Jupiter over Palm Beach Gardens. It's been Colin Russo. We'll be back after this right here on ESPN 106.3.
Recently, I had the pleasure of speaking with Dr. Curtis J. Keppert. Dr. Keppert is an orthopedic surgeon who specializes with injuries in the shoulder, elbow, and knee. And Dr. Keppert loves getting an athlete back to 100% and where they need to be.
Just their desire to get back to, the thing that they love to do, and taking them through a low point when somebody gets an injury, and when it is, especially when it's a surgical problem, they know maybe an ACL, they're going to be dealing with this for a year before they can get back, and just taking them through that low point, fixing the problem, and then guiding them through that recovery, and then you see them back out there playing, and it's the best feeling ever.
That's Dr. Curtis J. Keppert with the Palm Beach Health Network Physician Group. For physician referral, call 866-654-2362 or go online to pbhnphysiciangroup.com.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
Together, we're Anajar and Levine, and our team is a triple threat to big insurance companies.
Don't settle with the insurance companies for a fraction of what your case is worth. We'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
That's the Anajar and Levine difference. Get your free case review right now. We'll help you take back control of your life. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day rolls on and closes things out here on a Friday edition, Friday, September 5th, 2025. We had a packed game. We had a lot of fun during the game. 32-21, Christian Cat on the call for Jupiter over Palm Beach Gardens as a final score. We'll take you through the rest of the scores that we have tonight, including of which Kevin Thompson of Palm Beach Central just joined us previously. They won their game tonight 39-6. 39-6 was the final score. Palm Beach Central over Spanish River. So they got their first win of the season, the Broncos over there. Wellington came from behind and beat Park Vista today. 13-10 was the final score. Wellington over Park Vista, 13-10. Olympic Heights, another win over John I today, 54-14. How about a lot of points there? 54 points for Olympic Heights over John I. That was the final score there earlier tonight. And other scores, Royal Palm stayed perfect. They won 45-0 over Suncoast. You know that they had that young team last year, and Sam Curry's got them to new heights this year. They are rolling in the right direction. Vero Beach is at 38. Cocoa was at 3. That was a victory for number 3, Vero Beach, in the ESPN West Palm Top 10 rankings. And Dr. Joaquin Garcia suffered a loss today. Atlantic over them, 44-7 was the final score. 44-7 for number 4 Atlantic, Jamel Murray and company over Dr. Joaquin Garcia. Cardinal Newman took down Benjamin tonight in convincing fashion, 47-0. Cardinal Newman, of course, a week removed from playing teams out of state, but at home during a lightning storm last week. But they get back into the win column against Palm Beach County opponents today by taking down Benjamin. 47-0 was the final score in that one. Number 1 went down, and number 1 is in West Boca. They lost to Bergen Catholic, who's one of the top teams in the nation. It was a 21-14 game. West Boca playing one of the top dogs, not only in Florida, but they played the top dogs throughout the country, and they're able to hang around. That should tell you all you need to know about West Boca and the crew that Dylan Potts has down there. 21-14 was the final score. Bergen Catholic over West Boca. And then, of course, our Jupiter over Palm Beach Gardens, 32-21. And then Lake Worth over Forest Hill, won 20-2. Lake Worth over Forest Hill. Martin County beat Dwyer 21-0. Talked to Coach Rod Harris. Appreciate him giving us the time. We also talked to Coach Remington Young of Inlet Grove, who had their first win, or yesterday, actually, against Somerset Academy Key yesterday, 30-0. And we also talked to Coach Kevin Thompson of Palm Beach Central, who had their first win of the season. They improved to 1-2, 39-6. They won over Spanish River. Congratulations to Coach Kevin Thompson. If you missed any of those interviews, go listen back. Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. And you can listen to a full catalog of coach interviews. Big thanks to Damian Perez for keeping us up over the airways. Big thanks to Terrence, our intern back at the studios up in West Palm. This has been Colin Russo. Big thanks to Christian Cat. We'll be back at it next week with another edition of high school football in Palm Beach County. It's been ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, ESPN 106.3.
F45 Training West Palm Beach offers functional group fitness classes reimagined. Sign up for F45 today and visit their West Palm Beach location. Featuring high-intensity group workouts that are fast, fun, and results-driven, F45 always has the right workout for you. Not to mention, it takes just 4